The frail youth actually killed the giant wolf king with a wooden sword, while the stray dog beside him leisurely ate roasted meat amidst the pack of wolves. Just moments ago, the crowd wanted to teach you the cruelty of the world with their fists, but now you showed them what true strength is with the wooden sword in your hand. At the edge of the wilderness, a group of thugs escorted a merchant caravan moving slowly when suddenly they saw you blocking the path with a massive sword on your back. They couldn't help but feel a chill, but upon closer inspection, they burst into laughter. The massive sword was actually made of wood, and behind you trailed a scruffy stray dog. After confirming you were alone, Su Jianfei barked with authority, "Get lost." You frowned slightly and pleaded, "Sir, I'm lost. Could you give me a ride?" But Su Jianfei showed no mercy and snapped at the guard, "Hammer, make him scram, or I'll break his legs." Just then, a veiled girl in a white fox fur robe spoke up, "What's going on?" Behind her stood a spirited white-haired old woman, clearly the young lady's personal guard. Su Jianfei turned with a fawning smile and said, "My lady, it's just a little beggar asking for a ride. I told Hammer to shoo him away." The veiled girl glanced at you and turned to return to the carriage. The old woman beside her suddenly spoke up, "Young lady, let us give him a ride. He looks pitiful." The veiled girl gave the old woman a surprised look but finally left a command before entering the carriage, "Let him follow behind the caravan." After several hours of travel, the old woman brought a large piece of roasted meat and handed it to you, saying, "Here, child, eat." "Thank you, Grandma, I'm already full." The young man quickly stood up and replied politely, yet he took the roasted meat and tossed it to the stray dog beside him. The dog caught it in one bite and devoured it without hesitation. The old woman was slightly taken aback but smiled indifferently, asking, "Child, what's your name? Why are you traveling alone in the wilderness?" The boy scratched his head and replied somewhat sheepishly, "My name is Xiaocheng. I wanted to venture out into the world but got lost in the wilderness." "Adventure? Do you know how dangerous it is out there? You foolish child." The old woman shook her head, but before she could finish speaking, her expression suddenly changed. Her hunchback straightened instantly as her sharp gaze swept toward the east, and she let out a piercing shriek. The shriek was the Su family caravan's highest level alarm. Without the slightest hesitation, the 40-plus guards discarded the roasted meat in their hands, swiftly drew their battle blades, and formed a protective circle around the convoy. Their movements were agile, their faces devoid of panic, only solemnity and calm clearly marking them as seasoned warriors, battle-hardened and blooded. "Child, a large number of beasts, perhaps even savage beasts, are coming. Run for your life in that direction, now." The old woman left behind a single sentence, then swiftly drew a mechanical crossbow and a short blade from her sleeve, darting toward the carriage with remarkable speed. Despite her advanced age, she moved with astonishing agility, revealing that she was indeed a formidable warrior. The youth named Xiaocheng did not flee. Instead, he steadied his breath and listened intently for a moment. Scratching his head in confusion, he stood up and muttered to himself, "Isn't it just 19 second-tier blood wolves and 1 third-tier blood wolf king? Why are they so tense?" His scruffy dog didn't run away either. Instead, it stealthily dashed forward, scavenging the roasted meat left on the ground by the group. Only after finishing its feast did it slowly retreat to the boy's side. Glancing at the pack of towering blood wolves emerging from the distant forest, its eyes flashed with a trace of disdain before it lazily curled up beside the youth. The battle began swiftly. 19 massive blood wolves, each standing nearly a meter tall and stretching 2 meters in length, charged forward with bone-chilling howls. Their crimson fur, as red as blood, shimmered under the fading sunlight, while their gleaming white fangs exuded an aura of death, creating a scene of striking visual impact. Especially the Blood Wolf King was like a peerless powerhouse looking down upon the world, charging forward with unrivaled arrogance, ready to tear apart all living creatures in its path. "Fire the arrows!" A sharp command rang out, but it was not issued by the guard captain Su Jianfei. Instead, it came from the veiled maiden who had stepped out of the luxurious carriage. At this moment, all the guards were hiding behind the carriages, holding crossbows in their hands. At the young lady's order, they simultaneously pulled the triggers, sending over 40 black bolts whistling through the air. Thud, thud, thud. The blood wolves had already closed within 100 meters of the caravan, a distance at which crossbow bolts could inflict maximum damage. The bolts flew swiftly, and to the average person, they would likely appear only as over 40 black streaks and the glint of cold light reflecting off their steel arrowheads. However, when these terrifying bolts struck the crimson fur of the blood wolves, they slid off as if tiles skimming across water. The wolves' red fur emitted a faint glow as the bolts approached, making their bodies slippery. Only 2 bolts found their mark, piercing the mouths of 2 blood wolves, causing them to writhe and howl in agony on the ground. The blood wolf's extraordinary ability stirred unease among the guards, but the young lady in fox fur and a veil showed no trace of panic in her beautiful eyes. Calmly, she spoke, "Second-class desolate beasts. The blood wolf's their innate divine ability, blood armor, truly lives up to its name. Keep firing, aim for their mouths and eyes." Granny Lu and Su Jianfei prepared to fend off the blood wolf king's attack. The young lady's composure calmed the guards' inner panic considerably, and they quickly reloaded their crossbows to aim and shoot. However, the blood wolves were too fast. They couldn't lock onto their mouths or eyes and ended up firing wildly. Dozens of bolts struck another blood wolf, but the crimson shadows ahead were already upon them. The stench from the blood wolf's gaping mouths assaulted their senses, nauseating. "Kill!" The old woman was the first to act, letting out a fierce cry as she raised her short blade, its cold glint reflecting the fading sunlight. Her body skimmed low to the ground, and as she neared the carriage, she suddenly leaped up, driving the blade straight into the maw of a charging blood wolf. Thud! The blood wolf king pounced with a gust of eerie wind, its razor-sharp claws slashing fiercely onto a carriage. In an instant, the carriage was torn apart, the tremendous force flipping it over and crushing 2 guards, who had no time to dodge beneath it. The terrified war horses, already rearing and neighing in panic, toppled and crashed heavily onto the ground. "Beast, your opponent is me." Guard Captain Su Jianfei swiftly drew a white longsword from its sheath. With a resounding clang, the blade sliced through the air like lightning, aiming a powerful strike at the blood wolf king's massive head. Leaving 5 guards to protect the veiled maiden, the remaining guards paired up in twos, one attacking, one defending, each facing a blood wolf. Years of battle had honed their seamless coordination, and the presence of the Su family's most beautiful young lady watching from behind further ignited their fighting spirit. For a moment, their momentum surged like a tidal wave, easily suppressing the blood wolf's charge. But the situation quickly reversed. Every time the guards swung their weapons, the red fur of the blood wolves would glow with a crimson light. Under this glow, the blood wolves became as slippery as loaches, deflecting most of the force from the strikes. After one round of combat, aside from the old woman severely injuring 2 blood wolves, the other guards had achieved nothing. The guard captain, Su Jianfei, appeared to attack fiercely and with great momentum, yet he failed to inflict even the slightest harm on the blood wolf king. If not for the guards' seamless coordination, casualties would have likely occurred immediately. Fortunately, the blood wolf pack was momentarily stunned by the guards' relentless attacks, focusing only on evasion and not yet launching a counterattack. It was clear that once the blood wolf pack regained their footing, the merchant caravan would quickly begin to collapse. Alas! The beautiful lady sighed softly, as if she had long anticipated this outcome. Shaking her head slightly, she spoke, "Su Jianfei will lead 10 men to cover our retreat. The rest of you, withdraw." "No!" The old woman brandished her short blade, slashing across the jaw of a blood wolf and sending a spray of crimson mist into the air. Turning back urgently, she cried out, "Miss, we can't abandon the goods. This is your first trade expedition. You absolutely cannot return in failure." Ha! Su Jianfei's white longsword emitted waves of energy, causing the air to ripple. With a sweeping strike that could fell 1,000 troops, he forced the blood wolf king back and turned to shout sternly, "Miss, you must not retreat. Trust me." The young lady's eyes showed not a trace of emotion, remaining utterly calm. She turned and stepped into the carriage, her voice resolute as it carried over. "Goods can be bought again if lost. One failed trade mission means nothing. But if people die, there's nothing left. This is an order. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the Su family. If you die, it will be in vain." Her seemingly cold words sent a shiver through everyone, yet they were deeply moved. The luxurious carriage began to gallop into the distance, while all the guards launched a frenzied attack to drive back the wolf pack before turning to follow. Go! The old woman let out a grief-stricken and furious cry, kicking a blood wolf away as she dashed toward the luxurious carriage. Ha! The moment she turned around, she suddenly noticed something that startled her. Her expression changed instantly as she shouted, "Child, have you lost your mind? Run, now!" The old woman's voice caused a group of people to turn their heads in surprise, and Su Jianfei also looked blankly in the direction of her gaze. In everyone's line of sight, a youth clad in a beast skin robe was swiftly jogging toward them, dragging a massive black wooden sword behind him. His mouth, however, seemed petrified with fear, still lying on the ground as it watched its owner charge toward the pack of blood wolves. Xiao Cheng. The old woman still remembered the youth's name, but at this moment, she along with everyone else thought the boy should be called an idiot. Could any sane person do something like this? Did he think he could repel the ferocious blood wolf with that frail body and that imposing wooden sword? The answer is yes. The boy suddenly accelerated, the wooden sword dragging behind him, carving a groove into the rubble-strewn ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. His speed increased rapidly, so fast that the onlooker's vision blurred. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound tore through the air as the massive wooden sword suddenly rose, carrying earth-shattering momentum, and slammed down onto the back of a blood wolf. Crack! The sound of snapping bones echoed. The blood wolf's blood armor ability couldn't withstand the overwhelming force of the wooden sword. The wolf's entire midsection caved in, half of its body was driven into the ground, and the surrounding earth cracked with tiny fissures. This! Su Jianfei's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. The old woman stopped fleeing, and many guards froze in place. They all stared at the blood wolf whimpering as it was cleaved into the ground, their minds filled with only one thought: how much strength would it take to achieve this? Whoosh! The unstoppable youth continued his frenzied charge, the black long sword leaving trails of afterimages in the air. Every blood wolf struck was immediately sent flying, foul black blood splattering across the sky, appearing dreamlike under the setting sun's glow. Su Jianfei gulped several times, muttering to himself, "White Tiger Realm, second level. How is this possible? Blood-blowing flower, the top young master of Blood Sun City, is only at the third level of the White Tiger Realm." The guards beside him trembled upon hearing Su Jianfei's words. They were well aware that warriors in this world were strictly classified into distinct levels based on their strength. Green Ox Realm, Black Panther Realm, White Tiger Realm, Blood Bear Realm, Purple Elephant Realm. Each realm was further divided into 3 tiers. Ordinary guards like them were mostly at the Green Ox Realm, with the strongest only reaching Black Panther Tier 2. Even their captain and the young lady's personal guard, Granny Lu, were merely at White Tiger Tier 1. But has this youth actually reached the second level of the White Tiger Realm? This defies all logic, as the youth clearly isn't from a prominent family and lacks the abundant resources that come with such lineage. How could someone so young possibly achieve the second level of the White Tiger Realm? Yet the undeniable truth before their eyes leaves no room for disbelief. What are you all standing around for? Counterattack! A clear, melodious voice snapped everyone out of their daze. The luxurious carriage had turned back, and the masked girl in fox fur stood once more on the carriage shaft, gazing at the youth charging like a tiger down the mountain in the distance. A peculiar glint flickered in her autumn water eyes. A youth who can travel alone in the wilderness is indeed no ordinary person. She should have realized that sooner. With the addition of this mysteriously formidable young man, the morale of the caravan's warriors soared. Like starving tigers unleashed, they charged at the remaining few blood wolves. Su Jianfei's long sword swept out streaks of sword shadows, growing fiercer with each strike, while Granny Lu's movements were as nimble as a ghost. The two engaged the Blood Wolf King, and the battle was soon completely under control. Ow! After one blood wolf after another let out agonized howls, the Blood Wolf King raised its head and let out a furious roar. Its sharp claws slashed wildly through the air, forcing Su Jianfei and Aunt Xian back before it turned and fled. The savage beasts have always been vengeful. Once a battle begins, it will be a fight to the death. The Blood Wolf King already possessed a hint of intelligence. It knew that continuing the bitter fight might lead to the annihilation of its entire pack. Of course, the most crucial point was that it saw Shao Chen's scruffy yellow mug stand up. From the cold gaze of that mongrel, it felt a tremor in its heart, an instinctive fear that savage beasts feel when facing a formidable enemy. Victory! We've protected the goods, hooray! Watching the wolf pack flee in terror and the severely injured blood wolves all being slain, some of the guards cheered. Protecting the cargo meant they would receive generous rewards upon returning to the Su family, allowing them to spend days in the finest brothels of Blood Sun City, embracing beautiful women and indulging in wine. Su Jianfei, invite that young hero over. A glimmer of amusement also flashed in the masked lady's eyes. She casually smoothed a few stray strands of hair and quietly wiped the sweat from her forehead. Su Jianfei sheathed his long sword and walked toward the young man with deep respect. Watching the youth wipe the blood off his wooden sword with a torn piece of cloth, he felt an overwhelming sense of awe. Just a few hours ago, he had wanted to teach this young man the harsh realities of the world with his fists. Now, the youth had shown him with a wooden sword what true strength meant. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Su Jianfei forced a smile, trying to appear as amiable as possible. Young man, my lady would like to invite you over for a moment. The youth named Shao Cheng glanced up at Su Jianfei but remained silent. After thoroughly wiping his wooden sword clean, he sheathed it into the scabbard on his back and wordlessly walked toward the stray dog. Miss, let me go instead. Watching the awkward Su Jianfei and the frowning young lady, Granny Lu strode toward Shao Cheng. When she reached him, she smiled kindly and said, Child, my lady means no harm. She simply wishes to express her gratitude. Shao Cheng grinned somewhat naively, scratching his head as he said, Granny, there's no need to thank me. My grandfather always said that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a flood. Since you've been good to me, I'll help you kill those beasts. Shao Chen's words were sincere, and his slightly shy, youthful face revealed him to be an inexperienced young man. He wore a crudely tailored animal skin robe, his skin somewhat rough, his hands calloused, and his body carried a faint odor from days without bathing. Not a scion of a noble family, alone and unfamiliar with worldly affairs, yet possessing formidable strength and extraordinary talent, he was an uncut gemstone. Granny Lu realized she had stumbled upon a treasure. If she could recruit such a genius into the Su family and nurture him with full support, within a few years, the Su family might produce a blood bear realm, or even a purple elephant realm expert. This young man could bring the Su family glory for a century. Granny Lu's smile deepened as she gestured toward the young lady of the Su family and said with a chuckle, Shao Cheng, would you do this old woman a favor and go meet my young lady? Shao Cheng scratched his head again, looking somewhat embarrassed as he replied, Granny, I think I'd better not. Granny Lu asked in confusion, why not? My young lady isn't a tiger. Shao Cheng grew even more bashful, lowering his head and mumbling, Grandpa told me that young women from the foot of the mountain are all poisonous, and the pretty ones are especially deadly. He warned me to be careful. Ha ha! Granny Lu laughed so hard her body shook, feeling quite moved. What an interesting little fellow he was. She casually patted Shao Chen's shoulder and said, all right then, I'll have someone arrange a carriage for you later. When we get to Blood Sun City, Granny will treat you to the finest dishes and the best wine. Great! Shao Chen's eyes lit up, and he grinned foolishly once more. The caravan quickly set off again, with 8 or 9 fewer horses and a few wagons, but 10 more blood wolf corpses. Although it was getting late, the scent of blood would attract more wild beasts. A caravan that frequently traveled the outskirts of the wilderness would never make such a basic mistake. Shao Chen's treatment had clearly improved. The guards were forced to walk, freeing up a separate wagon for him to ride in. None of the guards voiced any objections. Instead, their occasional glances toward that wagon carried a mix of awe and envy. In the desolate God continent, almost everyone practiced martial arts. Adult men could generally reach the first level of the Green Ox realm, while those who cultivated to the Black Panther realm were considered experts. For an ordinary martial artist to reach the White Tiger realm, they needed exceptional talent and immense perseverance, though it would be easier with the full support of a major family. Shao Cheng hailed from the wilderness, clad in animal hide robes, clearly of humble origins. Yet his strength was astonishingly formidable. The reversal from a beggar boy to a genius was such a dramatic shift that it was no surprise it stirred envy. The caravan moved forward in silence. That intelligent and beautiful young lady did not appear again, and Granny Lu remained inside the lady's carriage, seemingly having forgotten about Xiaocheng. After night had completely fallen, the caravan found another place to rest. Setting up camp, arranging small traps, posting guards, and tending to the wounded, the guards were kept busy. Granny Lu stepped down from the young lady's carriage and walked straight into Xiaocheng's carriage. She didn't say much, only offering a few kind words of concern before turning to leave. The night was as cool as water. Inside the carriage, Xiaocheng felt no drowsiness. Sitting cross-legged, he petted the large yellow dog sleeping soundly beside him. His gaze, filled with sorrow, looked out the window toward the direction of the great wasteland through his pure eyes. The large yellow dog, disturbed from its deep slumber, opened its eyes somewhat impatiently, then turned its head and closed them again to continue sleeping. Xiaocheng glanced at the dog and sighed softly, saying, "Da Huan, do you think Grandpa might be too lonely all alone in the mountains?" The yellow dog still didn't lift its head, merely letting out a casual whimper in response to Xiaocheng's words. "Grandpa, don't worry, Xiaocheng will definitely help you find the dragonheart grass. Wait for me to return." A glint of determination flashed in Xiaocheng's eyes. After murmuring these words, he placed his hands on his knees and closed his eyes to begin meditating. Only then did the yellow dog beside him raise its head to cast an indifferent glance at Xiaocheng before narrowing its eyes and drifting back into deep sleep. The next day, before dawn had fully broken, the guards were already up, setting out pots to cook. They even made a special trip several miles away to fetch 2 buckets of clean water for the young lady to wash with, and brought half a bucket for Xiaocheng. The guards sent over a large plate of roasted blood wolf meat to Xiaocheng. He didn't eat much of it. Instead, most of it was devoured by his big yellow dog. After breakfast, the caravan quickly set off, racing eastward. Many of the lower-ranked guards, though on foot, kept pace effortlessly behind the carriages. After traveling for 2 or 3 hours, the terrain ahead began to level out, and the guards quickened their steps even more, their faces bright with excitement and ease. Xiaocheng stopped meditating and sat on the carriage, curiously surveying his surroundings. Gazing at the flat official road and the distant small villages, his clear eyes sparkled, as if everything was fresh and fascinating. The road home is always so smooth and straight. The caravan raced away in a cloud of dust, not stopping for lunch or rest at noon. Before the sun had even set, they finally reached their ultimate destination, Blossom City. This entire area was the territory of the Slaughtergout tribe. Blossom City wasn't large, merely a small town in the western part of the Slaughtergout tribe. Despite its size, the moss on the city walls and the weathered spots on the gates bore witness to the city's long and ancient history. Everyone in the Su family caravan wore a faint smile upon seeing the familiar city. It felt so good to be home. Guards stood at the city gates, and civilians moved in and out. However, upon spotting the banner hanging from the lead carriage, everyone showed expressions of reverence. The Su family, as the wealthiest clan in Blossom City, had spent a century establishing its status and prestige. At the city gate, not only were there guards, but also a young nobleman dressed in fine robes accompanied by 2 servants. Seeing the merchant convoy approaching, the rather handsome young man quickly dismounted and hurried forward, his face full of urgency as he said, "Cousin, you finally returned. I was worried sick about you." "Greetings, young Master Ning." Su Jianfei quickly dismounted and bowed, while the guards behind him also gazed respectfully at the young nobleman. However, the young master's attention was clearly not on them, as his eyes were fixed intently on the luxurious carriage, burning with fervor. "Cousin, I'm tired. Let's return to the estate first." The beautiful lady inside the carriage did not step out, merely uttering these words indifferently. The light in the young nobleman's eyes dimmed momentarily, but he immediately smiled and said, Of course. Let's go, back to the Su estate." The carriage swiftly headed towards the city. Inside the rear carriage, Xiaocheng's eyes grew even brighter as he practically pressed himself against the window, gazing around with boundless curiosity. He took in the broad streets, orderly buildings, countless shops and stalls, and the ceaseless flow of carriages and crowds. His face was filled with curiosity and excitement, along with a hint of nervousness. He didn't resemble the formidable warrior who had slain the blood wolf, but rather an innocent and naive child. Creak! The carriage came to a stop in front of a grand mansion. The beautiful Miss Sue, assisted by an elderly woman, stepped down and gave a slight nod to the ingratiatingly smiling young Master Ning and the servants waiting outside the mansion. Young Master Ning gazed at the delicate figure before him, his eyes revealing a hint of heartache. With a mix of sighs, he said, "Cousin, you've grown thinner. Your Sue family truly has some strange customs. Why must there be such a rule for a maiden merchant's first journey? Come inside quickly. Uncle has already prepared a banquet to welcome you and wash away the dust of your travels." Young Master Ning bent down to assist Miss Sue, but she subtly withdrew, effortlessly evading his touch. Ignoring him and without entering the gate, she instead walked toward the last carriage under the bewildered gazes of the onlookers. Bowing slightly, she said, "Young Master Shao, this is Qingyi's home. Please alight and come inside for a cup of wine, so Qingyi may express her gratitude." Young Master Shao. Young Master Ning's expression instantly turned sharp, his lips twitching. The aura of hostility around him made the nearby servants shrink back slightly. For over a decade, he had never seen Miss Sue treat a man with such courtesy and sincerity since he first met her. The carriage curtain was lifted, and Shao Cheng stepped down with the big yellow dog. His eyes were now calm, devoid of the childlike curiosity from moments before. He first grinned at Granny Lu before casting a composed glance at Miss Sue and said indifferently, "I'm no gentleman. Just call me Shao Cheng." Miss Sue was taken aback but nodded and gestured politely. "Brother Shao, you must be older than Qingyi, right? Let me call you Elder Brother Shao." "Elder Brother Shao, please." Shao Cheng walked silently toward the gate, but before he could reach it, a figure blocked his path. Young Master Ning's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Shao Cheng and demanded in a low voice, "Elder Brother Shao. Cousin, who is he?" Shao Cheng slightly furrowed his brows, while Miss Sue beside him suddenly turned cold, her tone icy as she said, "Cousin Ning, please mind your status. Brother Shao is a guest I invited." "A guest?" Young Master Ning, sensing the chill in Miss Sue's words, showed no intention of backing down. Instead, he sneered and glared at her, his voice frosty as he retorted, "I've waited on you hand and foot for years, tending to your every need. Today, knowing you'd return, I waited at the city gates the entire day, yet you didn't even spare me a glance. And now you call this little beggar Brother Shao. Qingyi, in your eyes, am I even less than a beggar?" Faced with young Master Ning's accusations and his contorted expression, Miss Sue visibly flustered and whispered, "Cousin, can we discuss this later? Don't he embarrass us in front of our guest?" Seeing Miss Sue's pleading gaze, young Master Ning inexplicably felt a surge of satisfaction. He glanced sideways at Shao Cheng and sneered, "Guest? What kind of guest is he? Carrying a wooden sword and pretending to be a master? To me, he looks just like a beggar." Being called a beggar several times in a row, Shao Chen's expression remained largely unperturbed, though he raised an eyebrow slightly in annoyance. "Can you speak more politely? Didn't your family teach you any manners?" "Bah!" Young Master Ning opened his mouth, intending to hurl more insults, but suddenly his pupils contracted. He saw Shao Cheng move swift as the wind, his hand darting out like lightning. Before Ning could react, Shao Cheng had seized his throat and lifted him effortlessly, suspending him midair. After Shao Cheng made his move, his expression remained utterly calm, though his eyes had turned icy. He looked up at the young Master Ning, whose neck was now in his grip, and spoke in a chilling tone, "If you dare insult me again, I will kill you." "You!" Young Master Ning was furious, but as he met those cold eyes, he found himself unable to utter a single word. Instead, his entire body felt as if it had been plunged into icy water in the dead of winter. He had seen that days before 5 years ago, when a Violet Elephant Realm expert had slaughtered over 100 people in Longyao City. He had no doubt that Shao Cheng would truly kill him. The servants at the door stirred uneasily, while Su Jianfei and the group of guards behind him exchanged glances, their hearts once again filled with shock. This young Master Ning was at the peak of the Black Panther realm, yet he had been subdued in a single move. And the proud and arrogant young master, humiliated like this, didn't he even dare to utter a single word of defiance? Brother Shao, my cousin is being immature. Please don't take it to heart. Miss Su's eyes also revealed a hint of something unusual as she spoke with some embarrassment. The elderly Mrs. Liu nearby quickly stepped in to mediate, saying, Shao Cheng, do me a favor and let it go. Shao Cheng seemed not to have heard Miss Su's words. It wasn't until Mrs. Liu spoke that he casually flung young Master Ning aside, tossing him to the ground. His eyes quickly regained their calmness. He glanced sideways at Mrs. Liu and said indifferently, My grandfather also said, if someone treats you poorly, repay them tenfold. Ruthless, unruly, impulsive, and reckless. Granny Liu and Miss Su exchanged glances, adding a few more words to their assessment of Shao Cheng. Miss Su gave Granny Liu a look, prompting her to quickly step forward and lead Shao Cheng and the big yellow dog inside. Miss Su paused mid-step, glancing sideways at young Master Ning, who had risen to his feet and was about to draw his sword and charge inside. She said coldly, his strength is at the second level of the White Tiger realm. Feel free to try if you have a death wish. Watching young Master Ning freeze in place, his face alternating between pale and flushed, Miss Su's beautiful eyes flickered with disdain. With a soft sigh, she lifted her foot and walked inside. Why are these young masters always so dull? With so many young masters in the vast Blood Sun City, she truly couldn't find a single one worthy of her attention. Su Jianfei and the others also followed inside, leaving young Master Ning standing at the door with a face full of resentment, his desolate figure accompanied by the red lantern swaying in the wind, a rather pitiful sight. The Su family residence was very large, divided into the front courtyard, middle courtyard, and rear courtyard. Apart from Su Jianfei, the guards were all taken to the front courtyard where arrangements were made for them. Accompanied by Miss Su and Granny Liu, Shao Cheng walked toward the middle courtyard. When he saw a large crowd standing outside a spacious courtyard to welcome him, he frowned slightly and stopped. He turned to Granny Liu and said, Granny, could you arrange a separate room for me? I don't like crowded places. Granny Liu was taken aback and glanced at Miss Su. After receiving her approval, she led Shao Cheng straight to the rear courtyard. Miss Su watched Shao Cheng's retreating figure until he was out of sight, then smiled and walked forward. She bowed slightly before a slightly plump middle-aged man and said, Qingyi greets father, the three elders, and elder brother. Su Jianfei also bowed respectfully and said, I pay my respects to the clan leader, the three elders, and the young clan leader. Let's go inside and talk. A middle-aged man dressed in wealthy merchant attire, with an air of affluence, gave a faint nod and glanced in the direction where Shao Cheng had departed before turning to walk inside. Though he didn't seem particularly pleased by his daughter's return, those familiar with his temperament knew that his mere presence to greet her was a sign of his deep affection for her. The three middle-aged elders smiled with satisfaction, also casting a glance in the direction Shao Cheng had left before turning to enter the hall. Another young man, far more handsome than young Master Ning, looked displeased and asked Miss Su, Qingyi, who was that? How could he be so ill-mannered? Su Qingyi offered no explanation and instead replied with a smile, Elder brother, let us go inside and talk. Humph, country bumpkins will always be country bumpkins. The young nobleman in fine brocade muttered as he walked inside. Su Qingyi shook his head and followed. The Su family truly lived up to their reputation as the wealthiest clan in Blood Sun City. The great hall was extravagantly luxurious, snow-white floor rugs, red sandalwood square tables, then incense wafting an intoxicating fragrance, tables laden with fine wine and delicacies, and several maids standing by, all showcasing the Su family's immense wealth. Su Digua, the patriarch of the Su family, raised his wine cup with a forced smile. Only after Su Qingyi and Su Jianfei had taken their seats did he raise his cup from afar and say, Come, let's drink to Qingyi's first successful trading expedition. Everyone quickly stood up with smiles and drank together. Su Digua waved his hand to signal them to sit down, then casually glanced at Su Qingyi and asked, Qingyi, did everything go smoothly this time? Su Qingyi removed her veil as soon as she entered, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face. Women who often wear veils usually do so either because they are too beautiful or too unattractive. Clearly, Su Qingyi belonged to the former, as evidenced by the fervent gaze of Su Jianfei. Su Qingyi smiled gracefully, like 100 flowers blooming, and gently shook her head. Thank you for your concern, father. It went fairly smoothly. Beside her, Su Jianfei snapped out of his daze, averted his gaze, and immediately stood up. Fairly smoothly. This trade journey was anything but smooth. We encountered bandits 6 times, wild beast attacks 11 times, and on our way back, we were even ambushed by a blood wolf king and nearly 20 blood wolves. If not for the young lady's wisdom and quick thinking, I might not have survived to serve the clan leader again. Third-class savage beast, blood wolf king. Su Digua's expression darkened, and the 3 elders also frowned tightly. The young master referred to as the young clan leader by Su Jianfei, however, wore a mocking expression as he asked, with so many savage beasts, how come none of you died? Could it be you're just bragging? Su Jianfei's face flushed red instantly, but he suppressed his anger and dared not retort. Su Qingyi lowered her eyelids and shook her head slightly. The 3 elders exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. Su Digua slammed the table, stood up in fury, and shouted, You worthless fool! How did I end up with such an idiot? Get out! Seeing Su Digua's rage, the young clan leader sheepishly slipped away, still muttering under his breath, which only worsened Su Digua's already foul mood. Su Jianfei wouldn't casually speak nonsense about such a major matter. Last year, when the young clan leader Su Ruhu embarked on his first trade journey, he took twice as many guards, yet returned with no goods at all and lost half his men. Now, seeing Su Qingyi return safely, instead of just being jealous, he's actually making sarcastic remarks. Would he be happy if all the Su family members had died? At this thought, Su Digua cast a deep glance at Su Qingyi and sighed faintly. This child is so outstanding, what a pity she's a girl. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, an elder quickly intervened, saying, Qingyi, the route you took should have been along the outskirts of the Great Barren, right? How did you encounter a pack of blood wolves? How did you manage to escape later? The elder's question caught Su Digua's attention. Su Qingyi pondered for a moment before explaining with a bitter smile, I'm still not sure why the blood wolves appeared. We didn't escape, instead, we killed some of them. Father, you saw that young man earlier, didn't you? He was the one who killed most of the blood wolves. Su Jianfei also quickly nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, that young man is incredibly strong. He has already reached the 2nd level of the White Tiger realm, and his combat prowess is extraordinary. I doubt I could last more than 3 moves against him. What? Su Digua and the 3 elders' eyes lit up simultaneously. Su Digua's plump face turned solemn as he asked in a deep voice, Tell us the details of what happened. Su Jianfei gulped down a cup of fine wine and immediately began recounting with great enthusiasm. At the time, we were on the outskirts of the great wilderness when this young man appeared alone, carrying a wooden sword and accompanied by a stray dog. He asked us to give him a ride. Su Jianfei had a strong storytelling ability, recounting the events exactly as they happened without missing a single detail, including the confrontation with young Master Ning at the Su family gate, neither omitting nor exaggerating anything. After listening, Su Digua and the 3 elders fell silent. The 4 exchanged glances, each seeing the astonishment in the other's eyes. They had all just encountered Shao Cheng face to face and could clearly discern that this youth was at least 16 or 17 years old. Such combat prowess at such a young age deeply shocked them. After a moment of contemplation, Su Digua suddenly stood up again and declared, Qingyi, from now on, you are to disregard all other matters and do everything possible to keep this young man in the Su family. Whatever he wants, you give it to him. The 3 elders also nodded firmly. They understood all too well that in the desolate God continent, wealth alone was not something to be proud of. Without a powerful martial artist to deter threats, it would only invite endless calamities. The Su family was very wealthy, but the only Violet Elephant Realm elder in the clan passed away half a year ago, leaving the Su family suddenly vulnerable to threats from all sides. The Su family urgently needed a powerful figure to stabilize their position and sought to recruit a prodigiously talented young genius to nurture. Born in the wilderness, only 16 or 17 years old, yet already at the second level of the White Tiger realm. Shao Chen's talent surpassed even that of Blood Blossom, the top young master of Blood Sun City. He was worth any price the Su family had to pay to win him over. Unaware that he had become a coveted prize, eyed by several of the Su family's top figures, Shao Chen sat in a small courtyard at that moment, gnawing on half a roasted suckling pig, while his big yellow dog crouched beside him, chewing on the other half. Hee, child, no need to rush. No one's going to take it from you. Beside him sat Granny Lu with a kindly expression, watching the young man, who was eating in an extremely crude manner, occasionally looking up with a toothy grin. She found it hard to connect this image with the ruthless and utterly indifferent demeanor he had displayed outside the gate earlier, as if the young man wore a mask of pretense in front of others. After Shao Chen had eaten and drunk his fill, Granny Lu waved for the maids to clear the table, then asked with a smile, "Child, you can stay here peacefully. If you need anything, just tell Granny. Treat this place as your own home." Shao Chen rubbed his belly and said gratefully, "Granny, you're so kind to me. You're such a sweet talker, just like my grandson. You even look like him." Granny Lu chuckled, but as she spoke, her expression gradually darkened. Shao Chen pondered thoughtfully, guessing that Granny Lu had allowed the caravan to take him along because he resembled her grandson. No wonder the way she looked at him was so gentle and kind, which was also why he felt a special fondness for this elderly woman. After a moment of contemplation, he finally asked in a low voice, "Granny, what happened to your grandson?" "He's dead." Granny Lu closed her eyes in pain, gritting her teeth as she said, "A year ago, he offended the eldest son of the Yu family, and 3 days later, he suddenly died." Shao Chen didn't know what the Yu family was, but he could sense Granny Lu's current loneliness and desolation, feeling somewhat empathetic. His gaze gradually grew misty as he stared out the window and murmured quietly, "During my absence, is grandfather equally lonely and desolate alone in the great wilderness?" Granny Lu remained sorrowful for a while before forcing a smile and standing up, saying, "Child, you should rest. Stay here peacefully, and tomorrow Granny will take you shopping for new clothes." However, Shao Chen suddenly shook his head and said, "No, Granny, I'll be leaving tomorrow. I have matters to attend to. I need to go to a major city." Granny Lu was taken aback and then asked in confusion, "Child, why do you want to go to a big city? Isn't Blood Sun City big enough for you?" Shao Chen lowered his head and remained silent for a long time before looking up and saying, "My grandfather was poisoned after being attacked by a wild beast and can only hold on for 3 more years. I need to find Dragonheart grass to treat him. He said it can only be found in big cities, like the main city of the God-Lair tribe's Lair Emperor City." "I see." Granny Lu nodded. She had never even heard of Dragonheart grass before. This young man was so powerful, so his grandfather must be an extraordinary person as well. If someone of that caliber was poisoned, no ordinary remedy would suffice. She had considered keeping the young man in the Lu family to nurture him, but it seemed she would have to let go of that idea. She patted Shao Chen's shoulder and smiled kindly, saying, "All right then, get some rest early. Grandma will see you off tomorrow morning." Dragonheart grass? Su Qing sat in an elegantly decorated room, her beautiful brows furrowing after listening to Granny Lu's report. Her father had just instructed her to keep Shao Chen at all costs, yet Shao Chen was planning to leave tomorrow. She was well aware of the predicament the Su family was facing and understood Shao Chen's value. Waving her hand, she dismissed Granny Lu to rest, then sat alone in the room, lost in thought. The candlelight flickered, casting a fiery glow on her flower-like delicate face, adding a touch of charm to her beauty. She had just turned 16, the age when a young girl sheds her childishness and begins to blossom. Her extraordinary intelligence and a temperament more composed than her peers made her appear much more mature, exuding an exceptional aura. Without much thought, she quickly rose and headed straight to her father's courtyard, only to find him absent. A maidservant informed her that Su Diguo was spending the night at the second concubine's quarters and would not receive guests. Su Qing sighed softly. She knew that her elder brother, Su Ruhu, had completely dashed her father's hopes, prompting him to plan for another son to inherit the family business. Her mother had passed away many years ago, and Su Digua had never taken a concubine until last year, when Su Ruhu's failed business venture led him to immediately marry a young concubine. It was clear just how deeply disappointed Su Ruhu had made Su Digua. She chose not to disturb Su Digua's plans for fathering another child and instead went alone to the family's library. There, she read late into the night, not returning to her boudoir until the wee hours, her delicate body exhausted as she fell into a deep sleep. Before dawn, she suddenly awoke and immediately called her maids to begin dressing and grooming. She rarely used rouge and powder, but today she deliberately applied some and lightly penciled her brows. Naturally beautiful to begin with, the makeup instantly enhanced her radiance, leaving her maids in awe. With a charming smile at the bronze mirror, she stood up and, accompanied by Granny Lu who had risen early, headed straight for Shao Chen's small courtyard. Ha! Even before nearing the courtyard, the deep shouts of a martial artist practicing could be heard. Her eyes brightened, and she nodded subtly in approval. Those with exceptional martial talent may cultivate faster than others, but without diligent and arduous training, they will ultimately end up like young Master Ning, a silver spearhead that looks impressive but is useless in practice. The two slowed their steps and quietly entered the courtyard. At a glance, Granny Lu's face bore an even more benevolent expression, while Su Qingyi's delicate cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Yet, her gaze remained fixed as if drawn by a magnet, unable to look away. In the courtyard, Shao Cheng, clad in black trousers and bare-chested, was practicing swordplay with a massive black wooden sword. His current appearance was a far cry from his frail physique the day before. His bulging muscles, broad chest, and perfectly toned waist exuded an aesthetic of raw power. Especially striking was the 10-inch-long scar on his chest, which carried an eerie charm that made Su Qingyi's breath quicken. This is what a real man is. Su Qingyi had always believed that scars were a man's medals, and only a man who had experienced life and death could be considered a true man. Shao Chen's sword practice was simple, just holding a massive wooden sword and continuously slashing, chopping, and thrusting. His movements were straightforward yet practical, executed at high speed. Each slash and chop carried a howling gust of wind. He was utterly focused while practicing, his eyes as cold as a bloodthirsty wolf. He must have been at it for a while, as sweat had drenched his hair and chest, making his muscles glisten under the light, further accentuating his masculine vigor and charm. Whoosh! Suddenly, Shao Cheng swiftly turned his long sword, gripping it with both hands as he leaped into the air with a powerful stomp. The black wooden sword, carrying the sound of wind and thunder, came slashing down fiercely toward Su Qingyi. Ah! Su Qingyi's strength wasn't particularly weak, but at this moment, when she met Shao Chen's icy gaze filled with boundless killing intent, her soul seemed to freeze. Her delicate body trembled, her legs weakened, and for the first time, she felt death was so close. Shao Cheng, it's us. Granny Lu reacted swiftly, snapping out of it immediately and shouting loudly. Whoosh! The wooden sword stopped half a meter in front of Su Qingyi's forehead. The swift downward slash stirred a fierce gust of wind, tousling the strands of hair on her forehead and blurring her vision. Sorry, I didn't know it was you. The long sword was withdrawn. Shao Cheng uttered indifferently, sheathed the wooden sword, and turned to walk back into the room, revealing an even longer and deeper scar on his back. Miss, are you alright? Granny Lu asked with concern. Su Qingyi took a deep breath and forced a smile, saying, Is this what they call killing intent? It's terrifying. Granny Lu nodded thoughtfully and said, This child's killing intent is extremely heavy. Even if he hasn't killed many people, he must have slain countless beasts or savage creatures. Su Qingyi stood for a while until her face was no longer as pale. Only then did she lift her foot to step toward the room. Granny Lu reminded her, Miss, he might be bathing. Su Qingyi's face instantly flushed red, and she quickly turned around, closing her eyes. Yet, her mind was filled with the image of that strangely captivating, robust figure. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. After waiting for a moment, faint footsteps could be heard in the room. Shao Cheng had changed into his animal skin robe, carrying his tattered bundle, with a wooden sword on his back, and followed by the big yellow dog as he stepped out. Grandma, I'm leaving now. I'll come to see you again when I return. Shao Cheng gave his signature silly grin, scratched his head, and with a cupped fist salute, turned to walk outside. Grandma Lu hurried after him, pulling a small bundle from her bosom and said in a low voice, "Child, here's some travel money. Be careful on the road." Surprisingly, Shao Cheng didn't refuse this time. His gaze only grew gentler as he nodded firmly and said, "Thank you, Grandma." Su Qi watched Shao Cheng's retreating figure, her mind somewhat dazed, wondering inwardly whether his true nature was that of a cold and ruthless person or the naive and simple youth he appeared to be. When Shao Cheng turned and headed toward the gate, she suddenly snapped out of her daze and hurriedly called out, "Brother Shao, there's no dragonheart grass in Shaodi City. If you keep wandering around aimlessly like this, I guarantee you won't find it even in 10 years. Shao Chen's footsteps abruptly halted. He spun around sharply, his piercing gaze locking onto Su Qi. After glancing briefly at Granny Lu, he asked, "You're not lying to me?" Su Qi gave a faint smile, took a deep breath, and averted her eyes from Shao Chen's intense stare before speaking softly. "Dragonheart grass grows in places of extreme yin and is cold in nature. Its appearance resembles that of a dragon, hence its name. It's a 5th-grade spirit herb, not only capable of helping martial artists consolidate their foundation and nurture their vitality, but also effective in countering the poisons of the Taotai and Pishu. Since you came from the great wilderness, and there's a 5th-grade savage beast, the Pishu, in the nearby wilderness, I assume the poison your grandfather suffered must have been left by the Pishu." Shao Chen's gaze grew even sharper. He remained silent, staring fixedly at Su Qi. At this moment, he didn't care whether Granny Lu had relayed their conversation to Su Qi. All he wanted to know was where he could find dragonheart grass. Su Qi turned her head leisurely, gazing calmly at Shao Cheng with a glint of wisdom in her eyes. She smiled composedly and said, "Dragonheart grass is extremely rare. In the past 3 years, only 1 stalk of dragonheart grass was auctioned in the Slayer Emperor City, which was bought by the Slayer family for 80,000 taels of purple gold and given to the first young master of Slayer Emperor City, Shao Buhuai, to consume. It was precisely because of this dragonheart grass that Shao Buhuai, at the age of 19, saw his strength soar to the 1st level of the Blood Bear realm. Therefore, at this moment, dragonheart grass in the Slayer God tribe is priceless. 80,000 taels of purple gold." A trace of gloom appeared in Shao Chen's eyes. His grandfather had once told him that purple gold was the universal currency of the desolate god continent and was extremely valuable. He had even joked that with Shao Chen's current level of strength, if he worked as a guard for someone, he would earn at most a few dozen taels of purple gold a year. Noticing the gloom in Shao Chen's eyes, Su Qing's beautiful eyes brightened even more. She spoke up, "Brother Shao, as long as you agree to one condition of mine, I can guarantee that within 2 years, even if it means exhausting all the resources of the Su family, I will help you obtain dragonheart grass." Shao Chen's gaze grew intense as he suddenly turned to Su Qi and asked in a deep voice, "What conditions?" Su Qi smiled and said, "Join the Su family. Devote yourself wholeheartedly to serving us. Not only can I guarantee you'll obtain the dragonheart grass, but I'll also promise you a lifetime of wealth and honor." Shao Cheng lowered his gaze, his brows furrowed as if deep in thought. Granny Lu looked at Su Qi, who was speaking eloquently, and couldn't help but sigh in the same way as Su Diguo. What a pity she was born a girl. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be the next clan leader of the Su family, and under her leadership, the Su family would surely flourish. "No!" Shao Chen's resolute answer snapped Granny Lu out of her reverie, and Su Qingyi was also taken aback, sensing trouble. Just as expected. Shao Cheng raised his head and said firmly, "Grandfather once said, better be the head of a dog than the tail of a lion. Even if I were to bring back the dragonheart grass as a servant of your Su family, Grandfather would never take it. Miss Su, thank you for your kindness. Farewell." Shao Cheng cupped his hands in a salute, turned, and left without hesitation. Su Qing's small mouth parted slightly, her beautiful eyes darting around as she finally processed his words and exclaimed, "Wait." Shao Cheng paused but did not turn back, only replying coldly, "Is there anything else, Miss Su?" Su Qing forced a smile and said, Everyone has their own aspirations, and I won't press you. But Brother Shao, searching blindly like this won't help you find the Dragonheart grass. How about this, stay here for now, and I'll immediately send people to investigate. At the latest, we'll have news of the Dragonheart grass within 2 months. You can leave then, it's the least I can do to repay you for saving our lives. Shao Cheng turned around again, his gaze icy as he stared at Su Qingyi for a moment before speaking. You're not lying to me, are you? I despised being deceived more than anything. Of course not. Su Qingyi avoided his piercing gaze and replied firmly. Our Su family's business spans the entire Godslayer tribe. We'll surely have news within 2 months. Fine. I'll impose on you for 2 months then. Shao Cheng turned and walked into the courtyard, heading straight for the room. At the doorway, he slightly tilted his head to glance at Su Qingyi and said coldly, My grandfather only has 3 years left to life. If there's no news within 2 months, I won't be happy. Su Qingyi paled in fright under Shao Cheng's icy gaze. He had just unleashed his killing intent again, clearly warning her that the consequences would be severe if she dared to deceive him. Miss, can we really find the Dragonheart grass? Granny Lu glanced worriedly at Shao Cheng's retreating figure. This unruly young man, if driven to madness, was capable of anything. Su Qingyi patted her slightly raised chest, lowered her brows, and murmured, We must find him even if it's difficult. Shao Cheng must stay with the Su family. I have an inexplicable feeling that this young man might bring the Su family a century of glory and prosperity. Su Diguo was in a particularly good mood today. He had spent a fortune to buy a courtesan from the top brothel in Blood Song City as his second concubine, and it was indeed worth every penny. The girls from such establishments truly knew how to serve a man skilled in singing, dancing, and all manner of entertainment, making his old bones feel rejuvenated. Adding to his joy was the safe return of his beloved daughter, who had also brought back a mysterious and powerful young man. The thought of it made his mood even brighter. This precious daughter of his, who looked down on the talented young man of Blood Song City, had never disappointed him since childhood. The only regret was that she was born a girl. He was leisurely sitting in the courtyard, enjoying the comfortable massage and teasing from his second concubine, preparing for another round of intimate play, when a maid entered to announce that Su Qingyi was requesting an audience. He waved his hand, and the seductive second concubine behind him obediently withdrew. He then gestured for the maid to bring Su Qingyi in. Seeing her furrowed brows, he couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. With a stern expression, he asked, What's the matter, Qingyi? Su Qingyi let out a slight sigh and recounted the matter concerning Shao Cheng. Su Diguo's good mood instantly darkened. He closed his eyes in silence, one hand tapping rhythmically on the table. After a long while, Su Diguo opened his eyes and looked at Su Qingyi, asking, How do you think we should handle this matter? Su Qingyi had clearly thought this through as she walked in. She spoke up, Shao Cheng must stay with the Su family. For now, we need to proceed in 2 steps. First, mobilize all the family's resources to gather information about the Dragonheart grass, and second, do everything possible to win Shao Cheng over. Su Diguo nodded in satisfaction, fixing his gaze on Su Qingyi as he asked sternly, What do you mean by everything possible? Su Qingyi averted her eyes, her cheeks flushing slightly as she gritted her teeth and replied, Money, cultivation techniques, spiritual herbs, and if all else fails, there's me. A trace of guilt flashed in Su Diguo's eyes, but he decisively waved his hand and said, Go ahead. I leave this matter entirely in your hands. I only care about the results. Su Qingyi drifted away, and Su Diguo's eyes instantly turned cold. After a moment, he muttered in a low voice, Shao Cheng, is it? I've even sacrificed my daughter for this. If you still don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for turning against you. Su Diguo nodded, and Su Qingyi immediately began mobilizing all the family's resources to gather information about Dragonheart grass. She also instructed Granny Lu to keep Shao Cheng company whenever possible. She understood very well that this mysterious young man maintained an aloof indifference toward others, yet harbored a peculiar fondness for Granny Lu alone. Shao Cheng's temperament was strange. Sometimes he seemed like an inexperienced, naive youth, other times like a reckless, unruly brute, and still other times like a cold-blooded, ruthless demon. Young Master Ning was so frightened by him that day that he didn't even dare to stay for dinner at the Su residence, hastily returning to the Ning family with his entourage that very night. Su Qingyi was undoubtedly a very intelligent woman otherwise. She wouldn't have looked down upon the outstanding young talents of Blood Sun City. She understood that with someone like Shao Cheng, one couldn't rush things. The only way was to gradually open his heart, bit by bit, until he fully accepted the Su family. Thus, for 2 days, Su Qingyi had not shown herself, only sending Granny Lu to visit him 3 times daily, offering warm greetings and care. It wasn't until dusk on the 3rd day that she finally dressed up, deliberately choosing a pink long dress paired with a snow-white shawl. Carrying a treasured manual from the Su family's collection, she went with Granny Lu to Shao Chen's courtyard. Ha! Ha! A series of deep shouts echoed from the courtyard. Shao Cheng was practicing again. Su Qingyi had learned from Granny Lu that Shao Cheng would practice his sword at dawn and dusk, spending the rest of his time cultivating in his room, never once stepping beyond the courtyard gates. Seeing that perfect bare upper body again, with the ferocious scars on his back, Su Qingyi's autumn water eyes lit up. The more she interacted with this young man, the more mysterious he seemed, a little man with a story. Shao Cheng noticed the two entering and, unsurprised, stopped practicing his swordplay. He nodded at Granny Lu before heading into the room. Moments later, he emerged wearing clean clothes and carrying his wooden sword. Clothes make the man, as a saddle makes the horse. The new outfit Granny Lu had specially prepared for Shao Cheng fit him perfectly. Though it was just an ordinary black warrior's robe, it added a touch of handsomeness to his delicate features. The well-tailored robe also accentuated his flawless physique, even though he still appeared to be a frail young boy on the surface. Miss Su, any news? There was a small pavilion next to the side courtyard. Seeing the two seated there, Shao Cheng strolled over eagerly and asked with some urgency. It's only been 3 days, hasn't it? How could it be this fast? Su Qingyi rolled her eyes at Shao Cheng. That subconscious gesture, combined with her delicate oval face, willow-leaf eyebrows, phoenix eyes, and today's specially chosen attire, gave her a uniquely charming allure. The blend of innocence and sensuality had a powerful impact on young men. At least Shao Chen's gaze instantly became intoxicated. Grandpa didn't lie to me. Women are indeed poisonous. This woman is formidable. Just one glance nearly made me lose my composure. Shao Cheng quickly regained his clarity, his gaze becoming clear again. He nodded slightly with a hint of disappointment before turning and walking away. What an unromantic man. A flicker of disappointment also passed through Su Qingyi's eyes. She had clearly seen the infatuation in Shao Chen's gaze moments ago, a look she had witnessed all too often. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had sobered up and was already leaving. Ever since she made her appearance in Blood Sun City 2 years ago, which young master hadn't wished to linger by her side day and night? Brother Shao, wait a moment. Su Qingyi stood up and called out. Shao Cheng turned around with a gloomy expression and asked coldly, Is there anything else, Miss Su? Take a look at this. Su Qingyi revealed the purpose of her visit, taking out a manual wrapped in yellow cloth from her sleeve. With a faint smile, she said, I think this might be useful to you. Granny Lu also spoke up. Child, come and take a look. When Granny Lu spoke, Shao Cheng would always oblige. He stepped into the pavilion, puzzled as he lifted the yellow cloth to reveal a somewhat ancient book. Picking it up, he flipped through the pages, his frown deepening as he muttered in confusion, 1000 Jin slash. Is this a desolate technique? To be precise, it's a 5th grade desolate technique. Su Qingyi didn't offer much explanation, but a hint of pride still flashed in her eyes. This was one of the only 3 5th grade desolate techniques in the Su family. If this secret technique were to be auctioned, it would fetch at least 5,000 gold. Shao Chen's eyes lit up. He knew about desolate techniques. They were divine abilities created by powerful martial artists in this world. Often, a single formidable desolate technique could significantly enhance a warrior's combat strength. Many things in this world were classified into 9 grades, such as desolate beasts, divine weapons, and even the desolate technique in his hand. The desolate god continent was a world ruled by martial artists, where the strong held absolute authority. Here, everyone practiced martial arts, all aspiring to become powerful enough to control life and death, amass greater wealth and influence, and win the favor of beautiful women. However, many were limited by their innate talents, never able to step into the ranks of true martial artists in their lifetime. Green Ox Realm, Black Panther Realm, White Tiger Realm, Blood Bear Realm, Purple Elephant Realm. The first two realms focused on cultivating the physical body. Only with a sufficiently strong physique could one draw the desolate chi from the heavens and earth into their body, converting it into desolate force. When a martial artist used desolate force to unblock all their meridians and store it within the Dantian's purple mansion, they would enter the White Tiger realm, stepping into the true hall of martial artists. However, human physiques vary greatly in quality. Some people have extremely narrow meridians and excessive impurities within their bodies, making it nearly impossible to unblock their meridians in a lifetime. They remain stuck at the peak of the Black Panther realm forever. Of course, there are also those with extraordinary natural talent who break through their meridians and reach the White Tiger realm at a very young age, such as Blood Blossom, the #1 young master of Blood Sun City, and Shao Cheng. The younger a martial artist is, the better their physical functions, and the greater their potential for future development. Once they reach middle age, their physical functions will gradually decline after their peak period, and even if their strength can still improve, the room for growth will not be significant. This is why young geniuses are so highly valued by various families, and why the Su family is now sparing no effort to recruit Shao Cheng. Su Jianfei is already 30 years old and only at the first level of the White Tiger realm. He can still make progress in this lifetime, but the potential is clearly limited. As for Granny Lu, it will be very difficult for her to make any further advancements. Shao Cheng is different. He is only 16 or 17 years old. With sufficient resources, his strength can rapidly improve by leaps and bounds. At this moment, the 5th grade Desolate Technique 1000 June Slash in his hand was a type of resource, and a relatively precious one at that. Slap! However, despite the rarity of such a desolate technique, Shao Cheng seemed indifferent to it. He casually tossed it onto the table and said indifferently, "No merit, no reward. I still appreciate Miss Su's kindness." Su Qingyi and Granny Lu exchanged glances, both taken aback. How could a martial artist resist the temptation of such a powerful desolate technique? Shao Cheng trained so diligently every day, proving his urgent need to improve his strength, yet he refused so decisively now. Was this truly a naive young man? Su Qingyi quickly regained her composure and forced a smile, saying, "What do you mean by no reward without merit? You saved our lives, that's a great kindness. Besides, this desolate technique is being given to you for free to practice, with no strings attached." Shao Cheng still shook his head decisively and replied, "Helping me investigate the news about the Dragonheart grass is already the greatest repayment you could give me. This desolate technique is too valuable, and I don't like taking advantage of others. Of course, I also don't like others taking advantage of me." Truly a stone in the latrine, stubborn and unyielding. Su Qingyi sighed softly as she put away the secret technique. Watching Shao Cheng stand there indifferently, she felt as though she were facing a hedgehog. There was simply no way to get through to him. Miss! At this moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside the courtyard as a maid lifted her skirt and trotted in. Su Qingyi frowned slightly, and Granny Lu, understanding the situation, promptly led Shao Cheng out of the pavilion to chat casually. The maid trotted in, panting heavily before nervously saying, Miss Yueme awakened a 3rd-tier divine gift swiftness this morning. A grand banquet is being held today, and the young clan leader has already taken people over. The clan leader asks you to bring some people and follow, to keep an eye on things." What? Su Qingyi's delicate face instantly turned pale, her beautiful eyes filled with helplessness and horror. After a long moment, she finally exhaled a heavy sigh and murmured in a voice only she could hear, "The wild god has been too kind to Yueme. It seems heaven itself wishes to destroy our Su family. 3rd-class divine gift? What is that?" The maid's voice was not soft, and Shao Cheng and Granny Lu on the other side heard it clearly. Seeing Granny Lu's expression turn somber, Shao Cheng asked curiously. It took Granny Lu a while to snap out of her daze. Noticing Shao Cheng's confusion, she asked in surprise, "You don't know about divine gifts?" Xiao Cheng nodded in confusion. Granny Lu sighed deeply and said, "All people of the Desolate God continent are children of the Desolate God. It is said that warriors who can cultivate desolate power are the Desolate God's offspring, while those who awaken a divine gift are the most beloved descendants of the Desolate God." After Granny Lu's explanation, Xiao Cheng finally understood. Human physiques vary in quality. A physique like Xiao Chen's is considered good, but there is an even better kind, the ancient Desolate Saint body. It is said that this type of physique contains a trace of the Desolate God's bloodline, scattered across the continent before his death. In youth, it awakens a divine talent, believed to be a gift from the Desolate God, hence the name Divine Gift. Yu Mei awakened a third-tier divine gift, Swiftness. This is a relatively common divine gift in the Desolate God continent. When activated, it temporarily doubles a warrior's speed. That's not the main point. The key is that Yu Mei's cultivation level can also temporarily increase by 1 tier in a short time. Currently, Yu Mei is at the first tier of the White Tiger realm. After activating the Swiftness divine gift, not only will her speed double, but her combat power will also temporarily rise to the second tier of the White Tiger realm. In the future, when she reaches the Blood Bear realm or the Purple Elephant realm, she can still advance by 1 tier each time. Don't underestimate just 1 tier, it significantly enhances a warrior's combat strength. Yu Mei's status has also evolved from an ordinary warrior to a divine gifted warrior. Among all the powerful figures on the Desolate God continent, 9 out of 10 are divine gifted warriors. One could say that Yu Mei has transformed from a flawed dragon into a true dragon, ascending to greatness in a single step. It's over. Xiao Cheng was still processing the divine knowledge imparted by Granny Lu when she suddenly began murmuring in despair, "Child, you don't understand. Among the 3 great families in Blood Sun City, the Blood family is the absolute overlord, the Su family ranks second, and the Yu family is third. The Yu family has long coveted the Su family's immense wealth. A year ago, after the old clan leader returned severely injured, the Yu family began provoking us. It was then that my grandson was killed. Half a year ago, when the old clan leader passed away, the Yu family pressed even harder. I had hoped that one day the Su family would destroy the Yu family and avenge my grandson. But now, not only will there be no revenge, the Su family is also doomed." Xiao Cheng stopped pondering the divine gift and was about to comfort Granny Lu when Su Qingyi, who had been inside the pavilion, suddenly walked over. She said to Granny Lu and Xiao Cheng, "Let's go. Accompany me to the Yu family. My elder brother is impulsive by nature, we must ensure nothing goes wrong." Granny Lu remained immersed in despair and silently followed Su Qingyi, walking outside as if in a daze. Xiao Cheng initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Granny Lu in such a state and recalling that her grandson had been killed by the Yu family, he wondered if this trip might lead to trouble. After hesitating for a moment, he eventually followed. Whoosh! The large yellow dog suddenly darted out from the house, its emotionless eyes fixed on Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng shook his head, and without a word, the dog turned and went back inside. Su Qingyi had called out casually, not really expecting Xiao Cheng to follow. Hearing the footsteps behind her, a flicker of joy crossed her face before vanishing. Without saying much, she instructed her maid to summon Su Jianfai, and the group boarded 2 carriages, heading straight for the Yu family estate. As one of the 3 great families in the Blood Sun City, the Yu family's residence was grand enough, even more impressive than the Su family's mansion. Outside the Yu family's grand gate, a constant stream of carriages and horses came and went. In the Blood Sun City, there were 3 top-tier families, while second-tier families were numerous, such as the Ning family of Su Qingyi's cousin, young Master Ning. At this moment, young Master Ning had already arrived at the Yu family with a generous dowry in hand. Although Yu Mei had awakened her divine gift, she was still a junior, so it was naturally impossible for the heads of various families to come forward to congratulate her. At this moment, the one receiving the distinguished guests was not an elder of the Yu family, but the eldest son of the Yu family, Yu Fushen. After exchanging a few pleasantries and mutual flatteries with young Master Ning, Yu Fushen was about to invite him inside when 2 luxurious carriages came galloping from a distance. The large Su character on the flags made young Master Ning's eyes light up. Su Ruhu had already arrived earlier, so there was no doubt that the one arriving now was Su Qing. Young Master Ning excused himself from Yu Fusheng and walked down the steps of the main gate with a beaming smile to greet the newcomers, even tossing his hair in a carefree and dashing gesture. Yu Fusheng also smiled warmly as he invited another young master over, his gaze growing fervent as it swept toward the carriages. Su Qing and Ymir were the two most beautiful flowers in Blood Sun City, which young master with normal inclinations wouldn't admire them. Su Qing's wise and composed demeanor was like a poppy flower, captivating and unforgettable. The carriage came to a halt, and Su Qing, dressed in a pink gown paired with a white sable vest, effortlessly captivated the fervent gazes of young Master Ning and Yu Fusheng, leaving them utterly mesmerized. Su Qing usually preferred wearing white garments, as it lent her a colder demeanor. Today, however, she deliberately chose a pink dress to meet Xiaocheng, adding a touch of delicate charm to her pure aura. This visual impact was lethal, as evidenced by the gazes of all the men outside the Yu residence. Yet, the crowd quickly snapped out of their daze not due to their strong willpower, but because Su Qing moved, walking toward another carriage with a faint smile on her face as she said, "Brother Shao, we've arrived. Please step out of the carriage." Brother Shao. The first thing that flashed through young Master Ning's mind was those icy eyes, recalling the murderous aura that froze him to the depths of his soul. His body instinctively trembled. As the carriage curtain lifted and Xiaocheng stepped out in his black warrior robe, casually glancing at young Master Ning, the latter immediately turned away with a darkened expression, walking inside without a word, not even noticing Yu Fusheng's nod. Yu Fusheng cast a suspicious glance at young Master Ning, then swept his gaze over Xiaocheng's face but found nothing particularly noteworthy. The only slightly intimidating thing was the massive sword strapped to his back, but upon realizing it was wooden, he chuckled and turned his attention back to Su Qing, stepping forward with a smile. "Qingyi, your visit brings great honor to the Yu family. Fusheng has invited you many times, yet you've always declined." Granny Lu glanced at Yu Fusheng before lowering her head and taking Su Qing's arm. Xiaocheng observed her, catching the hidden resentment and murderous intent in her eyes. He thought to himself, "Luckily I came today, otherwise, after tonight, I might never see this kind old woman, who's as dear to me as my grandfather, again." Su Qing slightly turned her body, and Su Jianfei behind her immediately presented a gift box. Only then did she offer a faint smile and say, "Congratulations, Meyer, on awakening the divine gift. How could Qing miss such a grand occasion?" "King Ai, you're too kind." Yu Fusheng wore a smile as warm as a spring breeze, his gaze shifting to Xiaocheng as he cupped his hands and said, "I am Yu Fusheng." "And you are, sir?" Xiaocheng gave him a cold glance, not only failing to return the courtesy but outright ignoring him. Seeing Yu Fusheng's awkward expression, Su Qing quickly smoothed things over, saying, "Young Master Yu, this is Xiaocheng. He has a rather aloof temperament and isn't fond of talking much. I hope you don't mind." How could that be? "King Ai, please." Yu Fusheng immediately beamed with a smile, truly living up to his reputation as a scion of a noble family, with profound depth to his character. He no longer bothered with formal greetings and personally led Su Qing and the others inside, chatting and laughing along the way. If not for Granny Lu's earlier remarks, Xiaocheng might have thought the Yu and Su families were old friends. As they strolled through, the Yu family's estate proved to be exceptionally beautiful, with pavilions, waterside gazebos, and meticulously arranged gardens of flowers, plants, and rockeries, all showcasing the grandeur of a prominent family. Xiaocheng hadn't explored the Su residence in detail, but here, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the sheer scale. Before long, the group arrived outside a large courtyard. Though it wasn't yet dark, the place was already brightly lit, filled with the sounds of men's hearty laughter and women's delicate giggles, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. "Young Master." Outside the courtyard, maids stood waiting. Upon seeing Yu Fusheng, they respectfully bowed and politely nodded to Su Qing and the others. Yu Fusheng laughed heartily several times, leading the group inside with a flourish. After drawing everyone's attention, he pointed outside with one hand behind his back and said with a smile, "Everyone, look who's here. Meyer, you must have quite the reputation." Swish, swish, swish. The hall was vast, with rows of square tables neatly arranged in straight lines on either side. Many young masters and ladies sat cross-legged on cushions behind the tables, their gazes now all fixed on the main entrance. When the crowd caught sight of the radiant Su Qingyi, the men all brightened and rose to greet her, while the women flashed looks of envy before quickly standing up with graceful smiles. "Sister Qingyi, what brings you here? Please, take the seat of honor." A fiery red figure drifted over, and before the person even arrived, a fragrant breeze swept in, causing Shao Cheng behind to wrinkle his nose. He looked up, and his gaze naturally grew intense. A young girl, seemingly around the same age as Su Qingyi but with a far more voluptuous figure, approached with graceful steps. Though her features might not be as delicate as Su Qingyi's, the subtle allure in her every movement and the innate charm radiating from her bones completely overshadowed Su Qingyi. Born with a seductive charm, a femme fatale, this was the woman before them. Su Qingyi smiled faintly, allowing the girl to loop an arm through hers, and gazed at her with envy. "Sister Mayor is truly blessed to have awakened a divine gift. It's enough to make anyone grin with jealousy," she said. Shao Cheng turned his face away, pursing his lips in discomfort. He couldn't understand why sworn enemies had to pretend to be as close as sisters on the surface. He recalled his grandfather once saying that the outside world was full of deceitful hearts. Indeed, it was true. Su Qingyi was led by Yue Mei toward the seats at the head of the hall. Su Ruhu had arrived long ago and was sitting alone, drinking in silence. Yue Mei pointed to the seat beside Su Ruhu and smiled faintly. "Sister, please take your seat. I'm so delighted you could come today. Later, we must drink a few more cups together, no leaving until we're thoroughly drunk." Behind the first row of square tables were 2 or 3 more tables, where the 2 guards brought by Su Ruhu were seated. Granny Lu led Su Jianfei and Shao Cheng toward the back, but Su Qingyi suddenly spoke up. "Brother Shao, why don't you sit beside me?" Shao Cheng had been ignored since entering, but now he became the center of attention. The gazes of over a dozen young masters in the room suddenly turned sharp, like male lions spotting a rival. "I'll sit in the back." Shao Cheng ignored those gazes and indifferently spoke as he sat at a square table with Granny Lu. Without drinking, he grabbed the roasted meat with both hands and began gnawing at it in a rather uncivilized manner. The young masters all cast mocking and disdainful glances but soon paid no further attention. Their minds began racing, scheming how to win the favor of the 2 most beautiful flowers in Blood Sun City later. Naturally, more of them had their sights set on Su Qingyi. After all, Yu Mei had awakened her divine gift and was no longer the same as before, while the Su family was currently in its most difficult situation. Soon, a rumor spread from young Master Ning's lips, quietly reaching the ears of most young masters. Many of them grew secretly furious again, their occasional glances toward Shao Cheng, who kept his head down, focused on gnawing the roasted meat, unable to conceal their murderous hostility. The rumor was simple. Shao Cheng came from the great wilderness, Su Qingyi had feelings for him, and Su Digua seemed not opposed to their relationship. The 2 most beautiful flowers of Blood Sun City could naturally only be plucked by the city's young masters. Whoever could pick them was a matter of their own skill. Good things should never fall into the hands of outsiders, yet a country bumpkin from the great wilderness dared to monopolize the fairest of them all. This naturally united the city's young masters in shared resentment. Had Shao Cheng come from a major city or a prominent family such as the Slayer Emperor city, perhaps they wouldn't have been so furious. But his crude table manners at this moment proved his humble origins. Which young master wasn't refined and cultured, graceful and dignified? Every prominent family placed great emphasis on etiquette and propriety. Etiquette and propriety were often reserved for those of equal or higher status. Just as the Su and Yu families, though locked in a bitter rivalry, maintained a veneer of civility on the surface. But once someone beneath them threatened their interests, they would bare their fangs ruthless, even ugly. Shao Cheng sensed hostility. He furrowed his brows without looking up, not even glancing at the crowd. His grandfather had once told him that sometimes, indifference was the greatest mockery of all. Yu Fusheng noticed the tense atmosphere in the room and frowned slightly. Today was Yu Mei's joyous occasion, and he didn't want any disturbances. However, when a young noble beside him whispered something in his ear, His smile quickly froze. His gaze instinctively swept toward Xiaocheng, filled with unmistakable hostility. However, as the top young master in the city and the young clan leader of the Yu family, he was not as foolish as Su Ruhu. He quickly smiled again and began chatting and laughing with Su Qi and the other young masters and ladies present, not sparing Xiaocheng another glance. "Ha! Why isn't the young city lord here today?" After exchanging a few pleasantries with Su Qingyi, Yu Emil asked with some surprise. The young city lord naturally referred to Shui Chuihua, the #1 young master of Blood Sun City. Yu Fusheng smiled casually and said, "An esteemed guest arrived in Blood Sun City today, someone from the Shao family," it said. The young city lord sent a congratulatory gift and mentioned he would come visit Mayor first thing tomorrow morning. Someone from the Shao family. Upon hearing these words, the murmurs in the crowd suddenly quieted down. If the Shui family was the absolute overlord of Blood Sun City, then the Shao family was the supreme ruler of the Slayer God tribe. It was precisely by aligning with the Shao family that the Shui family had come to dominate Blood Sun City. Is that so? Su Qi lowered her head and fell silent, though a trace of gloom flickered in her beautiful eyes. Yu Fusheng's words carried hidden implications. Visiting Mayor first thing tomorrow morning. It seemed Shui Chuihua currently held Yu Mayor in high regard, which was undoubtedly very bad news for the Su family. For so many years, the Shui family has remained neutral, watching the conflicts between the Yu and Su families without taking sides. Shui Chuihua has also been pursuing both Su Qingyi and Yu Mayor simultaneously, though without making any clear commitments, at least not explicitly promising the position of the primary wife. As a result, neither the Su nor the Yu family has finalized the marriage arrangement. Now that Yu Mayor has awakened a divine gift and become a divine warrior, her status has suddenly become prestigious, making her a perfect match for Shui Chuihua. If the Yu and Shui families were to form an alliance through marriage, the Su family's days of prosperity would come to an end. At this thought, Su Qi instinctively glanced back at Xiaocheng. Seeing him hunched over, silently devouring the roasted meat with an unrefined and ravenous manner as if he hadn't eaten for days, she couldn't help but smile faintly. Perhaps in the past, she would have looked down on such a man, but at this moment, she felt Xiaocheng's actions were so natural and sincere, far more endearing than those hypocritical young masters sitting around. She secretly resolved to go all out in winning Xiaocheng over as soon as she returned. Not just because of him, but also because of the formidable figure behind him. A young genius who had already reached the second level of the White Tiger realm. Could his grandfather possibly be an ordinary figure? How powerful must a warrior be to survive an encounter with a fifth-class savage beast like the Pixiu, suffering only poisoning? Even if not beyond the Purple Elephant realm, a warrior at the Purple Elephant realm alone would be enough to resolve the Su family's crisis. As long as they firmly secured Xiaocheng and found the Dragonheart grass to cure his grandfather's poisoning, the Su family's predicament would be instantly resolved. Xiaocheng could ignore others looking at him, but when Su Qi turned around and kept staring, it made him quite uncomfortable. He looked up somewhat uneasily, noticing the smile and gentleness at the corner of Su Qing's lips, then glanced at the young masters around him, whose hostility had clearly intensified. He couldn't help but sigh again. Beautiful women are indeed highly toxic. Su Qi snapped out of it and turned back with an apologetic smile, only to see countless young men glaring at Xiaocheng as if they wished to tear him to pieces. She silently worried, let nothing go wrong tonight. Speak of the devil. A young master from the Rong family snorted heavily, turned to glance at the guard, and suddenly stood up, saying, "Tonight is Miss Yu's joyous occasion, and I find sitting here drinking rather dull. Why not have our subordinates perform some entertainment? Rong Dao, step forward and demonstrate a few moves of the blade techniques you've recently mastered for everyone." Su Qi frowned, while Yu Fusheng had already responded, "Excellent. I've long heard of Rong Dao's divine blade skills. Today, I must take the opportunity to learn from them." "You flatter me, young Master Yu." A tall man dressed in a blue warrior robe, carrying a large ringed blade on his back, stepped forward and cupped his hands in salute. A long scar ran from the left side of his face down to his neck, twisting grotesquely as he spoke, making him appear exceptionally fearsome. He smiled at Yu Fusheng and continued, "Young Master Yu is not yet 23, right?" Your strength has already reached the White Tiger third layer. Aside from Blood Young Master, who among the younger generation in Blood Sun City could be your match? No wait, with such power, even we are unworthy to be your opponents. Since my young master has named you today, Rongdao will make a fool of himself. The Rong family had always followed the lead of the Yu family, and Rongdao's flattery deepened the smile on Yu Fushan's lips. However, none of the young masters present dared to refute Yu Fushan's talent was indeed unparalleled in Blood Sun City. After speaking, Rongdao did not draw his long blade. Instead, his face brimmed with killing intent as his gaze swept over the guards behind the numerous young masters, finally settling on Su Jianfei beside Xiaocheng. With a faint smile, he said, "Merely playing around like this is rather dull. How about I pick someone at random for a little comparison? Of course, it's purely for sparring. Rongdao would never harm anyone." Rongdao's aura was overwhelming, and his eyes locked onto Su Jianfei with unmistakable provocation. Even a fool could tell he wanted a fight with Su Jianfei. By openly declaring he wouldn't harm anyone, he was utterly looking down on Su Jianfei. Countless young masters cast mocking glances, while many young ladies' eyes sparkled with excitement, gradually heating up the atmosphere in the venue. Su Jianfei, who had accompanied Su Qingyi on the trading trip this time, saw his status within the family soar dramatically. How could he tolerate such provocation? He sprang to his feet in an instant. "Here it comes." Su Qingyi let out a slight sigh and was about to order Su Jianfei to step back when Su Ruhu beside him sneered and spoke up. "Jianfei, since someone wants to play with you, go and entertain him for a few moves. Remember, don't hurt anyone." "Idiot!" Su Qingyi, Granny Lu, and Xiaocheng all shook their heads simultaneously. The other party was clearly looking for trouble, yet he was willingly walking into it. No wonder Su Digua had taken a second concubine, preparing to have another son. Su Ruhu was the young clan leader. How could Su Qingyi openly contradict him in public? He could only watch helplessly as Su Jianfei stepped onto the field. Both clan guards were at the first level of the White Tiger realm, but since Rongdao dared to provoke trouble, he must have some backing. Su Qingyi's frown deepened slightly. "Clang!" A light metallic ring of a sword being unsheathed sounded as Su Jianfei's fierce eyes gleamed with hostility, staring at Rongdao as he growled, "Rongdao, we fought once a year ago without a clear winner. Today, let's settle the score once and for all. Draw your blade." Rongdao gave a sinister smile, the scar on his face twisting once more, and said arrogantly, "I'll draw my blade when the time is right. Whether you can force me to do so depends on your skill." Arrogant! Su Jianfei's mind was still sharp, and without wasting words, he flicked his longsword, instantly causing it to radiate brilliant light clearly infused with desolate force. Bending his knees, he caused the ground to tremble as his body shot forward explosively. The longsword transformed into a blossoming plum flower, enveloping Rongdao within its reach. Plum blossom sword technique, a third-grade desolate skill. Su Jianfei immediately unleashed his ultimate move, clearly intending to severely injure Rongdao in one fell swoop and regain some face for the Su family. Thunderous slash! Rongdao's face darkened as he let out a loud shout. His right hand swiftly reached behind his back and drew a snow-white battle blade, then fiercely slashed downward. His weapon was peculiar. It appeared to tremble mid-air, though this was merely an illusion meant to deceive enemies. In reality, the blade had already descended a step ahead. Su Jianfei's expression instantly turned extremely grave. Having suffered from this thunderous slash before, he naturally dared not continue his thrust. He was well aware of Rongdao's elusive footwork. If he didn't retract his sword, he might not hit Rongdao, while Rongdao's battle blade would surely cleave his skull in two. With a swift motion, he withdrew his longsword and swung it horizontally to block, simultaneously flicking it to the left in an attempt to slide along the battle blade toward Rongdao's arm, forcing him to abandon his weapon. This tactic was perfectly executed, showcasing his quick reflexes and the rich combat experience of a seasoned warrior. Clang! Clang! The battle blade and longsword collided, producing a crisp metallic ring, and sparks flew as the longsword slid along the blade. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Su Jianfei's lips as his sword continued its downward glide. Rongdao would either have to drop his weapon or lose his hand. However, The smile at the corner of his lips had yet to fully form when his pupils abruptly constricted, for he sensed a gust of wind rising from below. By the time his gaze swept downward, a slender, flexible sword had already pierced through his robe and plunged heavily into his abdomen. As Su Jianfei raised his sword to block, Rong Dao swiftly drew a flexible sword from his waist with his left hand. His killing move was neither the thunderous slash nor the battle blade on his back, but the soft sword at his waist. A sharp pain shot through Su Jianfei's waist, causing his long sword to lose momentum and slide down naturally. Rong Dao swiftly withdrew the flexible sword and sheathed it back at his waist, then slid the battle blade into the scabbard on his back. With a mocking gaze, he looked at Su Jianfei, who was his waist with one hand, and laughed. Su Jianfei, your skills are declining year by year, aren't they? The Su family is also becoming weaker with each generation. Defeated in a single move. Thud! Su Ruhu's cup slammed down heavily, his face turning ashen as he was about to strike the table and take action himself. He didn't care whether Su Jianfei lived or died, but Rong Dao's sarcastic remarks had pushed him, already simmering with suppressed anger all night, into a complete frenzy. Whoosh! A figure moved faster than him. Granny Lu sprang forward, tapping several points on Su Jianfei's abdomen with one hand to stop the bleeding, then retrieving a healing pill and feeding it to him. She summoned the remaining guards to take Su Jianfei away, then looked at Rong Dao and said, "Since you claim each generation is worse than the last, then let this old thing play with you, shall we?" Su Qing cast a cold glance at Su Ruhu, signaling him not to act rashly, before turning her gaze to Granny Lu and nodding. Granny Lu's skills were superior to Su Jianfei's. Today, the Su family had suffered a great humiliation. If they didn't reclaim their dignity, some of the smaller families aligned with the Su family might start shifting their allegiances by tomorrow. "You? I'm afraid people will say I'm bullying an old man." Rong Dao sneered, then suddenly turned his gaze toward Shaocheng, taunting him with undisguised provocation. "That young lad over there is said to be quite strong. Miss Su, wasn't it him who saved you from the blood wolves during your trade journey? Why not invite him out for a little fun? Of course, if he's afraid of getting hurt, he can always keep playing the coward." Countless young masters' eyes lit up, their lips curling with mockery. The moment Rong Dao appeared, they all understood Rong Gongzi's intention. And even if Rong Dao hadn't stepped forward, it was likely that soon a Lu Dao or Li Dao would have taken the stage. These young masters were clearly preparing to teach this outsider country bumpkin a bloody lesson to show him that some women are not to be touched by just anyone. Su Qingyi and Granny Lu's eyes also brightened. If Shaocheng were truly willing to fight, he could easily turn the tide and, moreover, draw closer to the Su family. Shaocheng didn't look up, still intently gnawing on a piece of roasted meat, as if unaware that everyone was watching him or that someone had issued him a challenge. Until Rong Dao grew impatient and was about to mock a few words before targeting Granny Lu, and even Su Qingyi's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, he finally stood up and tossed the bone in his hand aside. Bang! The bone struck the table with a loud thud. He grabbed the oilcloth on the table, casually wiped his hands, picked up the black longsword placed nearby, slung it over his shoulder, and walked out in silence. Once in the center, he grinned warmly at Granny Lu before turning to Rong Dao and saying, "You're no match for me. None of you young masters' guards should bother either. If you want to fight me, unless he steps forward." The massive black wooden sword twirled in his hand, forming a sword flower before finally pointing diagonally at someone's face. Following the sweep of the long sword, the crowd revealed expressions of disbelief. Shaocheng had actually pointed his sword at Yu Fushen, the eldest son of the Yu family, a third-level White Tiger Realm cultivator. As the second young master of Blood Sun City, Yu Fushen had every reason to be proud. His third-level White Tiger Realm cultivation, along with his character, cunning, intelligence, and combat prowess, set him above the other young masters. In fact, many believed his cunning and intelligence even surpassed those of Blood Chuihua. Unlike the Su family, which excelled in business, or the Blood family, which had deep ties with the major clans of Slaughter Emperor City, the Yu family's rise to become one of Blood Sun City's three great families was largely due to the formidable combat strength of their members. Many of the young masters and ladies present were well aware that the Yu family was, in truth, one of the 5 major assassin organizations of the Slayer God tribe, the Moon Shadow Hall. Yu Fusheng suddenly disappeared from public view at the age of 18 and only returned to his family the year before last, quickly rising to fame. The only time he ever acted publicly was when he severed the tendons of a second-level White Tiger Realm martial artist who was causing trouble in the city with just a single move. That is why Shao Cheng's public challenge to Yu Fusheng at this moment has left everyone utterly shocked. The only thought in their minds is this country bumpkin out of his mind? Granny Lu stepped aside, secretly wiping away a tear. Only she knew why Shao Cheng had challenged Yu Fusheng. He wanted to avenge her grandson. Whether he succeeded today or not, the boy's heartfelt gesture was enough to move her to tears. Su Qingyi, however, frowned with worry. Shao Cheng was only at the second level of the White Tiger Realm. Could he really be a match for Yu Fusheng? She hoped nothing would go wrong. After all, Yu Fusheng's ruthlessness was notorious throughout Blood Sun City. Seeking death. A deep shout rang out, startling everyone. The feeling of being ignored was unbearable. Rong Dao had just won a match, his confidence at its peak, yet now he was being humiliated like this. His initial thought of merely severing Shao Chen's tendons had completely changed. The murderous intent in his eyes fully demonstrated his resolve. Whoosh! His body shot toward Shao Cheng like a leopard. Both hands moved simultaneously. One drew the battle blade from his back in a thunderous slash, while the other reached to his waist to pull out a flexible sword, thrusting like a coiling dragon toward Shao Chen's lower body. Dual focus, attacking high and low at once. Everyone's eyes lit up, their gazes fixed intently on Shao Cheng, waiting to see how he would respond. Shao Cheng did not retreat. Instead, the massive black wooden sword swung in a half circle in the air and came crashing down heavily toward Rong Dao's battle blade. Countless young masters laughed. This was indeed a fool. Although Rong Dao's battle blade was only a second-class divine weapon, it could easily cleave through boulders. Yet, this guy actually dared to block it with a wooden sword. Su Jianfei, Granny Lu, Su Qingyi, and the others also laughed. However, Yu Fusheng's expression changed. He didn't know what was special about that wooden sword, but he could see that the speed at which it descended was clearly faster than Rong Dao's strike. He shouted urgently, "Be careful!" Bam! Yu Fusheng's warning came too late. The wooden sword clashed with the battle blade, and a tremendous force surged from the wooden sword. Rong Dao felt a sharp pain in his tiger's mouth, and the battle blade flew out of his grip. As he watched the wooden sword continue its relentless descent like a meteor chasing the moon, his soul nearly fled his body in terror. He hastily activated his movement technique to evade. Crack! His evasion was just in time. Originally aimed at his head, the wooden sword struck his shoulder instead. The sound of shattering bones echoed as his body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several times. He tried to struggle to his feet but only managed to cough up a mouthful of blood before collapsing unconscious. Tisk! Gasps of astonishment rose one after another. Countless young masters and misses wore expressions of bewilderment as they stared at the completely unscathed wooden sword, unable to comprehend why it remained unharmed. Why had Rong Dao been defeated so effortlessly? That strike hadn't seemed particularly powerful, had it? Good! A deep exclamation full of admiration sounded as Yu Fusheng stood up, smiling warmly and saying, "Brother Shao, despite your young age, you've actually reached the second level of the White Tiger Realm. Truly keeping a low profile, I must have misjudged you." Second level of the White Tiger Realm. The confusion in the eyes of countless young masters and ladies deepened. Shao Cheng hadn't infused his wooden sword with wild energy earlier, so there was no glow to reveal his strength. Although Yu Fusheng's words carried weight, many still remained skeptical. How could this country bumpkin, barely 16 or 17, cultivate so quickly without the abundant resources of a noble family? Shao Cheng didn't even glance at Rong Dao, who was being led away. With a sweep of his long sword, he pointed it once more at Yu Fusheng from a distance, his face devoid of any emotion as he calmly asked, "One word, fight or not? If not, I'm going back to sleep." Domineering! Su Jianfei exclaimed with heartfelt admiration, while a glimmer of appreciation flashed through Su Qingyi's beautiful eyes. This was a real man, far more impressive than those dandies who were all show and no substance. Seated in the seat of honor today, the protagonist Yu Mao had bright, peach blossom eyes. The corners of her lips curled slightly as her fiery gaze fixed on Shao Cheng, conveying a deep, affectionate admiration whether genuine or feigned. It was hard to tell. Yu Fusheng quickly provided the answer. Even if Shao Cheng didn't challenge him, he would have taken action as the Yu family was subordinate to the Rong family. With a carefree laugh, he strolled outside and called out cheerfully, "Bring the wine." A guard immediately grabbed a jar of wine and hurled it over. Yu Fusheng didn't even glance at it, simply reaching out midair to catch the jar by its neck before tilting his head back to drink. After downing 3 large gulps without spilling a single drop, he casually flung the jar back and shouted again, "Bring me a blade." Whoosh! A long blade came slicing through the air. Similarly, Yu Fusheng caught it midair with a casual grasp and flicked it back, sending the scabbard flying along its original path to be caught by the guard. He twirled the blade in the air and locked eyes with Shao Cheng from a distance, laughing heartily as he said, "Brother Shao, I'm a few years older than you and my cultivation is 1 level higher. Since you wish to spar today, let's limit it to 10 moves, just a friendly exchange, no hard feelings. And to keep it fair, I'll give you 3 moves where I'll only defend and not attack. How does that sound?" The grace and carefree demeanor of Yu Fusheng drew cheers from several young masters, and even the young lady's eyes revealed a look of infatuation. Even Su Qin had to admit that if Yu Fusheng weren't an enemy of the Su family, he would be a lifelong partner worth serious consideration. Shao Cheng remained silent, but his body moved. Just like that day when he charged toward the blood wolf pack, his long sword dragged along the ground, producing a piercing screech. His eyes were icy cold, and an endless surge of killing intent poured forth, enveloping Yu Fusheng. "Come at me." The moon floated as the long blade swept through the air, its snow-white surface instantly radiating dazzling light. A resonant hum of the blade rang out, and his handsome face turned solemn clearly. He was giving it his all. "Ha!" A deep shout rang out as the ground trembled. Shao Cheng stomped his feet against the earth, propelling himself high into the air. The massive wooden sword swung up from behind like a thunderbolt. Mid-air, he shifted from a one-handed grip to both hands, instantly increasing the force as he brought the sword crashing down toward Yu Fusheng's head. Wood! A sharp whistling sound tore through the air, stunning everyone present. While the previous slash against Rongdao might not have seemed remarkable to the crowd, this strike filled them with an overwhelming sense of oppression, making it hard to even breathe. Faint light flickered within the wooden sword, its momentum earth-shaking undoubtedly infused with desolate force. Yu Fusheng's expression darkened further. While outsiders only saw the sword's imposing aura, he could tangibly feel the sheer dominance of this strike. Shao Cheng hadn't used any desolate technique, yet at this moment, Yu Fusheng felt utterly locked onto by the blade. No matter which direction he dodged, this sword would inevitably land upon him. It was a very strange feeling, but the intuition honed through years of bloody battles had saved him many times. So without any hesitation, he also switched to gripping the sword with both hands, lowered his stance, and raised the long blade horizontally, ready to withstand the impact head-on. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Yu Fusheng nearly lost his grip on the long sword, while Shao Cheng also felt a tremendous force rebounding, sending his wooden sword flying away. Ha! Shao Cheng's expression remained completely emotionless, as if everything was within his expectations. With a thunderous roar in mid-air, he swiftly slashed several more times with lightning speed. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, with occasional sparks flashing. The crowd couldn't clearly see Shao Cheng's moves, only the black wooden sword turning into afterimages, flickering continuously in the air, accompanied by the sharp whistling of slicing wind. Bang! On the 5th sword strike, Shao Cheng's feet landed firmly on the ground. Yu Fusheng, however, was forced to his knees by the blow. The tiger's mouth of both his hands split open, a trickle of blood slowly seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his trembling hands barely maintained their grip on the long blade. Yet, he still refused to let go of the blade, for he knew all too well had he not clenched his teeth and held onto it with every ounce of strength, he would already be dead by now. Shao Cheng remained in his two-handed sword stance, the nearly meter-long wooden sword pressing relentlessly against Yu Fusheng's blade, now resting on his left shoulder. His gaze was as cold as a beast's. With a single forceful sweep to the right, Yu Fusheng's skull would likely shatter. Whoosh! A fiery red figure suddenly shot forward from ahead. With a flash of white light beneath her feet, her speed was as swift as the wind. In an instant, she was by Shao Chen's side. A face brimming with charm smiled at him and said, "Young Master Shao, your talent is unparalleled, and your combat prowess is unmatched. My brother has lost. Please spare him." Shao Cheng sighed inwardly. Yu Meier had arrived too quickly. He no longer had the chance to cripple Yu Fusheng. He simply sheathed his sword, sliding it into the strap on his back, then leisurely turned to Granny Lu and Su Qingyi, saying, "I'm full, the fight's over. Let's go back and sleep." The entire scene fell into silence. Only after Su Qingyi, Shao Cheng, and the others had left did the crowd snap out of their daze, exchanging bewildered glances. Yu Fusheng was still kneeling on the ground, unable to rise, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The venomous hatred in his eyes sent chills down everyone's spine. Squeak! Squeak! The wheels of the carriage made faint creaking sounds in the quiet night. Su Jianfei gazed at Shao Cheng, who sat calmly in the carriage, his mind still replaying those earth-shattering sword strikes. The wound at his waist had stopped bleeding, but the pain lingered. Yet, he paid it no heed, his brows furrowed in confusion. Why had Yu Fusheng, who was a whole realm higher than Shao Cheng, with far more combat experience and numerous Yu family secret techniques, been defeated so easily? Like splitting bamboo with a sharp knife, almost no resistance at all. He turned his gaze toward Shao Cheng, his face nearly spelling out the words "help me." Shao Cheng stared indifferently out the window, as if he were air. Su Jianfei persisted, continuing to watch him until they were about to arrive at the Su family estate. Only then did Shao Cheng turn his head slightly, giving him a faint glance before uttering two words, "Don't understand." "MHM." Su Jianfei nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, his face full of ingratiation. Creak! The carriage came to a halt, but Shao Cheng offered no explanation. Instead, he stood up, lifted the curtain, and stepped out. Standing at the door, he glanced back at Su Jianfei and said coldly, "Bring me my sword." With a hint of resentment, Su Jianfei turned around and grabbed the long sword standing inside the carriage with one hand. As he casually lifted it, his body suddenly collapsed to the ground, and the wound that had just stopped bleeding tore open again. Gritting his teeth, he stared at the black wooden sword in shock, finally understanding at that moment why Yu Fusheng had been so thoroughly defeated. Shao Cheng curled his lips, walked in, and lifted the long sword with one hand before stepping out. Su Jianfei looked at him as if he were a monster, taking a long while to gasp and mutter, "What a freak! Is this wooden sword made of black iron? It must weigh at least 300 pounds. Yu Fusheng was really something. If it were me, one swing, and I'd be on my knees." Shao Cheng stepped off the carriage with indifference, suppressing Yu Fusheng, who was at the third level of the White Tiger realm, with the weight of his ironwood sword. He didn't seem particularly triumphant. In truth, if Granny Lu hadn't taken action tonight, he wouldn't have intervened even if challenged. Of course, since Yu Fusheng had killed Granny Lu's grandson, he also felt inclined to help her reclaim some measure of justice. Su Qingyi, Granny Lu, and Su Ruhu were all standing outside the main gate, waiting for Shao Cheng. Even Su Ruhu, who had always harbored resentment toward Shao Cheng, now wore a slightly better expression, at least refraining from foolishly showing any signs of disdain. Without a word, Shao Cheng walked in silently and headed straight toward his own courtyard. Su Qingyi glanced at Granny Lu, who immediately followed him. Only then did Su Qingyi speak calmly, "Brother, go back and rest. It's best not to go out these next few days. The city is likely to be unsettled." Having said that, she didn't bother whether Su Ruhu understood her deeper meaning. After asking the servants a few questions and confirming that Su Diguo was in his own courtyard, she quickly made her way to the rear courtyard. Even before approaching Su Diguo's courtyard, the bright lights inside were visible, clearly indicating that Su Diguo and the others were aware of the severity of the situation. Upon entering the courtyard, Su Qingyi noticed that the three elders were also present. As soon as they saw her return, One of the elders immediately asked gravely, "How are things?" Su Qing took a sip of tea and sighed softly, saying, "The situation is not optimistic." When Shao Cheng and Yu Fusheng clashed, Yu Meier intervened at the last moment to save the day, using the swift divine blessing. Her speed indeed doubled. If she hadn't reacted so quickly, Shao Cheng could have crippled Yu Fusheng. What a pity! Moreover, Yu Fusheng explicitly stated that Shui Chihua would come to visit Yu Meier first thing tomorrow morning. I suspect the Shui and Yu families are very likely to form a marriage alliance. Su Diguo and the three elders were utterly stunned. While the possibility of the Shui and Yu families forming an alliance was within their expectations, what was this about Shao Cheng? How could he have possibly defeated Yu Fusheng? Su Qing quickly recounted the events of the evening, detailing the course of the battle. By the time she finished, the three elders' eyes were gleaming with excitement. Su Diguo pondered for a moment but quickly made a decision. The Su family is facing a life and death crisis. As the clan leader, I hereby order, first, immediately dispatch more personnel to search for the Dragonheart grass. Once found, spare no expense to obtain it. Second, Qingyi, you must do everything possible to keep Shao Cheng here. Third, issue orders to consolidate and sell off all our assets. The three of you are not to leave the Su residence. Additionally, arrange protection for Shao Cheng to prevent assassination attempts by the Yu family. The three elders went to carry out their tasks, while a glint of determination flashed in Su Qingyi's beautiful eyes as she resolutely walked out. Returning to her courtyard, she looked at the two maids who approached her, her face flushing slightly as she gritted her teeth and said, "Prepare hot water with heavily scented rose petals, I wish to bathe. Also, fetch my pink undergarments and the red palace dress." The two maids were puzzled. Su Qingyi had never used strongly scented petals for her baths, nor had she ever worn pink undergarments. She usually slept in just her undergarments. Why would she need a palace dress now? Was she planning to go out so late at night? Dressed like this, could it be for a secret rendezvous with a lover? The courtyard of Shao Cheng was brightly lit. Granny Lu had brought a large bowl of meat porridge and was watching him wolf it down with affectionate eyes. The big yellow dog also got a large piece of roasted meat and was silently gnawing on it nearby. When he had almost finished eating, Granny Lu smiled and said, "Child, I want to thank you for what happened tonight." Shao Cheng looked up with a grin and replied, "I'm sorry, Granny. I originally wanted to help you cripple Yu Fusheng, but unfortunately, Yu Meier showed up, and at the time, in the Yu family. No need to explain, Granny understands." Granny Lu interrupted him, saying gratefully, "Your kindness is enough for me. And today, you've already made Yu Fusheng suffer such humiliation that alone satisfies me. It's just a pity that my strength is too weak to avenge my poor grandson." Shao Cheng fell silent. In truth, he was incapable of forcibly crippling Yu Fusheng. But he needed to retrieve the Dragonheart grass for his grandfather. If he had crippled Yu Fusheng during the duel, the Yu family would have had no grounds for complaint. However, acting afterward might provoke the Yu family into an uproar, and he didn't want to stir up unnecessary trouble. Granny Lu wiped away her tears, then spoke with grave seriousness, "Child, don't he go out these days? Yu Fusheng may appear to be a gentleman on the surface, but he is petty and vindictive. Moreover, the Yu family's assassination techniques are quite notorious in the Godslayer tribe. If the Su family ever faces danger, remember to flee at once." Shao Cheng felt warmth in his heart again and grinned. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, "Granny, could you help me find some books about divine blessings? I'd like to read them." "What are you looking at these for?" Granny Lu looked at Shao Cheng strangely, then explained, "Child, divine gifts cannot be forced. Generally, only when parents are strong and of noble bloodline is there a possibility of awakening a divine gift. Take the Shao family of the Slaughter Emperor city. For example, their descendants have been strong for generations, and many of the wives they marry are also strong, so the next generation often awakens divine gifted warriors. Even so, by Shao Buhui's generation, only 4 have awakened the berserk divine gift." "Wait!" Shao Cheng rudely interrupted Granny Lu's words, his expression turning extremely serious as he asked, "Berserk divine gift? Granny, Do you know exactly how this berserk state manifests? Shao Chong was acting a bit off tonight. He had never interrupted Granny Lu before when she was speaking. Seeing Shao Chong so serious, Granny Lu didn't press further and explained, the berserk divine blessing is quite famous in the God-Layer tribe. It's a 6th-tier blessing. When activated, the warrior enters a berserk state, boosting their combat power, defense, and speed by a full 4 levels, not just 1 level like the Swift Divine Blessing. The Slaughter clan has dominated the God-Layer tribe for centuries thanks to this berserk divine blessing. What? Shao Chong, have you seen a berserk warrior before? Shao Chen's eyes were filled with confusion and astonishment. It wasn't until Granny Lu asked him that he snapped out of it, shaking his head like a rattle drum. I've never seen it, but it feels incredible. Granny, could you help me get some books about divine gifts? Shao Chong pleaded again. Though Granny Lu was utterly perplexed, she still nodded and said, all right, you should rest early. Tomorrow morning, I'll ask the young lady to have someone send them over. After Granny Lu left, the bewilderment in Shao Chen's eyes deepened. He didn't even notice the big yellow dog returning to its corner to sleep soundly. He kept murmuring to himself, how is this possible? How can this be? Grandpa never mentioned it. Besides, my surname is Shao too. For nearly half an hour, Shao Chong remained seated, clearly still unable to make sense of it. He shook his head and stood up, preparing to close the door and go to sleep. But just then, footsteps sounded outside. Puzzled, he glanced up and, under the moonlight, saw a woman in red approaching with graceful steps. The woman had a graceful figure, with snow-white skin and delicate features on her oval face. A touch of light makeup made her even more radiant. As the gentle breeze blew, a faint scent of roses from her body was intoxicating. Under the enchanting moonlight, the beauty was as flawless as jade. In a daze, Shao Chong felt as if a celestial maiden was walking toward him. Su Qingyi was pleased by Shao Chen's mesmerized gaze. However, the thought of what was about to happen made her body grow warm, her earlobes and snow-white neck flushing a delicate shade of pink, making her even more alluring. She walked up to Shao Chong, parted her crimson lips slightly, and said in a somewhat trembling voice, Brother Shao, I heard you needed some books about divine blessings. Qingyi has brought them for you. She took 2 books from her sleeve and handed them over. Shao Chong instinctively reached out to take them, but accidentally brushed against Su Qingyi's hand. In that instant, both recoiled as if shocked, and the books fell to the ground with a soft thud. The 2 inexperienced young hearts tightened at that moment, and they both hurriedly bent down to pick up the books. As a result, their heads lightly bumped into each other. Su Qingyi, already tense to the extreme, immediately felt her legs go weak and collapsed to the ground. There was no strong arm or broad chest to catch her as she had imagined. Su Qingyi fell onto the cold floor, her clothes slightly disheveled. The low-cut dress revealed a glimpse of her fair, delicate chest, making her flush with unbearable embarrassment. She hurriedly covered the exposed area and looked up angrily, only to see Shao Chong swiftly grab the book and dart into the room. She sighed softly again. Such a clueless man was truly rare in this world. Gritting her teeth, she stood up, pressed a hand to her flushed face, took several deep breaths, and then mustered the courage to walk toward the room. Creak! But then a figure rushed over like lightning, slamming the door shut heavily. Shao Chen's voice, mixed with heavy breathing, sounded, Thank you, Miss Su. The night is late. Please return. Bang! Su Qingyi's head hit the door panel, and she staggered before falling flat on her back again. If she hadn't reacted quickly, the back of her head would surely have swollen into a bump. Staring at the tightly shut door, Su Qingyi felt an urge to cry. She had hesitated hundreds of times in her heart, finally mustering the courage to throw caution to the wind, taking the initiative to clean up and visit him, only to be treated like this. Her eyes reddened as she scrambled up, covering her face and running off in small steps. For the first time, she lost confidence in her looks and body, and the autumn night felt a little colder. Huff! Huff! Shao Chong leaned against the gate, his breathing rapid. It took him a long while to calm the restlessness within his body. With absolute certainty, he sighed, Grandfather truly didn't lie to me. Beautiful women are lethally toxic. That woman is too poisonous. Just a few glances and a touch of her hand made the place where I pee uncontrollably stand up. Truly terrifying. Close the gates. No visitors for 3 days. Also, inform my father that I never want to see that Xiaocheng again. Let him figure out how to win him over himself. Phew! Inside an elegant pavilion of the Su family, Su Qingyi returned with a frosty expression. The moment she entered, she sharply commanded the 2 maidservants. Su Qingyi had always been quite even-tempered, but this was the first time she had shown a dark expression to her maids. The 2 maids were instantly flustered, exchanging bewildered glances. One hurriedly trotted outside, while the other closed the courtyard gate and quickly made her way toward the inner chamber. Bang! Before she could even step inside the inner chamber, the sound of a teapot shattering on the ground reached her ears. The maid's lips twitched, and she was about to cautiously enter when a cold voice rang out, "Get out!" The maid quickly withdrew her head, stuck out her tongue, and wore a puzzled expression. What on earth had young Master Xiaocheng done to provoke such an outburst from Su Qingyi, who rarely showed her emotions so openly? Su Qingyi was indeed furious. From a young age, she was exceptionally intelligent, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, well-read and skilled in strategy. Most importantly, her martial talent was also remarkable. Despite appearing as a delicate young woman, Chen Qian had already reached the first level of the White Tiger realm. Though she never flaunted it, so few outside knew of her prowess. Smart, talented, and beautiful. This was a woman favored by the heavens. Naturally, such a woman looked down upon the young talents of Blood Sun City, and naturally, she was also proud and self-assured. Though she somewhat admired Xiaocheng, finding him different from the hypocritical and ostentatious young masters of the city, with extraordinary talent and a mysterious grandfather who could help the Su family resolve their crisis, deep down, she still somewhat looked down on him. She did not consider him an ideal son-in-law or the lover of her dreams. Xiaocheng was born in the wilderness and did not receive a proper education from a young age, which made his daily behavior somewhat crude and uncouth. In other words, he was a country bumpkin. The most important thing is Xiaocheng's way of doing things. A country bumpkin who had just stepped out of the wilderness for the first time, having never seen the outside world, dared to casually hitch a ride with a merchant caravan. Wasn't he afraid of being sold off? The moment he arrived at the Su family, he immediately clashed with young Master Ning. What if the Ning family was stronger than the Su family? Who could protect him? Then at night, he went to the Yu family and confronted a group of young masters, even overpowering the eldest son of the Yu family in the end. From the Su family's perspective, Xiaocheng's actions were beneficial to them. But objectively evaluating his behavior, he was nothing more than a reckless fool, and his actions were downright foolish. The wise, or those who consider themselves wise, often look down on reckless individuals much like how civil officials disdain military generals. Su Qingyi, who had been raised with the family's teachings of prioritizing its interests above all else, found the family on the brink of collapse. Faced with a barely acceptable man, she chose to compromise. However, tonight, she hesitated hundreds of times in her heart, finally overcoming a maiden's shyness, a talented woman's pride, and a beauty's reserve to take the initiative and approach him only to end up humiliated, utterly humiliated. Her feelings can well be imagined. Xiaocheng's unintentional actions completely wounded Su Qingyi, making her, as proud as a peacock, feel utterly ashamed. Naturally, she decided never to see him again. Xiaocheng, however, felt not the slightest bit of remorse. He took a cold shower and soon fell asleep, waking before dawn to practice his swordplay. Ha! As usual, he was bare-chested, wearing only black pants, wielding a massive wooden sword as he thrust, slashed, hacked, and swept. His movements were extremely simple, or rather, there was no technique at all. A 300-pound heavy sword felt like a child's toy in his hands, with not the slightest tremor in every thrust, slash, or sweep. His face showed no emotion, only the bulging muscles constantly twisting, combining with the scars on his chest and back to form a bizarre, soul-stirring pattern. After delivering the customary 300 sword strikes, Shao Cheng sheathed the wooden sword, his body now gleaming with sweat, his hair thoroughly drenched. He went inside to take a shower, and instead of cultivating his desolate force as usual, he took out the 2 books Su Qing had sent him and began reading. Divine Gift Chronicles and Encyclopedia of Divine Gifts in the Desolate God Continent. These were 2 rather general and ordinary books, yet Shao Cheng read them with great interest, his eyes gleaming brightly. He spent a full hour poring over them before finally closing the books, only to be left with a look of deep confusion in his eyes. Through books, he learned that divine gifts are the most miraculous and powerful abilities in this world, the most precious blessing bestowed by the primal gods upon the people of the continent. Divine warriors are undoubtedly the mightiest fighters in this world. Divine gifts are divided into 9 ranks, though for 1,000 years, no one has awakened the ultimate 9th rank divine gift. Nevertheless, as long as one awakens a divine gift, a warrior status immediately soars. If one awakens a divine gift of the 4th or 5th rank or higher, and survives long enough to grow, they are destined to become a dominant force in the future. Take, for example, the city lord of Bloodsong City, Blood Wu Chang. The Blood clan was once a minor family in Bloodsong City. Blood Wu Chang was incredibly fortunate to awaken a 4th rank divine gift, Iron Armor. He pledged allegiance to the Slaughter clan, served them for 10 years, and then returned to Bloodsong City, single-handedly wiping out the former ruling clan of the city. He seized control of Bloodsong City, securing decades of glory for the Blood clan. Divine gifts are categorized into offensive, defensive, speed, all-round, and special types. Ymir Swiftness is a speed-type gift, enhancing a warrior's speed. Blood Wu Chang's Ironclad divine gift is defensive. Activating it turns the skin as hard as iron, impervious to blades and spears. The Berserk divine gift of the Slayer family, rulers of the Slayer tribe, is an all-round type extremely overpowered. Activating it boosts attack, speed, and defense, but the only drawback is losing rationality in Berserk mode, leading to indiscriminate slaughter. The most extraordinary aspect of divine gifts isn't their miraculous powers, but their ability to amplify a warrior's primordial force. First and second class divine gifts offer limited primordial force amplification, while third class amplifies by 1 tier, fourth class by 2 tiers, fifth class by 3 tiers, sixth class by 4 tiers, seventh class by 5 tiers, eighth class by 6 tiers, and ninth class by a staggering 9 tiers. 3 tiers equal 1 realm. For example, if the lowest level Green Ox Realm Warrior awakens a 9th class ultimate divine gift, their strength would instantly ascend by 3 realms upon activation. From Green Ox, Black Panther, White Tiger, Blood Bear, to Purple Elephant, this warrior's power would reach the Blood Bear realm. The City Lord of Blood Song City, Blood Wu Chang, is 48 years old this year. Without activating his divine gift, his strength is at the 3rd level of the Blood Bear realm. If a young man reaches the 3rd level of the Green Ox realm and awakens a 9th grade divine gift, his strength can immediately rival that of the City Lord. One can imagine how overpowered this divine gift is. It is indeed the most precious gift bestowed by the wild god upon the people of the continent. Berserk! An all-round divine gift, the exclusive divine gift of the Slayer family from the Slayer tribe. After activating the divine gift, one's realm increases by 4 levels, with enhancements in speed, defense, and attack. However, in the Berserk state, one loses rationality and becomes bloodthirsty. Shao Cheng once again opened the Compendium of Divine Gifts of the Wild God Continent and found the introduction to the Berserk divine gift. Muttering in confusion, he finally closed the book after a long while and turned his gaze toward the great wilderness. He murmured to himself, "Grandfather, how many things have you hidden from Shao Cheng? If you are so powerful, why did you bring Shao Cheng into hiding in the great wilderness? Who are Shao Cheng's parents? Are they still alive?" Sigh. After a long while, Shao Cheng let out a deep sigh, knowing that his wild speculations would lead nowhere. He tossed the book aside, glanced at the silent big yellow dog sitting cross-legged on the ground, and silently resolved to find the Dragonheart grass as soon as possible, return to the great wasteland to cure his grandfather, and then get to the bottom of everything. Just as he was about to cultivate his wasteland power, footsteps sounded outside, quite a few. By the sound of it, frowning, he stood up and opened the door. To his surprise, It was the Su family's patriarch, Su Digua, accompanied by 3 elders and Granny Lu. Shao Cheng, this is our clan leader, and these 3 are the elders of the Su family. They have important matters to discuss with you. Granny Lu spoke with a warm smile. Noticing the uncertainty on Shao Chen's face, she quickly added, "It's about the Dragonheart grass." Dragonheart grass? Shao Chen's eyes instantly lit up, and he immediately straightened his expression, saying, "Clan leader Su, everyone, please come in." "Ha ha!" Su Digua beamed with delight, nodding as he walked. "I've long heard from Qingyi that a young genius has come to the Su family. That night, with just a fleeting glance, I could already see your extraordinary aura. Now that I take a closer look today, you truly stand out as a dragon among men." The 3 elders also wore expressions of admiration. Shao Cheng rubbed his hands awkwardly, unsure how to respond, and simply stood there dumbly, gazing expectantly at Su Digua. "Come, sit, sit." Su Digua glanced at the large yellow dog sleeping on the ground, then affectionately took Shao Chen's hand and had him sit beside him. After staring at him for a while long enough for Shao Chen's face to flush red, he sighed and said, "Young Master Shao, you are truly a man of extraordinary talent and brilliance. Last night, you astonished everyone with a single feat, and now the entire Blood Sun City is abuzz with talk of you. However, the Yu family now harbors a deep hatred for you. Perhaps you are unaware. Every member of the Yu family is a first-rate assassin, and they have already made it clear. If you dare to leave Blood Sun City, they will ensure your blood spills within 5 steps." After saying this, Su Digua carefully observed Shao Chen's expression, as did the 3 elders, eager to see if he would show any signs of fear. However, Shao Chen's reaction left them puzzled. Far from displaying panic or fear, he seemed almost impatient. Su Digua, seeing that Shao Chen did not respond, smiled awkwardly and waved his hand with the air of a regional overlord, saying, "Young Master Shao, you need to worry. As long as you remain in the Su family for a single day, I, Su Digua, will ensure your safety for that day. Who in Blood Sun City dares to kill who even can kill a junior I, Su Digua, value?" Shao Chen showed no gratitude or polite response to Su Digua's grand, rallying words. Instead, he grew even more impatient and finally spoke, "Patriarch Su, get to the point. Dragonheart grass, I only care about Dragonheart grass. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin." This was the thought Su Digua most wanted to voice at that moment. He felt as though he was playing the lute to a cow. His carefully prepared words had been as futile as passing gas, completely ignored by Shao Chen. Can't even protect your own life. Still care about Dragonheart grass? Does he really think that just because he can overpower Yu Fushen, he can slaughter the entire Yu family? Let him know that the Yu family specializes in producing assassins. If he dares to step out of the Su family now, he'll be dead within half a day, guaranteed. Punching the air in frustration, Su Digua forcibly suppressed his irritation and continued with a genial smile, "Young Master Shao, no need to rush. I came today because I have news about Dragonheart grass. I heard it's for your grandfather? With your formidable strength, your grandfather must be even more powerful, right? How could he be injured by a 5th-grade Pishio beast?" Upon hearing news of Dragonheart grass, Shao Chen immediately tensed up, no longer paying attention to Su Digua's probing questions. He quickly replied, "I don't know the specifics. My grandfather has slain many 5th-grade beasts before without issue, but recently he returned with the corpse of a Pishio beast, his whole body purple, his eyes green, and barely able to walk. He said he was accidentally poisoned and told me to go to a major city immediately to find Dragonheart grass. If I don't return within 3 years, he will surely die. Clan leader Su, where can I find Dragonheart grass? Please tell me, and I will forever remember your kindness." "Oh!" Su Digua's eyes narrowed instantly, and the 3 elders exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with sharpness. Having slain many 5th-grade desolate beasts without consequence, the entire body turning purple with pitch-black pupils. These symptoms are identical to those of a Pishio's poisoning as recorded in historical texts. Those capable of slaying 5th-grade desolate beasts must at least possess the strength of a purple elephant realm expert, if not higher. This also provides a clear explanation for why Shao Chen's talents are so extraordinary after all. An ordinary person could never nurture such a monstrous genius. Su Di had already made up his mind, but he calmly took a sip of the tea handed to him by Granny Lu and leisurely said, Shao Cheng, I'm several decades older than you, so I'll take the liberty of calling you Nephew Shao. I deeply sympathize with your grandfather's plight. There is indeed news about the Dragon Heart Grass, but it's still uncertain whether we can obtain it. This morning, reports came in that a treasure site was discovered on the soul-severing cliff west of the Godlayer tribe. Inside, there are 5 rare spiritual herbs, one of which is the Dragon Heart Grass. Soul-severing cliff? Upon hearing this, Shao Cheng abruptly stood up and immediately began packing his things, as if preparing to leave. Su Diguo and the others were left dumbfounded, their foreheads covered in metaphorical black lines. Was this the fearlessness of a newborn calf not knowing the tiger, or just plain foolishness? Nephew! Su Diguo waved his hand, stopping Shao Chen's actions, and asked with a solemn expression, Nephew, are you planning to go to the soul-severing cliff right now to search for the Dragon Heart Grass? Shao Cheng nodded very seriously and at the same time clasped his fists, saying, Thank you for the information, clan leader Su. Shao Cheng will surely repay you heavily in the future. You foolish child! Su Diguo was both amused and exasperated. He sighed and said, Nephew, do you know where Duanhuan Cliff is? Do you know how precious those 5 spiritual herbs are? Do you know how powerful the savage beasts guarding those 5 spiritual herbs are? I can assure you, forget about whether you can escape the Yu family's assassinations. Even if you make it to Duanhuan Cliff, you will absolutely not obtain the Dragon Heart Grass. Shao Chen's expression froze for a moment, but then his face filled with determination as he said, Whether I can obtain it or not, I must try. Even if it costs me my life, I won't hesitate. Big Yellow, let's go. Shao Cheng packed his simple luggage and gave a stern shout to the big yellow dog before turning to walk outside. Su Diguo and the others were utterly speechless. In their eyes, Shao Cheng was clearly not a fearless newborn calf, but rather a fool, a reckless idiot missing a screw. Shao Cheng. Su Diguo stood up and said solemnly, Among those 5 spirit herbs, the Dragon Heart Grass is not the most precious. The most valuable is a 1,000-year-old 9 immortal mushroom, and the guardian beast is a peak 6th grade twin-headed emerald-scaled python. Forget about you going, even your grandfather might not be able to kill it. No, in the entire Godlayer tribe, no faction except the Slaughter family can obtain it. Right now, the Slaughter family's patriarch has personally led countless experts there. By the time you reach Soul-Sever Cliff, the spirit herbs will already be in the hands of the Slaughter family's patriarch. So, with just you alone, there's absolutely no way you can get the Dragon Heart Grass. The Slaughter family. Shao Chen's footsteps came to a halt, his face betraying a hint of concealed disgust. It seemed he wasn't fond of the Shao family, or perhaps he simply didn't want to be associated with them. His expression darkened as he pondered for a moment before his eyes gleamed with determination. Fixing his gaze on Su Diguo, he asked, Clan leader Su, what are the chances of obtaining the Dragon Heart Grass? And how much time would it take? Shao Chen's clear black and white eyes suddenly flashed with an all-seeing light, and his first question hit the nail right on the head. This made Su Diguo extremely uncomfortable. Wasn't he supposed to be a clueless fool? How did his mind suddenly become so sharp? Su Diguo lowered his gaze, pondered for a moment, and then said with great seriousness, 80%. 6 months. Shao Cheng nodded, set down his bundle, and calmly looked at Su Diguo. Other than joining your Su family, name any other condition you want. Of course, if I find out you're trying to trick me, I will kill. Shao Chen's tone remained calm, so calm that it didn't match his appearance or age. The coldness and threat in his words were nothing like that of a youth, but rather a ruthless powerhouse, one capable of annihilating the entire Su family. This tone greatly displeased Su Diguo and the 3 elders, and even made Granny Lu frown. Yet, at this moment, Su Diguo inexplicably felt that Shao Cheng wasn't lying. It seemed he truly had the power to destroy them. The contempt in Su Diguo's heart faded. At this moment, he elevated Shao Cheng to an equal standing and laid out the terms he had long prepared. It's simple. I only wish to preserve the Su family, and to do so, we must eliminate the Yu family and intimidate the Shui family. As for the Dragon Heart Grass, I will spare no effort to help you obtain it. All I ask is that you and your grandfather assist our Su family in surviving this calamity. Deal! Shao Cheng nodded without hesitation. The three elders exchanged glances, hesitating. Could Shao Cheng be trying to deceive them in return? His grandfather was severely injured and on the verge of death, and while Shao Cheng himself had decent talent, his current strength was barely passable. Assisting the Su family against the Yu family was a major undertaking. He would be able to contribute much, and everything ultimately depended on his grandfather's decision. Yet, he agreed so decisively. Su Digua also hesitated. After a moment of silence, he spoke up. Nephew, don't you think you should consult your grandfather about this? Moreover, your grandfather is alone in the great wilderness, poisoned at that. The wilderness is teeming with venomous creatures and fierce beasts. How about I send someone with you to bring him here? As long as your grandfather agrees, I, Su Digua, would even sell the Su family if necessary and spare no effort to help him obtain the Dragon Heart Grass. Su Digua came in person this time with the intention of asking Shao Cheng to invite his grandfather to the Su family, to intimidate the Shui and Yu families, and to do everything possible to obtain the Dragon Heart Grass. By leveraging Shao Chen's grandfather's influence, they aimed to eliminate the Yu family, thereby completely resolving the Su family's crisis. No need. Shao Chen's answer left everyone quite disappointed. He stated with absolute certainty, my grandfather is perfectly safe in the great wilderness, and I will definitely fulfill what I've promised. Of course, my grandfather wouldn't object either. If I'm lying in the slightest, may Shao Cheng meet a terrible end. Shao Chen's expression was resolute, unyielding to persuasion. Su Digua glanced at the three elders and nodded helplessly before standing up. His face also hardened with determination as he said solemnly, very well. During this time, nephew, you may stay at the Su residence in peace. If you need anything, just inform Granny Lu. I will do my best to retrieve the Dragon Heart Grass for you as soon as possible. Su Digua and the others quickly left, but Granny Lu stayed behind. She looked at Shao Cheng for a while and finally sighed deeply, saying, Child, there's something Granny shouldn't say, but I know you're a good kid. If I don't say it, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Shao Cheng looked at Granny Lu with confusion, holding her hand and smiling as he said, Granny, if you feel it's not right to say, then don't say it. Granny Lu shook her head, glanced outside, and lowered her voice, saying, Child, your decision just now was actually a mistake. Granny suggests you leave the Su family and find another way to search for the Dragon Heart Grass. With your talent, you could easily seek refuge with the Shao family in exchange for the Dragon Heart Grass. Staying with the Su family, you might lose your life. The Su family is in grave danger right now. Shao Cheng chuckled dismissively, grave danger. How dangerous? Alas! Granny Lu's face was filled with bitterness as she said, This morning, young Master Shui Chuihua went to the Yu family, accompanied by 2 elders from the Shui family and an envoy from the Shao family. It's already quite clear Shui Chuihua intends to marry Yu Mei. Once the Shui and Yu families form an alliance through marriage, the Su family will face utter destruction. Since you've offended Yu Fushan, your fate is sealed. The Su family is wealthy, but the Dragon Heart Grass will undoubtedly fall into the hands of the Shao family, who have no shortage of money. So the clan leader's chances of obtaining the Dragon Heart Grass are at best 50%, while your likelihood of losing your life by staying with the Su family is as high as 90%. Granny advises you to leave immediately tonight, if possible. The farther you go, the better. Shao Cheng lowered his head in silence, but after a brief moment, he raised it again with a smile. Shaking his head, he said, Grandma Lu, I want to leave. If I go, who will protect you? You're the first person to treat me so kindly since I left the great wilderness. I won't let anyone harm you. Besides, clan leader Su makes a good point. Even if I leave, it'll be hard for me to obtain the Dragon Heart Grass on my own. So, I'd rather wait for 6 months. Looking into Shao Cheng's sincere eyes, Grandma Lu was deeply moved. Wiping away her tears, she said, Child, why are you so stubborn? You could join the Shao family, couldn't you? At worst, once you get the Dragonheart grass, your grandfather can negotiate your release from them. The Shao family. At the mention of this, Shao Cheng's expression instantly darkened. He shook his head with unwavering resolve and declared, "No. I want to join the Shao family. I'd rather join the Su family than become part of the Shao family." Granny Lu asked in surprise, "Why? Do you have a grudge against the Shao family?" Shao Chen's eyes suddenly grew vacant as he shook his head and said, "No grudge. I just don't like them, really dislike them." Seeing Shao Cheng fall silent, Granny Lu didn't press further. After asking a few concerned questions, she stood up and left. Shao Cheng escorted her to the door and watched her retreating figure, still lost in thought about what had just happened. "With you." The big yellow dog leisurely walked out of the room, seemingly well rested and ready for a stroll in the yard. Suddenly, the big yellow dog that had just stepped out the door suddenly froze. Its lazy eyes instantly turned icy cold, and its fluffy fur stood completely on end. It no longer looked like a mere mutt but rather resembled a lion king with its sharp aura fully revealed. Shao Cheng was startled awake. His gaze sharp as a knife followed the big yellow dog's line of sight toward the upper left corner of the courtyard. There stood a wall, and beyond it was a tall ancient tree with dense foliage. From this angle, nothing could be seen. "Granny, wait a moment." Shao Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly and strode out of the courtyard, catching up to Granny Lu, who turned back with a puzzled look. With a warm smile, he said, "I happen to have something to ask Miss Su. Would you mind showing me the way?" Granny Lu was even more astonished. Shao Cheng had always regarded Su Qingyi as a venomous snake or scorpion, never bothering to exchange more than a word with her. Had the sun risen from the west today? Without a word, Shao Cheng walked outside. Granny Lu had no choice but to follow. As she caught up to him and was about to ask what had gotten into him, Shao Cheng had already reached beneath the large tree. He drew the black wooden sword from his back with a swift motion, swung it in a half circle, and suddenly slashed toward the tree to his left front. Boom! A white light flashed on the wooden sword, clearly infused with desolate force. With such immense power, how could a tree withstand it? In an instant, the tree trunk was shattered into pieces. The towering tree, nearly 7 or 8 meters tall, collapsed with a thunderous crash, smashing a gap in the courtyard wall beside it. Granny Lu's eyes flashed with a cold glint. She finally understood why Shao Cheng had gone mad, for at that moment, a dark figure darted out from the dense foliage and sprinted wildly into the distance. An assassin? A highly skilled assassin. To evade the layers of guards at the Su family and lurk in the backyard, even Su Degua and the 3 elders had come and gone through this courtyard without the slightest suspicion. Could such an assassin not be considered highly skilled? At the very least, his ability to conceal his presence had reached an extraordinary level. How did Shao Cheng discover it? As Granny Lu's shock and doubt were just rising in her mind, Shao Chen's body had already shot out like a leopard. He leaped high into the air, the massive black wooden sword whistling with the sound of wind and thunder, descending like the scythe of death upon the assassin's back. This assassin wasn't particularly strong, just possessing some unique skills. Granny Lu let out a slight sigh of relief. The assassin's speed was no match for Shao Chen's, only comparable to her own, suggesting his strength was merely at the first level of the White Tiger realm. That sword strike was too fast and packed immense force. Even she would surely meet her end if she tried to block it. The assassin, fully clothed in black knight attire, heard the whistling wind behind him and sensed the chilling killing intent at his back. In terror, he turned his head only to see a dark shadow rapidly enlarging in his vision. He let out a dog-like squawk and closed his eyes, awaiting death. Shao Chen's eyes were icy, his figure agile like a beast ready to pounce on its prey. Seeing the assassin close his eyes in despair, waiting for death, the killing intent in his eyes momentarily receded. His wooden sword shifted slightly and struck the assassin's left shoulder instead. He had killed many wild beasts and savage creatures since childhood, but had never taken a human life. If this man had attempted to assassinate him earlier or fought back desperately now, he would not have hesitated to strike. The assassin's choice not to counterattack in his dying moments ended up saving his own life. Crack! Despite Shao Chen's restraint, the force of the wooden sword was still too great. The assassin's left shoulder bones were completely shattered, a bloody mess, rendering his left arm utterly useless. His body was sent flying like a ragged sack. Whoosh! Shao Chen followed swiftly. The moment the assassin hit the ground, his heavy foot pressed down on the man's chest, the wooden sword aimed at his forehead, a clear warning that any movement would mean instant death. Having grown up battling beasts and savage creatures, he knew better than to underestimate his enemy. Who sent you? Speak, and I'll spare your life. Refuse, and you die. Shao Chen stared at the assassin. His icy gaze and the voice that sounded like the Grim Reaper from hell made the assassin's body tremble slightly. Granny Lu slowly walked over, her graying eyebrows tightly furrowed, her expression extremely grave. Although Shao Chen had subdued the assassin, the fact that an assassin had infiltrated the Su family was already a very serious matter. The assassin stared fixedly at Shao Chen, a trace of ferocity flashing across his face, yet instead of fighting desperately, he spoke eerily. It was our young clan leader, Yu Fushen. Shao Chen's eyes grew even colder, while Granny Lu was astonished. It was normal for the assassin to have been sent by Yu Fushen to gather information, but why was he so spineless? Did he really think Shao Chen would spare him for telling the truth? Even if Shao Chen let him go, could he escape the Su family with such severe injuries? Whoosh! Shao Chen withdrew his foot with a sweeping motion, kicking the assassin away. He then flipped the wooden sword back into the strap on his back, truly sparing the assassin's life. With a deep shout, he turned and left, growling, "Scram! Foolish!" Not far away, Granny Lu's heart sank as her pupils suddenly contracted. She leaped forward, rushing toward Shao Chen while shouting sharply, "Shao Chen, be careful!" At that moment, Granny Lu finally understood why the assassin had shown such cowardice, because he had never intended to return alive. Moreover, he had accurately judged Shao Chen's character, knowing he would keep his word. Shao Chen saw Granny Lu charging toward him, while a sharp whistling sound erupted from behind. His expression instantly changed drastically. He couldn't understand how could that already severely injured person, whose strength wasn't even high, still unleash such a ferocious attack. Before he left the great wilderness, he had never fought against humans. He didn't know that in this world, there existed a weapon called hidden weapons. He suddenly turned around and saw a skyful of white flashes. Watching Granny Willow being struck by several of them, the muscles on his face twisted violently. Drawing his wooden sword in a swift motion, he lunged forward, swinging it to block the remaining flashes. A beast-like growl erupted from his throat as his body shot forward like a cannonball. The wooden sword sliced through the air, cleaving the assassin in half and shattering the cylindrical hidden weapon mechanism that had fired the white flashes into pieces. Granny! Ignoring the assassin, whose eyes still burned with unwillingness even in death, he spun around and rushed toward Granny Willow. Catching her just as she was about to collapse, his eyes filled with guilt, he roared hoarsely, "Granny, are you alright?" Granny Lu's body was pierced by over a dozen steel needles, with blood slowly trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yet, she shook her head and said, "Child, don't worry. Granny won't die. This is the Yu family's renowned hidden weapon, Pear Blossom Rain. Our Su family was prepared. Granny is wearing soft armor that protected my vital points." Whoosh! Whoosh! The commotion of the battle alerted the Su family's martial artists, and from a distance, more warriors began rushing toward the scene. Su Diguo and the three elders also hurried over. Seeing the chaotic battlefield and the corpses on the ground, their expressions darkened considerably. Noticing Granny Lu's injuries and the guilt written all over Shao Chen's face, a subtle, inscrutable glint flickered in the eyes of the four. Had the four truly failed to detect the assassin's presence when entering and leaving the courtyard? Or had they discovered it long ago but deliberately refrained from alerting anyone, allowing the assassin to strike so that Shao Chen and the Su family would unite against a common enemy? The truth of the matter was likely known only to Su Diguo and his companions. Bastards! Su Jianfei, Su Jianlei, Su Jiandao, are the three of you just sitting around doing nothing? How could assassins sneak into the courtyard? Su Diguo erupted in fury. One elder quickly arranged for someone to take Granny Lu away for treatment, while another approached the assassin's body. After examining the remains now reduced to a pulpy mess and the cracked bluestone pavement, he couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. The fact that Shao Cheng had detected the assassin beforehand raised his estimation of the young man even higher. Turning back, he nodded and reported, "Clan leader, it's an assassin from the Yu family. They bear the mark of the Yu ninja hole." Another elder approached Shao Cheng, his face filled with remorse. "Young Master Shao, this was our failure in arrangements, causing you such distress. Who would have thought the Yu family would be so deranged and impatient? Rest assured, young Master Shao, I will immediately assign sufficient guards to this courtyard. Not even a fly will get through." Only after confirming Granny Lu was out of danger did Shao Cheng finally relax, though a surge of anger welled up inside him. He had repeatedly reminded himself not to underestimate his enemies, yet in the end, he had still done so. Who knew hidden weapons could be so deadly? It seems battling humans is quite different from fighting beasts or savage creatures. He nodded indifferently, wasting no words, and left a single sentence before turning to walk toward his courtyard. "I'll leave the Dragonheart grass to you all. Just notify me when it's time to deal with the Moon family." He bore no resentment toward Yu Fusheng for sending assassins, but the fact that Granny Lu was injured because of it truly enraged Shao Cheng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to declare war on the Moon family and ask for assistance. The Su family warriors cleaned up the battlefield, and Su Diguo no longer reprimanded Su Jianfei and the others. Exchanging glances with the three elders, they all nodded slightly as they watched Shao Chen's retreating figure. Shao Chen's offer to help against the Moon family, though his combat prowess was of little value to Su Diguo, pleased Su Diguo greatly with its shift in attitude. As long as they could bind Shao Cheng to their war chariot, exhaust all means to obtain Dragonheart grass from the Qiu family, and invite Shao Chen's grandfather to intervene, the Su family's crisis would resolve itself. Su Diguo gave a few instructions, urging Su Jianfei and the others to stay vigilant and protect Shao Cheng, then left with a grim expression alongside the three elders. The four entered a secret chamber, where Su Diguo looked at one of the elders and asked, "Is Granny Lu all right? She mustn't die. Shao Cheng values her greatly." The soft armor commissioned by the clan leader proved its worth. Granny Lu won't die. The elder, having examined Granny Lu's injuries, confirmed this. After speaking, his expression grew even graver, and he sighed, "Clan leader, though Yu Fusheng sent assassins into the Su family out of extreme hatred for Shao Cheng, it also indicates that the marriage alliance between Yu Meier and Shui Chuehua is practically settled. Although the Zhao family of Shaodi City has agreed to our request and we can spend a fortune to purchase the Dragonheart grass from the Assassin S family, the Assassin City Lord is still on his way back. If the Yu family acts before then, all will be lost." Su Diguo remained silent, sipping half a cup of tea before shaking his head and saying, "Our Su family's business spans the entire Shaoshan tribe, and our wealth ranks among the top in the tribe. As long as it's uncertain whether we lack external support, and as long as the Shui family has made a firm decision, the Yu family would dare act. I suspect the Yu family is currently busy dismantling the minor families allied with us, isolating us completely, while secretly investigating our potential allies. Shui Wucheng is surely still hesitating, so we still have time. By my estimate, the Shui and Yu families won't act for at least a month, at most 3 months. 1 month. That's not enough time. Even if we buy the Dragonheart grass, we still have to make a trip to the Great Wasteland, which will take at least half a month round trip," one of the elders said with deep concern. "So we need to buy time." Su Diguo stood up and smiled coldly, saying, "It's time for Qin to step in." Shui Chuehua has always had feelings for Qin. If Qin had awakened a divine gift like Yuan Meier, Shui Chuehua would have already come to propose marriage. I'll have Qin take half of the Su family's assets as dowry to negotiate with the Shui family. I don't believe that Shui Wucheng, with his indecisive nature, won't give us a few months' time. In the following days, Shao Chen's life was extremely peaceful. Apart from practicing his sword skills morning and night, he spent the rest of his time cultivating his wasteland energy. Previously, Granny Lu would visit him every day, but now it was his turn to visit Granny Lu daily. Granny Lu wore soft armor, and although the Yu family's Pear Blossom Rain hidden weapons were formidable, they didn't inflict fatal injuries on her. After a few days of recovery, the color returned to her face, and she was already able to get out of bed and walk with some difficulty. Granny Lu's genuine kindness toward Xiaocheng was something he could feel deeply. She disregarded the Su family's interests to persuade him to leave, and when the assassin fired the hidden weapon, she stepped forward to shield him, earning his respect and affection. Xiaocheng came from the wilderness and didn't understand grand philosophies. He only adhered to one simple principle. As his grandfather had taught him, if someone treated him well, he would repay them 100-fold. If someone treated him badly, he would return it 10-fold. In Granny Lu's courtyard, Xiaocheng supported her as they walked slowly. After a while, he helped her sit on a stone bench. Seeing the worry on her face, he paused for a moment before speaking solemnly. Granny, focus on recovering. I promise you, once my grandfather's poison is cured, I will personally avenge your grandson by killing you, Fusheng. Granny Lu's face was still somewhat pale. Hearing Xiaocheng's words, she was momentarily stunned, then forced a grateful smile and said, Child, it's enough that you have this thought in mind. In all things, act according to your abilities and don't be reckless. Of course, if you achieve great things in the future and become very powerful, and happen to avenge me, I will be grateful to you for eternity in the afterlife. Xiaocheng smiled but didn't say much. He wasn't one to talk a lot, nor would he casually make promises. He preferred to act. Granny Lu fell silent for a while, her face once again showing worry. Suddenly, she asked, Child, recently, has the young lady not come to see you? Young lady? Xiaocheng was taken aback, then quickly realized and shook his head, saying, Granny, you mean Miss Su Qingyi, right? I haven't seen her in the past few days. That's strange. Granny Lu lowered her head and muttered in confusion. After she was injured, Su Qingyi had only visited her once, and there had been no sign of her in the following days. She had watched that child grow up, and Su Qingyi had deep affection for her too. Unless something major had happened, she wouldn't have disappeared for days without a trace. Su Qingyi did indeed have something major going on. These days she has been frequently going out, hosting banquets at Fengyue Pavilion, the largest restaurant in the city, playing the qin, brewing tea, and discussing poetry and literature. Su Qingyi's talent and charm had already made her famous in Blood Sun City 2 years ago. Her ethereal demeanor, profound intellect, and aloof yet captivating personality have deeply attracted the young noblemen of the city like a poppy flower. Thus, even though they knew it was unwise to see her at this moment, when she sent out invitations to the young masters of various families, the impulsive youths couldn't resist their restless hearts. Even Shui Chuihua, disregarding the consequences and risking scolding from the Shui family elders, secretly attended the banquet. Top floor of Fengyue Pavilion. Without walls on all sides, a few pillars and layers of white gauze formed the most elegant floating immortal tower in the Blood Sun City. The semi-transparent gauze allowed those inside to gaze upon the entire city at a glance. Located on the top floor, the strong winds made the gauze flutter loudly, creating a refreshing and ethereal sensation for those within. A wisp of smoke lingers tenderly, unlike the love for green mountains, blooming amidst the rocks. It was originally jade-born mist. Dressed in a white palace gown, with a peach-red ancient zither, a peerless beauty played the emotionally stirring jade-born mist with her ivory-like hands. The young masters seated in the floating immortal tower felt as if they were floating, intoxicated, unaware of their surroundings. Beauty is like wine, it intoxicates not by itself, but by the drinker's own enchantment. The young lady of the Su family, who had once looked down upon the young master of Blood Sun City, carried the heavy hopes of her entire clan and ascended the Puxian Tower alone. With her breathtaking beauty, she sought to captivate the foremost young master of Blood Sun City, hoping to win her family a brief respite from their dire straits. Clang! As the final note faded, its lingering echoes mingled with the howling autumn wind. Su Qingyi's eyes were filled with confusion. She did not glance at the 7 or 8 young masters present. Instead, her gaze pierced through the layers of white gauze, fixed upon the distant white clouds in the sky. In her heart, she sighed bitterly. Why must life be so difficult? So dull? Is beauty truly a curse? It seems that being born with striking looks is indeed no blessing. Good! A deep, masculine voice rang out as a handsome young master with rosy lips and pearly teeth, dressed in fine robes and carrying a jade sword, stood up to applaud and cheer. The other young masters quickly snapped out of their daze and rose to their feet, joining in the enthusiastic praise. Su Qingyi withdrew her gaze, offering a faint smile as she stood and performed a graceful courtesy. Thank you, young masters, for your kind attention. Today, Qingyi feels somewhat weary and shall end here. I have a new composition prepared, which I shall humbly present for your appreciation tomorrow. A hint of disappointment flickered in the eyes of the young masters, who had initially hoped to witness Su Qingyi's enchanting dance. However, the thought of being able to listen to her celestial melodies again the next day quickly lifted their spirits, and they excitedly cupped their hands in farewell before departing. The handsome young master with rosy lips and pearly teeth remained seated, unmoving. Only after the others had left did he finally speak with a smile. Qingyi, in the past, even Cui Hua's invitations could not move you. Why, in recent days, have you not only entertained Cui Hua but also allowed him to hear such divine music? Clang! Clang! Su Qingyi gently plucked the strings of her zither. Her gaze lowered as she softly said, Young city lord, with such intelligence, surely you can guess? Recognized as the #1 young master of Blood Sun City, Shui Cui Hua let out a carefree laugh and said, Qingyi, could it be that you've finally noticed my unwavering devotion to you? Are you going to take pity on me? Su Qingyi smiled with enchanting grace, like a blooming lotus, radiant and captivating. Her beautiful eyes fixed directly on Shui Cui Hua as she said, What if I say yes? Ha ha ha! Shui Cui Hua's heart trembled with excitement as he abruptly stood up. Gazing down at the flawless, jade-like face before him, a beauty unparalleled, his eyes flickered with a hidden delight, though his expression feigned the infatuation of a lovesick fool. He said, If Qingyi truly wishes to marry me, Cui Hua would gladly trade a city for her. Though I cherish power, I love beauty even more, and Qingyi is the one worth abandoning an empire for. Su Qingyi lowered her brows, her emotions unreadable, though inwardly she was filled with utter disgust. In truth, Shui Cui Hua had undoubtedly seen through today's situation with perfect clarity. The Su family was on the brink of ruin, and Su Qingyi had come to sacrifice her beauty in exchange for their desperate survival. Shui Cui Hua had likely already secretly agreed to a marriage alliance with Yu Mei'er, yet here he was, swearing oaths with fervent devotion, his scheming depths no less profound than Yu Fusheng's. At this moment, Su Qingyi's mind involuntarily conjured up Shao Chen's face. She suddenly realized that although that blockhead had many flaws, his sincerity and lack of pretense made him far more endearing than these hypocritical young masters. She stood up and gracefully walked downstairs. Only when she reached the stairway did she leisurely turn around, casting an ethereal glance at Shui Cui Hua as she said, Father has decided to give half of the Su family's assets as Qingyi's dowry, so there's no conflict between power and beauty. Since childhood, Qingyi has dreamed of a peerless young master who would completely conquer her, both in spirit and body. Will that person be you, young city lord? The beauty had already departed, leaving only her lingering fragrance and the ambiguous, alluring words echoing in Shui Cui Hua's mind. He stood motionless by the pavilion, watching as Su Qingyi descended the stairs, entered her carriage, and headed back to the Su residence. For a long time, he remained silent. Half the family's assets as a dowry? A peerless young master? Conquest? Su Qingyi, one day, I will make you kneel beneath me and recite jade-producing mist. Shui Cui Hua muttered a few words, a sinister smile flashing across his face before he turned and strode away. Su Qingyi's straightforward yet cunning beauty trap had thrown the situation in Blood Sun City into complete disarray. The conflict between the Yu and Su families hinged most critically on the stance of the Shui family. As the young lord of Blood Sun City, Shui Cui Hua's will was pivotal to the Shui family's position. The city lord, Shui Wuchen, lived up to his name, capricious and unpredictable, a man who valued profit above all else. With the Su family proactively offering terms, he naturally wanted to gauge the Yu family's reaction to secure even greater gains. Those clans that had secretly sided with the Yu family now wavered once more. The Su family had flourished for a century, their wealth ranking among the top of the great clans in the Godslayer tribe. With such deep-rooted influence, it was impossible they didn't have hidden weapons or the means to summon powerful allies. The final outcome was still uncertain, and aligning with the wrong side now would invite devastating retribution in the future. The Shui family fell silent, clearly weighing the pros and cons. The Yu family also remained silent, secretly preparing, conducting covert investigations, and awaiting the Shui family's decision. Blossom City began to settle into an eerie calm, yet the atmosphere within the city grew increasingly oppressive, like the stillness before a storm suffocating. The Su family enjoyed a brief respite, but the messenger eagles in the courtyard took off and landed incessantly. Su Digo no longer had the mood to visit his second concubine and indulge in her exquisite skills. In just a few days, he seemed to have aged 10 years. Granny Lu's health had mostly recovered, and Shao Chong visited her daily, spending the rest of his time cultivating. Occasionally, he would sit alone in the courtyard, watching the eagles rise and fall, fantasizing about Su Digo bringing good news. Su Qing also stopped venturing out. Apart from occasionally visiting Granny Lu, she busied herself assisting her father with clan affairs. She never returned to Shao Cheng's courtyard again. Perhaps the scar from that night when Shao Cheng wounded her had yet to heal, or perhaps her pride made her unwilling to humble herself once more. Though occasionally, she still found herself thinking of that mesmerizingly perfect body and that delicate face. Young Master Shao, good news. Finally, after 7 or 8 days, an elder arrived with a beaming smile, bringing hope. The Su family had entrusted the Zhou family of Shaodi City to contact the Shao family to purchase the Dragonheart grass, and just moments ago, a definitive response had been received. Shao Paotian, the patriarch of the Shao family, led the elite forces of Shaodi City to slay the twin-headed emerald-scaled python, a savage beast of Duanhun Cliff, successfully obtaining 5 rare spiritual herbs. In high spirits, Shao Paotian readily agreed when the accompanying Zhou family experts requested to purchase the Dragonheart grass. As soon as the group returned to Shaodi City, they could immediately buy it at a hefty price. The main force was already halfway back. With swift horses, they could reach Shaodi City in just 5 days, and the Dragonheart grass would be delivered to Bloodsong City within half a month at most. Once there, they would make another trip to the Great Wilderness to detoxify Elder Shao Chen's grandfather, and the grand plan would be set. After listening, Shao Chong was completely immersed in joy. For him, his grandfather, who had been his sole companion since childhood, was everything. As long as his grandfather could be cured, he wouldn't hesitate to help deal with the Yu family even if it meant charging alone into the Emperor's city to kill. 1 month. Just hold on for 1 more month. At this moment, Su Digo seemed to have regained 10 years of youth. His slightly plump body trembled faintly as he paced back and forth in the secret chamber, his sharp eyes darting incessantly. After a while, he solemnly addressed the 2 elders and Su Qingyi in the room. Now, we proceed in 2 steps. First, Qingyi, find a way to stabilize Shui Chuehua again. Second, spread rumors that the family has invited a peerless expert. Additionally, mobilize the family members in the tribal outposts to confuse the Yu family spies while setting up decoys to intimidate both the Yu and Shui families. As long as we hold out for a month, the Yu family will surely fall. The 2 elders nodded and immediately began discussing plans to arrange everything. Su Qingyi, however, did not move. Instead, she frowned with concern and said, "Father, do you really trust Shao Cheng so much? You're essentially betting all our stakes on his grandfather. What if Shao Cheng is deceiving us?" "You're wrong." Su Digo shook his head with unwavering confidence and said, "Shao Cheng wouldn't lie his eyes. No one can deceive with their eyes. Shao Cheng is just a naive young man. If he could fool seasoned veterans like us, then we've lived our lives in vain. At his age, without guidance from a powerful mentor, how could he possibly reach such a level? And that 300-pound wooden sword of his, how could it be ordinary? As for his temperament, if he hadn't been subtly influenced by a formidable grandfather, would he be so unyielding and defiant, acting recklessly at the slightest provocation, completely disregarding the consequences?" Su Qingyi's mind flashed with those clear, lively eyes, black and white, pure and bright. She asked no further. Someone with eyes as innocent as a baby's clearly hadn't been tainted by the filth of the world. Precisely because he hadn't been scarred by this cruel society or had his edges worn smooth, he remained unversed in worldly cunning, free of guile, preserving one of humanity's most beautiful traits, truthfulness, a part of the genuine goodness and beauty. Shao Cheng, if you're still alive 10 years from now, I wonder if you'll still retain this unadulterated nature. Su Qin murmured softly, rubbing her forehead as she stepped out of the secret chamber. The thought of having to suppress her disgust and pretend to engage in romantic dalliances with Lord Chuehua made her feel utterly wretched. At this moment, she couldn't help but envy Shao Cheng how wonderful it would be if life could always be like his. Living behind a mask was exhausting, unbearably so. It wasn't yet dusk, but the sky had already darkened. The wind was fierce today, whipping Su Qin's robes into a fluttering frenzy, tousling her hair and making her squint. She glanced up at the sky, her expression unchanged, yet an inexplicable sense of foreboding stirred within her. Was a storm coming? Rustle, rustle, rustle. From a distance came the sound of hurried footsteps. Su Jianfei approached rapidly, his face twisted in anger. Su Qin's expression grew even more somber as she asked in a low voice, "What's happened?" Su Jianfei said with extreme anger, "Miss, the family cemetery cluster on Great East Mountain was completely looted last night, and all the remains were dug up. According to nearby villagers, people from Rong Family Town were seen lurking around last night." Rong Family Town. The Rong family. Su Jianfei had already entered the secret chamber to report to Su Digua, but Su Qin's heart grew increasingly uneasy. The cemetery cluster on Great East Mountain was the burial ground for deceased family guards and collateral relatives. Since they were guards and collateral family members, the burial items couldn't have been very valuable. The grave robbers clearly weren't after wealth but rather aimed to provoke the Su family. A provocation. The Rong family has always been the lapdog of the Yu family. It seems the Yu family couldn't hold back any longer and wanted to stir up some trouble to test the Su family's reaction and gauge their strength. Such petty tactics didn't worry Su Qin. Su Digua had naturally made proper arrangements. As long as the family's younger generation and guards refrained from causing trouble, the Yu family would have no opening to exploit. Once Su Digua's series of plans took effect, the Yu family would be even less daring to act. Although confident that Su Digua could handle everything, Su Qin still felt uneasy, though she couldn't pinpoint the source of her unease. She paced to the outside of her pavilion and instinctively glanced toward Granny Lu's courtyard next door. Her eyes twitched, and she suddenly sprinted toward Granny Lu's courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Granny Lu was nowhere to be seen. Su Qin's face turned icy as she glared at the maid serving Granny Lu and demanded sternly, "Where is Granny Lu?" The maid spoke with some confusion and fear. The old lady just said she had some business to attend to and went out. Oh no! Su Qin finally realized where her unease was coming from. The grave of Granny Lu's grandson was also on Great East Mountain. While Su Digua could suppress the guards from causing trouble or leaving, he couldn't restrain Granny Lu, who doted on her grandson the most. Su Qin hurriedly summoned the guards and had Su Jianfei investigate. It was quickly confirmed that Granny Lu had left the Su family alone through the back gate and was likely heading straight for Great East Mountain by now. Su Qin immediately went to see Su Digua, pleading with him to send someone to Dongshan to bring Granny Lu back. However, Su Digua ordered the Su residence to be sealed off, only sending a message by carrier pigeon to have the scouts lurking outside investigate the matter. The sky grew increasingly dark, with black clouds churning like a demon emerging from hell, ready to devour all living beings on the continent. Thunder rumbled, lightning split the sky, and fierce winds howled. A storm was about to strike. "Granny Lu, please don't let anything happen to you." Sitting in the secret chamber, Su Qin anxiously awaited the scout's report. She didn't have deep affection for her personal mates, but Granny Lu had watched her grow up since childhood. Whenever she went out to play as a child, Granny Lu was always there to protect her. Having lost her mother early, Granny Lu was like a loving mother to her, indulging her mischief and showering her with boundless care. Boom! A thunderclap resounded as the heavy rain finally began to pour. Su Qin's heart suddenly ached. She abruptly stood up and walked out of the secret chamber. When she saw a falcon descending, Su Jianfei retrieved the secret message from its leg, his expression darkening. She closed her eyes in even greater anguish. The scouts in the city confirmed that Granny Lu left through the east gate, but after searching the entire area outside the east gate, they found no trace of her. The scouts' abilities are limited, and they dared not venture up Great East Mountain. Su Jianfei reported in a low voice. Gazing at Su Qingyi, who had shut her eyes in pain, he sighed deeply before entering the secret chamber. Su Jianfei understood all too well that at such a critical moment, Su Diguo would never send anyone to rescue Granny Lu. Perhaps in a few days, the Su family scouts would find her on Great East Mountain, but it would surely be a corpse. Boom! Shao Cheng, who was cultivating in his room, was startled awake by a sudden clap of thunder. He opened his eyes and gazed out the window at the raging storm, abruptly sensing an ominous premonition. Grandfather? He thought of his grandfather in the hidden valley within the great wilderness, the mechanisms outside the valley, and his grandfather's formidable skills. He shook his head. Although the valley was located within the great wilderness, it was still on the outskirts, and there were no powerful wild beasts nearby capable of breaking through the valley's defenses. He paced restlessly around the room, unsure where the problem lay. Glancing at the large yellow dog sleeping soundly in the corner, he saw no sign of alertness, confirming the area was safe. Frustrated, he pushed open the door and stepped outside, gazing at the torrential rain and the flickering sky. His clear, black and white eyes were filled with worry. Flap, flap! A dark shadow streaked through the air toward him. Shao Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and with the help of a lightning flash, he could see it was a falcon. His grandfather had once told him that these creatures were used exclusively for delivering messages highly intelligent and never prone to straying. Yet now, it was flying straight toward him. Whoosh! He extended a hand and effortlessly grasped the flying eagle by its neck. Noticing a small cylinder tied to its claw, he removed it and casually flung the eagle back into the air. The bird spread its wings, circled once, and then soared away into the distance. If you want Granny Lu to live, come along immediately to the summit of Great East Mountain, 10 miles east of the city. If the Su family makes even the slightest move, Granny Lu will die without fail. Inside the cylinder was a letter with a very simple message. At this moment, Shao Cheng finally understood the source of his unease. After reading it, his expression showed no change. Instead, he was eerily calm, chillingly so. TCH, TCH. He crushed the letter into pieces with the wild force in his hand, then silently walked out of the courtyard. Finding a lurking Su family guard, he grabbed the man's collar with one hand and asked in a deep voice, "What happened in the Su family just now?" Shao Cheng unleashed his killing intent, making the guard feel as if he were crushed under a mountain, struggling to breathe. Not daring to provoke this god of death, the guard quickly replied in a low voice, "Last night, all the family graves on Great East Mountain were robbed. The family had ordered a lockdown. No one is allowed to leave the Su residence." Shao Cheng raised an eyebrow and demanded sharply, "No one is allowed to leave. No one has gone out." The guard's eyes flickered as he remembered something and hastily added, "Granny Lu seems to have left. She went out early through the back gate and hasn't returned yet. All right, you keep guarding. Remember, no one is allowed into my courtyard." Shao Cheng shouted, then released the guard's collar and walked into the courtyard. The guard wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hid back in the bushes. Shao Cheng entered the pavilion, closed the main door, and then slung the wooden sword over his back. He whispered to the now awake yellow dog, "Big Yellow, I need to go out for a while. This time, it might be troublesome, and I might need your help." The yellow dog's eyes showed no emotion, but as it stood up, its gaze turned icy. It nodded humanely at Shao Cheng. Shao Cheng gently opened the window. The large yellow dog bent its limbs and shot out like a shadow. Shao Cheng followed silently, their movements incredibly graceful. Under the cover of the rainy night, they effortlessly evaded the hidden guards arranged by the Su family to protect Shao Cheng and stealthily made their way out of the Su residence. The large yellow dog darted left and right, seemingly able to sense the positions of the Su family's hidden guards and patrolling sentries without even needing to scout. Following it, Shao Cheng took only a short while to scale the high walls of the Su family and slip out. Without pause, the man and the dog charged swiftly through the heavy rain toward the east of the city, soon disappearing into the vast curtain of rain. The rain grew heavier, accompanied by deafening thunder and lightning that tore through the sky like ferocious white serpents, deepening the gloom in Su Qing's heart as she returned to her courtyard. Granny Lu must have met with misfortune, yet she could only watch helplessly as she died. She couldn't change Su Digua's will, and as a mere first-level practitioner of the White Tiger realm, she had no means to rescue Granny Lu alone. Su Digua certainly wouldn't allow her to live either. She is the eldest daughter of the Su family, a woman of unparalleled intelligence, the goddess in the hearts of countless young masters in Blood Sun City. Yet, she can do nothing, absolutely nothing. This feeling is maddening. Restless in her chamber, with nowhere to go, she finds herself involuntarily picturing Shao Chen's face once again. She scolds softly, wondering what's wrong with her. Why does she keep thinking about that fool lately? What's so great about him? Just a country bumpkin, utterly uncouth. Forcing herself to calm down, she pours a cup of clear water and drinks it quietly. As she sips, she realizes tears have unknowingly fallen into the cup, turning the slightly sweet water slightly salty, leaving a bitter taste in her mouth. Mother-in-law, if you truly pass away, Qingyi will spare no effort to destroy the Yu family to avenge you. Su Qing murmured softly, wiped away her tears, and stood up. She opened an umbrella and stepped into the rainy night. At this moment, she suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to see that young man from the Great Wasteland. Perhaps it was because, aside from herself, Shao Cheng was the only one who had been kind to Granny Lu. She arrived outside Shao Chen's courtyard but did not enter. Instead, she stood under her umbrella, gazing at the distant annex. The fierce wind whipped her palace dress wildly, and the rain splashed against her, soaking her almost entirely. Her face flickered between light and shadow under the flashes of lightning, faintly revealing two tear trails that slowly trickled down her flower-like cheeks, merging into the rain. That's not right. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and exclaimed in surprise. It was still early evening, and by all accounts, Shao Cheng should still be practicing his sword. It was tea as if it had tea rained before, but Granny Lu had said that Shao Cheng practiced his sword morning and night, rain or shine. She hurriedly stepped into the courtyard, pushed open the door, and under the dim candlelight, saw the empty loft and the two windows swaying in the cold wind. Her beautiful eyes darted around a few times, and her face instantly turned as pale as snow. She quickly stepped outside and shouted at the top of her voice, "Someone! Shao Cheng has gone to Great East Mountain. Inform father immediately. Gather all the White Tiger Realm warriors of the Su family." Before long, the entire Su family was in an uproar. Two elders of the Su family, LED 20 experts above the White Tiger Realm, charging out of the Su family in the rain, heading straight for Great East Mountain. Shao Cheng must not die. Great East Mountain wasn't particularly large, but it was quite famous. A peerless expert passing by once remarked that the mountain had the aura of a crouching tiger and a coiled dragon. Because of this, the Su family's ancestors spent a fortune to purchase it as a geomantic treasure for the Su family, burying guards and collateral descendants there. If not for the ancestral graves which the Su ancestors had decreed must not be moved, the family's burial grounds would likely have been relocated there as well. Great East Mountain is surrounded by cliffs on three sides, with only one path leading up. The entire mountain is encircled by a great river on three sides, making it, according to military strategists, an ideal yet perilous stronghold for defense. On this rainy night, Great East Mountain loomed like a monstrous beast, shrouded in the downpour. Lightning flashed, revealing the distant peaks veiled in swirling white mist, flickering in and out of sight, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two swiftly moving figures startled the two Su family scouts stationed at the mountain's base. Straining their eyes through the thick curtain of rain, the scouts caught a glimpse in the lightning's flash, a large yellow dog and a youth clad in black, and both were inwardly alarmed. Shao Cheng. What is he doing at Great East Mountain? He looks like he's heading up the mountain. The two scouts hadn't received any orders from the Su family, so they remained still. Shao Cheng was completely drenched by the rain, his eyes slightly narrowed, his expression cold and stern as he ran like the wind, splashing mud all along the way. The big yellow dog led the way ahead, its cold, eerie gaze sweeping over the grass where the scouts were hiding. Though the two scouts couldn't see clearly, they suddenly felt a chilling cold all over their bodies, as if they had fallen into a demon's lair. "Let's go," Big Yellow. Xiao Cheng glanced in their direction but paid no further attention. The scouts needed lightning flashes to see clearly, but after reaching the White Tiger realm and activating his desolate power, his vision had become terrifyingly sharp. Even in pitch-black darkness, where one couldn't see their own hand, his visibility could extend hundreds of meters. He accelerated his body as he charged up the mountain. Ahead lay a river, with a wooden bridge several hundred meters upstream, but he couldn't wait. Drawing his wooden sword in a reverse grip, he swept it toward a small tree beside him. Thud! The small tree snapped instantly, sent flying by the wooden sword before landing in the river. Xiao Cheng leaped with both legs, his body shooting forward. With a single tap on the floating tree in the river, he borrowed the momentum to vault across the river and sprint toward Great East Mountain. Whoosh! The big yellow dog followed closely behind, its body soaring through the air. In a single bound, it effortlessly cleared the river, its agile figure vanishing into Great East Mountain in the blink of an eye. The scouts had heard of Xiao Chen's strength, so they weren't surprised. But this scruffy yellow dog, capable of leaping across a river 6 or 7 meters wide in one go and moving so swiftly, utterly terrified them. Boss, are there any powerful savage beasts among canines? Or did I see wrong? A scout trembled as he whispered to his companion beside him. The companion swallowed hard, nodding to confirm he hadn't seen wrong, then shook his head, indicating it was unheard of. His expression suddenly turned excited, and he lowered his voice, saying, "You stay here and keep watch. I must report this intelligence back to the family immediately. Young Master Xiao Chen's dog is no ordinary beast even if its combat strength isn't high. Its speed is definitely comparable to a 4th or 5th tier savage beast. Grandma, you must hold on. No matter who dares to harm you, I will make sure they die without a burial place." Xiao Cheng moved as swift as the wind, charging toward the mountaintop like a frenzied lion. Granny Lu was the first person, aside from his grandfather, who had genuinely cared for him. Not long ago, she had been severely injured due to his mistake, which had already filled him with immense guilt. Now, she was suffering again because of him, and his rage burned uncontrollably. Since the enemy had sent word demanding he go to Great East Mountain, it was clear they were targeting him. Granny Lu had merely become an innocent victim caught in the crossfire. The mountaintop was soon within sight, and the faint whimpers of the large yellow dog indicated that someone was lurking there. Xiao Cheng slowed his pace, regulating his breath as he dragged his wooden sword behind him, striding swiftly up the hill. His grandfather had once said that no matter how dire the situation, one must never lose composure. The more urgent the situation, the more chaotic the mind becomes, and the worse things will turn out. Leaping onto the mountaintop, the terrain flattened, and the trees grew sparse. At a glance, countless excavated graves could be seen, along with scattered, rotting coffins and bleached bones, confirming that a horde of grave robbers had indeed visited the place the night before. There were people on the mountaintop, 4 of them, all shrouded in black night attire, standing silently in the rain like 4 statues of death. Behind the 4 men stood a large tree, from which an elderly woman with silver hair was hanging. Her body was covered in blood, her head drooped, and her eyes were tightly shut. It was unclear whether she was still alive. "Grandma!" Xiao Cheng let out a low growl, his expression growing eerily calm. He didn't spare another glance at Granny Lu. Instead, his gaze swept over the exposed eyes of the 4 men, and he uttered a voice as cold as glacial ice, "Today, every single one of you will die." "Is that so?" The 4 remained silent as a shadowy figure emerged from behind a tree, standing behind Granny Lu with a drawn sword pressed against her neck. The figure glared coldly at Xiao Cheng and said, "If you don't want her to die, throw that wooden sword off the cliff." Xiao Cheng let out a cold laugh, pretending not to hear. His eyes were fixed intently on the 4 figures ahead as he gripped the wooden sword in a reverse hold and began charging forward at a rapid pace. His back slightly arched, his steps were incredibly agile, like a cheetah darting through the night wind. The big yellow dog didn't follow. Instead, it stood still, watching coldly from the sidelines, as if it had no intention of joining the fight, or perhaps it simply lacked the strength to do so and feared holding Xiao Cheng back. "Phew!" The black-clad man wielding his sword against Granny Lu revealed a trace of ruthlessness in his eyes. With a flourish of his long sword, he thrust it fiercely toward Granny Lu's thigh. Ah! Granny Lu let out a pained groan and regained consciousness. Her clouded eyes swept the surroundings just as a flash of lightning illuminated the sky. She saw Shao Cheng dragging his wooden sword behind him as he charged toward them, and her already pale face turned deathly white. With all her strength, she screamed hysterically, "Child, have you lost your mind? Run! Or this old woman will die with eyes wide open in regret." Shao Chen's body trembled slightly, but his steps did not falter. His expression remained unchanged as he lowered his head slightly, his gaze toward the four black-clad men growing even colder. The leader of the black-clad men showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Did Shao Cheng not care about Granny Lu's life or death? Then why had he come alone to Great East Mountain? Or was he simply clever? Did he know that if he died, Granny Lu wouldn't survive either, and thus wouldn't foolishly discard the wooden sword? Kill! Seeing that Shao Cheng wouldn't take the bait, the black-clad leader waved his hand, and the four figures ahead immediately shot toward Shao Cheng like sharp blades. Their speed was arrow-fast, their eyes devoid of emotion. Almost simultaneously, they drew their long swords with crisp, decisive movements, clearly seasoned warriors accustomed to shedding blood. Third level of the White Tiger realm. Shao Cheng easily gauged the four men's strength based on their speed and the flow of primal energy around their bodies. A cold laugh echoed in his heart. Yu Fusheng really thought highly of him. 300 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Wrestle! Shao Chen's long sword carved a trench in the mud behind him. He silently calculated the distance in his heart, his expression growing increasingly somber. The rain fell heavier now, with lightning crisscrossing the sky, yet neither Shao Cheng nor the four opponents were the least bit affected. Their eyes were locked solely on each other. 30 meters, 15 meters. Whoosh! Shao Chen's figure suddenly leaped into the air, his wooden sword slicing through the rain with a terrifying shriek. Wherever the sword passed, raindrops exploded apart, and under the lightning's glow, the wooden blade reflected a chilling gleam, like the scythe of death. Whoosh! As if in perfect sync with Shao Cheng, the four opponents leaped almost simultaneously, charging at him in a fan-shaped formation. Their silver swords danced wildly through the air, transforming into countless flashes of cold light stabbing toward him. Shao Chen's pupils contracted, and the corner of his mouth twitched. The four had clearly unleashed a desolate technique. Each of their silver swords had transformed into 7 or 8 illusory shadows, making it impossible to discern which was real. At a glance, all he saw was a blinding expanse of white light utterly unblockable. The coordination between the four was flawless. They clearly intended to finish him off in a single move on Great East Mountain. Granny Lu's heart filled with horror as she let out a desperate cry, "Child, be careful. This is the Moon Clan's 5th-tier desolate technique, the Shadowist Sword." Thud! Before she could finish speaking, the leader of the black-clad men struck the back of her neck with the hilt of his sword, knocking her unconscious. A sinister smile flickered in the leader's eyes as he thought to himself, "The young clan leader seems to be making a mountain out of a molehill this time." A mere 2nd-level White Tiger Realm warrior, he alone is more than enough to handle it. Why dispatch 4 of the family's gold-ranked assassins? Think a 5th-grade desolate technique is impressive. Desolate technique. I have one too. Shao Cheng let out a cold laugh as his body continued to soar through the air. Yet, his long sword performed an oddly peculiar maneuver mid-flight. Originally slashing straight forward, the blade suddenly trembled erratically, tracing an irregular, wave-like arc through the air, yet its speed only increased. The sword's momentum looked utterly awkward and perplexing. After all, a direct slash would deliver the most power. What kind of force could such a trembling, wavy strike possibly muster by the time it landed on its target? Chirp! The answer was soon revealed. An ear-piercing screech erupted from the wooden sword. The sound, akin to the violent grinding of metal, was so discomforting it made one's entire body feel uneasy, ears ringing to the point of nearly vomiting from the sheer dissonance. Although the leader of the black-clad men was at a distance, he too felt an overwhelming irritation, his mind seething with agitation. Suddenly sensing danger, he forcefully channeled his wild energy to calm himself and roared a warning, be careful. This is a divine sound type wild skill. Thud! His shout came too late. In that instant, the eardrums of the four men were assaulted by the deafening noise, their minds thrown into chaos, utterly disoriented. The wooden sword, carrying the aura of death, swept heavily across their heads. Bam, bam, bam. Heads exploded, blood splattered everywhere. A 300-pound wooden sword, coupled with the strength of the second level of the White Tiger realm, how could mere flesh withstand such overwhelming power? As the wooden sword swept through, 3 heads burst one after another. The last man came to his senses, but his shoulder was still struck, leaving half his body mangled and bloody. He vomited blood mid-air before passing out. A single move annihilated 3 third-level White Tiger realm experts and severely wounded another. The leader of the black-clad men was filled with shock and disbelief. Then, recalling the terrifying shriek from earlier, he felt the outcome was only to be expected. Divine Sound Type Desolate Technique. The rarest and most terrifying Desolate Technique on the Desolate God Continent. This type of Desolate Technique can unleash horrifying sounds that captivate the soul during battle, effortlessly slaying enemies. Even the lowest level Divine Sound Type Desolate Techniques are at least 5th grade, and some of the most advanced ones can reach 8th grade. How could he possess such a rare Divine Sound Type Desolate skill? Even the Shaw family doesn't have this, does it? The leader of the black-clad men muttered in despair. Just moments ago, he had thought Yu Fushen was overestimating Shao Cheng, but now it seemed he had severely underestimated him. Whoosh! Shao Chen's body landed, splashing mud everywhere. Without a moment's pause, he charged forward like lightning, his gaze fixed fiercely on the black-clad leader, as vicious as a starving wolf. The black-clad man, under Shao Chen's piercing stare, felt as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss. Though he had initially intended to fight Shao Cheng to the death, he now lost all will to battle. Remembering the terrifying Divine Sound Type Desolate skill from earlier, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Swinging his long sword, he aimed a vicious thrust straight at Granny Lu's heart. Wolf! At that moment, a whimper suddenly sounded in his ears, and a terrifying aura enveloped his entire body. An abrupt feeling arose in his heart. If he dared to thrust this sword down, he would immediately perish without a burial place. Years of combat instinct made him withdraw the long sword. He turned his head sharply, only to see a large yellow dog suddenly appear a few meters behind him, staring at him coldly and eerily. The yellow dog made no move, its fur soaked by the rain, looking utterly wretched, like a down-and-out stray. Haw! The leader of the black-clad men was nearly scared out of his wits. Wasn't that big yellow dog just standing motionless over there? How could it have appeared behind him? And he hadn't even sensed it. Ram! He no longer had any will to fight. With a swift movement, he dashed frantically to the right. 3 sides of the Great East Mountain were sheer cliffs, and the only path down was near Shao Cheng. He had no choice but to risk jumping off the cliff. There was a river below the cliff. Jumping might not kill him, but staying meant certain death. Shao Cheng did not pursue the enemy, but quickly rushed to Granny Lu's side. With a sweep of his wooden sword, he severed the rope that was suspending her, then held her with one arm. His gaze fixed on the large yellow dog ahead as he shouted solemnly, "Da Huang, thank you." The large yellow dog's eyes showed no emotion as it silently paced toward them. Shao Cheng looked at Granny Lu, covered in blood, and his face twisted with anguish once more. In a trembling voice, he said, "Granny, I'm sorry. It's my fault you got involved. You must hold on, I'll take you back to the Su family to treat your wounds." Shao Cheng tore off a piece of his robe and hastily bandaged Granny Lu's wounds. The touch on her injuries roused her faintly, and when she saw Shao Chen's face, her expression filled with shock and confusion. Her clouded eyes swept around, taking in the 3 corpses, one severely injured and unconscious man, and the missing leader of the black-clad men. With great difficulty, she parted her lips and asked in bewilderment, "Child, this. Granny, don't speak. I'll take you back to the Su family to treat your wounds first." Shao Cheng didn't even lift his head. After temporarily stopping Granny Lu's bleeding, he carried her on his back and was about to sprint down the mountain. Granny Lu, however, gave a bitter smile, took a deep breath, and murmured with trembling lips, "It's no use. I'm too old, and I've lost too much blood this time. I'll probably die before we even reach the Su family." Shao Chen's body trembled slightly, but he said nothing, only quickening his pace as he dashed down the mountain with the large yellow dog. Whoosh! Shao Chen moved too fast. During this brief lull in the lightning, the scouts at the foot of the mountain only caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure before he flashed past, leaving behind only a faint trace of blood mingling with the rain. The distance from Great East Mountain to Blood Sun City was only 10 li. At Shao Chen's full speed, it would take no more than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The time was short, but the closer they got to Blood Sun City, the weaker Shao Chen felt Granny Lu's life force fading behind him. His eyes closed weakly, veins bulging on his face, every muscle contorted in agony. He knew Granny Lu couldn't be saved even if they returned to the Su family. All he could bring back was a corpse. In the distance, Blood Sun City flickered faintly through the rainy night. Shao Chen's body suddenly veered toward the southern gate as he gritted his teeth and roared back at Granny Lu. "Hold on a little longer, Granny. I'll make sure you see Yu Fusheng buried with your own eyes. Child, have you gone mad? No, don't." Granny Lu's voice had grown barely audible as she kept shaking her head and murmuring, but Shao Chen charged toward the southern gate without looking back. The Su family is in the north of the city, and the Yu family is in the south. At this moment, there was only one thought in Shao Chen's mind. Since Granny Lu could not be saved, perhaps letting her witness with her own eyes the death of the culprit who killed her grandson and harmed her would bring her some peace before she closed her eyes forever. Su Qi realized Shao Chen's departure a bit too late. Mount Dadong was only 10 miles away from Blood Sun City, and Shao Chen was fast enough that killing someone on Mount Dadong would take merely a blink of an eye. By the time the two elders led their team to Mount Dadong, Shao Chen had already descended the mountain. The visibility was even worse on this rainy night. Although warriors at the White Tiger Realm had decent night vision, the elders still failed to clearly see Shao Chen turning and heading toward the southern part of the city in the distance, thus missing him by unfortunate coincidence. The Su family's actions stirred up unrest throughout the city. At such a critical moment, every major and minor family in the city was as tense as a drum bowstring. Any slight movement from the Su, Yu, or Shui families would attract the attention of the entire city. Yu Fusheng's subtle maneuvers did not escape the notice of many families. The Su family's furious and swift counterattack also took everyone by surprise. However, with the help of the big yellow dog, Shao Chen managed to evade the detection of some scouts. Logically speaking, the desecration of a relatively unimportant graveyard and an old woman ascending Great East Mountain shouldn't have provoked such a rash reaction from the Su family. Is this a prelude to an early war, or does the Su family truly have some hidden backing? Flap, flap. In the backyard of the Su family, a falcon landed. Su Jianfei untied the letter attached to its end. After a quick glance, his eyes widened in astonishment. He hurried into the secret chamber and addressed Su Digua, Su Qi, and an elder with urgency. "Shao Chen has ascended Great East Mountain. Scouts report that his large yellow dog moves at an astonishing speed capable of crossing the river at the foot of the mountain in a single stride." A sharp glint flashed in Su Digua's eyes, while Su Qi and the elder exchanged bewildered glances. Frowning, Su Digua turned to the elder and asked, "Are there any high-tier savage beasts among canines?" "No." The elder shook his head skeptically, pondering before saying, "Historical records mention only one high-level canine desolate beast, the 7th-rank hellhound with 3 heads. Shao Chen's dog couldn't possibly be that. Besides, if this dog were a high-level desolate beast, its innate formidable aura would be impossible to conceal, wouldn't it? The sky outside is so dark. Could the scouts have mistaken what they saw?" Su Digua waved his hand doubtfully and barked at Su Jianfei, "Order all nearby scouts to investigate thoroughly. And tell those stationed near the Yu family to stay sharp. Report immediately at the slightest movement from their side." Su Jianfei descended, but Su Digua's expression grew increasingly grave. He muttered under his breath, "How dare this fool be so arrogant? Does he truly believe he's invincible?" "Phew!" Su Qi also shook her head, clearly disapproving of Shao Chen's recklessness. She had always been a shrewd person, influenced by Su Digua's preference for careful planning and controlling the situation. She would never act without absolute certainty of victory. The Dragonheart grass was almost within reach, and Su Digua's various arrangements were already in motion. Just one more month, and everything would take a favorable turn. The death of Granny Lu meant little to the Su family, but Shao Chen's rash actions had thrown them into a passive position. If Shao Chen were to die, all of Su Digua's plans and the Su family's efforts would come to nothing. Time passed bit by bit, the rain outside grew lighter, and the dark clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a faint, hazy glow. Yet, the hearts of the three grew increasingly tense, and the atmosphere in the secret chamber became even more oppressive. Report! Su Jianfei's solemn shout sent a tremor through the trio. 3 pairs of eyes locked onto him simultaneously, only to hear an utterly bizarre piece of news. A black-clad figure has been spotted in the southern part of the city, seemingly injured. He is currently making his way toward the Yu family. The scouts say this person bears a striking resemblance to Yu In from the Yu family's war hall. Investigate further. This news was somewhat baffling even with Su Digua and Su Qingyi's intelligence. They couldn't make sense of it. Su Digua waved his hand dismissively, stood up, and began pacing back and forth in the secret chamber. Report! Not long after, Su Jianfei rushed in again, his face filled with shock, and roared in a deep voice. Shao Cheng has been spotted entering the city from the south, carrying Granny Lu on his back, heading straight toward the Yu family. What? Su Digua, Su Qingyi, and the elder all exclaimed in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief. Had Shao Cheng actually succeeded in rescuing Granny Lu? And in such a short time? Moreover, was he now charging toward the Yu family? Is the news confirmed? Su Digua erupted with a violent aura, glaring at Su Jianfei as he roared. Su Jianfei nodded emphatically and spoke rapidly. Absolutely true. Shao Lu, fearing we wouldn't believe the message, came back in person. By now, Shao Cheng is probably almost at the Yu family. Arrogant. Fool. Idiot. Su Digua's expression changed drastically, and he immediately began to curse. Su Qi and the elder stood up abruptly, their eyes flashing as their minds raced, searching for a way to break the deadlock. Shao Cheng must not die. All 3 of them were absolutely certain of this. But if they were to confront the Yu family now, the situation could escalate unpredictably. No one could foresee how it would ultimately unfold. Although the Su family had long been prepared, with nearly all their elite forces gathered in the courtyard, had the Yu family not made similar preparations. At this moment, the Shui family might still be hesitating, but the scales were likely to tip in favor of the Yu family after all. Yu Mei had awakened a divine gift, something even half of the Su family's assets couldn't match. Shao Cheng completely disrupted Su Digua's arrangements, throwing the situation into chaos and putting the Su family at constant risk of annihilation. Su Digua's current rage and panic clearly confirmed this. Father, what should we do? Su Qi tried to maintain her composure, but her slightly trembling figure betrayed her inner turmoil. The elders and Su Jianfei watched Su Digua with grave expressions, awaiting his decision. What else can we do? Head to the Yu family immediately and act according to circumstances. If all else fails, we'll have to fight with everything we've got. Su Digua gritted his teeth and roared with a deep voice, his aura erupting violently as he strode outside, bellowing, "All White Tiger Realm warriors, assemble immediately and head to the Yu family. Go!" Having made up his mind, Su Digua's resolve actually eased the tension for elder Su Jianfei and Su Qingyi. With their wild energy swirling around them, they strode out boldly. The 2 elders had taken men to the Great East Mountain, and it would take at least the time for an incense stick to burn before they could return. Left with no choice, they had to disregard the rear of the Su family and muster all their strength to rush to the Yu family. The Su family's elite forces had long been assembled. At Su Digua's command, the gates of the Su family swung open, and dozens of warriors clad in armor and wielding blades rushed out in a frenzy. King Ai, are you going? Su Digua, leading the team personally, spotted Su Qi following behind outside the gates. He frowned slightly and said. A beautiful green sword quietly appeared in Su Qingyi's hand. She gave a cold smile and said, Father should know Qingyi's strength. If we are defeated tonight, how could your daughter survive alone? Go! Su Diguo said no more and took the lead in sprinting away, followed closely by 50 or 60 people in perfect formation, their murderous aura blazing like a rainbow. The heavy rain had completely stopped, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the moon unexpectedly emerged, casting a silvery glow that made the rain-soaked Blood Sun City appear extraordinarily enchanting. Bam! 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 In the southern part of Blood Sun City, a black-clad figure came running at full speed. He carried a silver-haired old woman covered in blood on his back and dragged a wooden sword behind him with one hand. His footsteps were heavy, each step splashing the puddles on the ground, the dull thuds echoing distinctly in the quiet night. Behind him trailed a scruffy yellow dog, its fur soaked by the rain, making it appear even uglier. Its eyes were calm as it leisurely followed along. "Grandma, we're almost at the Yu family's place. Just hold on a little longer." Shao Chong glanced back at Grandma Lu, whose breath was as faint as a wandering spirit, and spoke through gritted teeth. His drenched robes were soaked with both rainwater and the blood from Grandma Lu, dripping onto the ground and leaving a trail of blood that was quickly diluted by the puddles, leaving only a faint scent of blood in the air. The Yu family's estate loomed in the distance. From the ordinary alleys around, shadowy figures picked out scouts from various families. They watched in shock as Shao Chong raced past and immediately reported back at top speed. Shao Chen's target was clear, his steps never faltering. Having already suppressed Yu Fushan at the Yu family, Shao Chong had long been under the watchful eyes of various clans. Whether or not Shao Chong was acting under Su Diguo's orders, his actions were enough to draw the attention of all the families. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Su Diguo led the Su family's experts charging out, countless other family experts also sprang into action, surging toward the Yu family. Whether they came to assist or merely observe, the Blood Sun City was destined for a turbulent night. A great battle is imminent, and the landscape of Blood Sun City may change tonight. To secure sufficient gains amidst the turmoil, the strongest members of each family must at least remain hidden nearby when the battle erupts, so they can assess the situation and make the best decisions. The front gate of the Blood family, the overlords of Blood Sun City, was tightly shut, but the back door quietly opened. 11 martial artists clad in black swiftly advanced. They too were heading stealthily toward the Moon family. Though the Blood family had not yet fully confirmed the situation, as the rulers of Blood Sun City, such a conflict must remain under their control. Shao Chong paid no heed to these matters. Gazing at the somewhat familiar gates of the Moon family in the distance, a cold smile flickered at the corner of his lips. His eyes swept the surroundings before finally settling on a carriage to the left of the Moon family's entrance. Whoosh! He dashed swiftly toward the carriage, but the big yellow dog stopped in its tracks, standing motionless at a street corner. Who goes there? Retreat at once, or face certain death. Outside the gates of the Yu family stood 2 guards. Though their strength was merely passable and they seemed to have guessed some of the situation, they still roared with incomparable arrogance. Shao Chong remained silent, leaping high onto the carriage to settle Granny Lu inside. Only then did he force a faint smile and say, "Granny, wait here. I'll bring back Yu Fushan's head." "No. Child, no." Granny Lu could pass away at any moment, her eyes barely able to stay open. Her pale lips trembled with great effort as she uttered a barely audible whisper. Shao Chong gazed deeply at Granny Lu for a long moment before resolutely turning and leaping off the carriage. As his eyes swept toward the gates of the Yu family, his expression had already turned icy cold. Suddenly, he roared furiously at the sky, "Yu Fushan, come out and face your death." Shao Chen's explosive roar pierced the quiet night like a thunderbolt on a clear day, startling the nearby scouts and causing the approaching experts from various families to shudder. How could this young man be so ferocious? Standing alone outside the Yu family's gate, boldly shouting about killing Yu Fushan, even Su Diguo wouldn't dare do that, right? The Yu family's patriarch and elders are all Blood Bear realm experts, after all. The 2 Yu family guards exchanged glances. Instead of charging forward in rage, they retreated inside the family compound, and the heavy gate slammed shut behind them. Wood! Shao Chong couldn't wait any longer. His body shot toward the Moon family's gate like a cannonball, his wooden sword swinging backward before delivering a heavy slash onto the gate. Boom! The gate was sturdy, but it was still made of wood. Under Shao Chen's furious strike, it was immediately split apart and collapsed with a thunderous crash. The two guards inside retreated in terror, letting out a sharp cry to warn the Moon family of the powerful enemy's attack. Whoosh whoosh! Without needing the guards' warning, Shao Chen's explosive roar had already alerted the entire Yu family. Countless figures surged toward the front courtyard, forming a semicircle around Shao Cheng as he stepped through the gate. Shao Cheng swung his wooden sword in a flourish, pointing it at the Yu family warriors ahead, and said coldly, "I don't want to kill needlessly. Tell Yu Fusheng to come out, or else I'll slaughter your entire Yu family." Shao Cheng's words were deadly serious, and the murderous aura around him proved he was joking. But to the dozen or so Yu family guards, and to the hidden experts of nearby minor families lurking outside, his words sounded utterly laughable. Who did he think he was? What is the Yu family? One of the three great families of Blood Sun City, with a clan leader at the peak of the Blood Bear realm. The family is filled with powerful experts, masters of various assassination techniques. Even if the entire Su family were to fight them, they would dare claim victory. So, what kind of nobody is Shao Cheng? If these words had come from Shao Buhui, the #1 young master of the Godslayer tribe, they might have carried some credibility. After all, Shao Buhui has reached the first level of the Blood Bear realm and awakened a divine gift, allowing his strength to soar directly to the Purple Elephant realm when unleashed. Even so, if Shao Buhui were here alone today, he probably would dare to casually speak of slaughtering the entire Yu family, would he? Ha ha ha! The road to heaven is open, yet you choose the path to hell. Shao Cheng, do you think you are invincible just because you possess a divine sound-type wilderness skill? Today, I'll make sure you never leave alive. A sinister voice rang out from within the Yu family courtyard. The Yu family guards surrounding Shao Cheng parted to make way as Yu Fusheng strode forward with 8 or 9 people. To his left stood the black-clad leader, who had survived jumping off the Great East Mountain, and to his right was an imposing elder, whose aura alone confirmed he was undoubtedly one of the Blood Bear realm elders of the Yu family. Yu Fusheng gazed at the cold and resolute Shao Cheng, his eyes filled with resentment and complex emotions. The supposedly inescapable death trap at Great East Mountain was actually broken by Shao Cheng. This fool even fought his way all the way to the Yu family, prematurely throwing the situation into chaos and uncertainty. With the situation still unclear, the Shui family hasn't fully sided with the Yu family. Starting a war with the Su family tonight isn't necessarily a good thing for the Yu family either. Shao Cheng possesses the rare divine sound-type desolate technique, which makes Yu Fusheng and even the higher-ups of the Yu family somewhat wary. After all, such a high-level desolate technique couldn't possibly be owned by an ordinary warrior. Shao Cheng might have a powerful backer, or even come from a formidable family. However, Shao Cheng had already come knocking at their door, forcing him to take up the fight. He had no choice but to kill Shao Cheng and buy enough time for his father to make the necessary arrangements. With the blade at his throat, he had to fight a battle with no retreat, where victory was the only option, or death the consequence. The Su family had been driven to a desperate corner by Shao Cheng, and the Yu family was no exception. Tonight, the Yu family could only adopt a ruthless stance, crushing all enemies who dared to challenge them and securing an overwhelming advantage. Only then could they sway the observing families and even the Shui family to fully align with them. Activate the Annihilation Formation. Kill Shao Cheng. A cold smile curled at the corner of Yu Fusheng's lips as he swung his arm, drawing his long sword and pointing it directly at Shao Cheng. Whoosh! In the front courtyard of the Yu family, nearly 20 people stood. Apart from the Blood Bear realm elder and the warrior who had escaped from the Great East Mountain, the rest immediately formed groups of 3, arranging themselves into eerie battle formations. They advanced unevenly from 3 sides, encircling and attacking Shao Cheng. The Absolute Kill Formation, a renowned killing array of the Moon Shadow Hall, one of the 5 major assassin organizations of the Slayer tribe. Once the Absolute Kill Formation is deployed, it will not cease until death. Quick, quick, quick! On the Blood Sun Avenue, dozens of powerful figures raced forward. At the forefront was a middle-aged, plump man whose momentum was overwhelming, his figure swift as lightning. It was hard to imagine that Su Digua, who looked like a wealthy merchant with a cunning demeanor, could move so fast. Judging by his speed, his strength was at least at the 3rd level of the Blood Bear realm or higher. Indeed, the head of one of the 3 great families of Blood Sun City was no pushover. Whoosh! Su Qing followed at the rear, her long dress fluttering and her delicate lotus-like feet splashing water everywhere. Though her expression showed little panic, the tension and excitement deep in her eyes were impossible to conceal. The scout relayed another message. Shao Chong had already arrived outside the Yu family's residence and had smashed through their gate with a single sword strike. With just this brief information, Su Qing easily deduced what this reckless fool Shao Chong had done and what he intended to do next. Alone, he had gone up Great East Mountain and rescued Granny Lu. But Granny Lu was mortally wounded beyond saving, and now he wanted to kill Yu Fusheng to avenge her. Having pieced together the truth, Su Qing's understanding of Shao Chong was instantly overturned. At the same time, she was overwhelmed with guilt and shame. Shao Chong had been quite close to Granny Lu, but her own bond with the old woman ran even deeper. The moment she had realized Granny Lu was doomed, she had been in agony, desperate to save her, yet she had not moved, nor could she. Shao Chong did what she wanted to do but couldn't. No matter how Shao Chong brought Granny Lu down from the Great East Mountain, no matter whether he would die tonight. At the very least, his righteousness, his courage, and his madness gave Su Qing enough shock. Though 10,000 stand against me, I will go forward. This is a warrior, a brave man, who would die for loyalty, a foolish madman. Which maiden does not yearn for love? Which maiden does not admire heroes, does not adore those peerless warriors who would go alone into the fray, battling fiercely for love and righteousness? Su Qing did not like reckless men, but at this moment, she was deeply shaken by Shao Chen's mad actions. She felt an inexplicable surge of emotion and excitement, though of course, there was also endless worry. She feared that by the time they reached the Yu family, all they would find was a mutilated corpse. Shao Cheng, that country bumpkin who knocked Yu Fusheng flat. In a courtyard near the Yu family, a strikingly handsome young man dressed in black, with red lips and white teeth, unconsciously raised an eyebrow upon hearing the scout's report. Shui Chui hurriedly led 10 elite members of the Shui family out of their estate. On the way, he wasn't entirely sure what had happened, only that the Su and Yu families might be going to war, and their family had to rush to the scene immediately to control the situation. After hearing the full story, a faint sneer appeared at the corner of his lips. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling the scout to continue gathering information. He couldn't even be bothered to ask about the Yu family's current state. A fool charging into the Yu family was nothing more than a death wish. Why bother caring about a dead man? The Juesha formation, the Yu family's renowned battle array, consists of 3-person teams that coordinate seamlessly, attacking and defending as one. Combined with the Yu family's assassination techniques and their infamous shadowless sword technique, once activated, the assault becomes relentless and unstoppable. One last thing, I only want Yu Fusheng's life. Everyone else, get lost, or I'll kill you all without mercy. Shao Cheng watched as over 20 martial artists fanned out toward him in attack formation. With a furious growl, he arched his back slightly, his eyes tinged with crimson streaks, like a beast provoked to rage. Whoosh! The response to him was the sound of long swords cutting through the air. 4 teams, 12 warriors, launched their attacks first, uniformly wielding shadowless swords. In that instant, the entire front courtyard of the Yu family was filled with glimmers of cold light. The chain-killing intent made even the scouts outside feel a shiver run down their spines. Die! Shao Cheng growled. His body moved, his wooden sword tracing a semicircle before swirling through the air. The massive wooden sword began to weave wave-like patterns, accompanied by a piercing, grating sound. Chirp! Shao Cheng employed a divine sound-type desolate technique, the piercing noise that caused heads to swell and minds to grow chaotic spread throughout the vicinity. The 12 attackers, along with the 8 or 9 others preparing to strike from behind, felt their eardrums instantly assaulted by a deafening roar, their chests convulsing with the urge to vomit blood. Retreat! At that moment, Yu Fusheng also froze, but the Blood Bear Realm elder beside him bellowed deeply. His roar struck straight at the heart, jolting everyone back to their senses. Whoosh! The 12 people charging towards Shao Cheng immediately retreated, but a massive wooden sword swept towards them like a scythe of death, faintly glowing with light clearly infused with desolate force. Bam! 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 The wooden sword swept in a wide arc, sending 4 or 5 people flying. Fortunately, the roar from the Blood Bear Realm warrior had jolted them awake in time to dodge vital spots, or else that single sweep would have claimed at least 4 or 5 lives. You fusion! Die! Shao Chen's legs sank deeper, causing the ground to tremble slightly as he leaped high into the air. The wooden sword trembled mid-flight, and that terrifying sound rang out once more. Shao Chen's gaze locked onto Yu Fusheng with a ferocious surge of killing intent as he brought the sword down with a mighty slash. Ah! Yu Fusheng's eardrums roared, his mind filled with Shao Chen's murderous gaze, and he actually forgot to dodge. The only thought in his mind at that moment was fear, a terror that came from the depths of his soul. Pfft! The Blood Bear Realm elder snorted coldly. Although Shao Chen's divine sound-type desolate technique was quite powerful, his cultivation level was too weak, making its effect negligible. A soft sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a slight flick, sword light flickered from its edge. Without moving his body, the elder swept the soft sword lightly toward the wooden sword. Transforming desolate force into light, this was a distinct characteristic of a Blood Bear Realm martial artist. Thud! The soft sword, wreathed in sword light, clashed against the wooden sword carrying immense force. A faint crack rang out as pain shot through Shao Chen's tiger mouth, nearly making him lose his grip on the wooden sword. A tremendous force surged from the wooden sword, sending his body flying backward and slamming heavily into the courtyard wall. Boom! The wall trembled from the impact. A metallic taste rose in Shao Chen's throat, and he barely suppressed a mouthful of blood. Taking a deep breath, he stood up and fixed his gaze on the gray-haired elder, uttering 5 words: Blood Bear Realm, second layer. Kid, you've got some skills. Surrender and serve our Moon family for 3 years, and I'll spare your life. The gray-haired elder's eyes were filled with coldness as he slowly approached Shao Cheng. The other Moon family warriors formed a killing formation, surrounding Shao Cheng completely. At the slightest provocation, they would strike to kill. With the Blood Bear Realm elder coordinating, Shao Chen's death was certain. Become slaves to your Moon family. You're not worthy. Shao Cheng let out a cold laugh, then leaped into the air. With a few quick steps along the courtyard wall, he propelled himself high into the sky, soaring over the crowd before charging straight toward Yu Fusheng once more. Humph! A mayfly trying to shake a tree. The elder's footwork shifted like a ghost, appearing before Shao Cheng could even bring down his wooden sword. The flexible sword's gleaming edge lashed out once more toward the wooden blade. Thud! Shao Chen's grip shattered, unable to hold onto the wooden sword any longer. Both his body and the sword were sent flying backward. Before he even hit the ground, 7 or 8 martial artists from the Yu family swarmed forward, their countless silver blades transforming into a myriad of cold gleams thrusting toward him. Thud! Shao Cheng could no longer suppress the mouthful of blood in his throat. The gap between the second level of the White Tiger Realm and the second level of the Blood Bear Realm was an entire realm. With a difference in primal energy several times over, there was simply no way to confront it head-on. Sensing the killing intent all around, Shao Chen's expression remained utterly unchanged. Gazing at the expanse of white light surrounding him, he made an incredibly bizarre move. He closed his eyes. Since he couldn't discern which was the real sword and which were the illusions, then he simply wouldn't look. A stifling sensation rose in his chest. The fleshy part between his thumb and forefinger was injured by the shock, and his entire body's blood and qi were churning violently. Shao Chen's situation was dire. Over a dozen long swords around him had all unleashed the shadowless sword technique, creating an illusion of hundreds of blades thrusting toward him at once. In such a critical moment, he actually closed his eyes. Truly exceptional talent. The elder from the distant Blood Bear Realm nodded subtly to himself. The shadowless sword realm was nearly impossible for lower-level martial artists to see through. The harder they tried to distinguish the real sword from the illusions, the quicker they would die. The only way to counter it was to stop looking and rely on instinct to judge. Of course, this required an extremely high level of combat intuition. Martial artists who had never experienced life and death battles would only perish even faster this way. Shao Chen's combat experience was clearly exceptionally profound. He suddenly charged toward the dense sword shadows on his left, then rolled on the ground, sweeping his legs to kick two warriors flying. Immediately after, he leaped up and effortlessly broke free from the encirclement. Half! Half! The direction he escaped in happened to be where the wooden sword had been knocked away. He grabbed the wooden sword with a backhand grip, knelt on one knee, panting heavily, while blood slowly seeped from his back. Though it seemed effortless to break free from the encirclement just now, his nerves had been stretched to the limit. In that split second, he twisted his body to evade over a dozen strikes. Despite this, 3 deep gashes had been slashed across his back. Give up. If I were to go all out, I could kill you in a single move. Once again, warriors surrounded them from all sides. The Blood Bear Realm Elder slowly approached, the soft sword in his hand flickering with blade light as he coldly stared at Shao Cheng and growled, "I'll ask you one last time, surrender or die." TCH, TCH. The Yu family warriors encircling them had their long swords gleaming with desolate energy, their killing intent surging. If Shao Chen's answer was negative, this time they would undoubtedly ensure he bid farewell to this world forever. Half! Half! Shao Cheng took several deep breaths before slowly rising to his feet. The 2 attacks had made him realize that with the Blood Bear Realm Elder present, he had no chance of killing Yu Fushen. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly, "I'll say it one last time, I only want Yu Fushen's life. Step aside or die." Everyone was stunned, then quickly grew furious. They had seen arrogance before, but never to this extent. This was sheer recklessness. Die! The Blood Bear Realm Elder was also enraged. He had attacked twice without using lethal moves, only wanting to recruit this promising talent. Since the offer was refused, then punishment would follow. Whoosh! The Blood Bear Realm Elder flicked his flexible sword, instantly filling the air with countless sword shadows that enveloped Shao Cheng completely. Though it was the same shadowless sword technique, the difference between how the Elder wielded it and how others used it was like heaven and earth. Forget Shao Cheng, even an ordinary first-level Blood Bear Realm warrior would find it impossible to evade. Shao Cheng did not close his eyes this time, nor did he flee. A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips as he softly parted them and uttered 2 words, "Berserk." Boss! In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from within Shao Chen's body. His entire form shimmered with a dark radiance as his muscles and bones crackled explosively. His eyes turned a deep crimson, and the overwhelming killing intent and ferocity emanating from him sent tremors through the souls of all the low-level guards. The Blood Bear Realm Elder's eyes flashed with intense brilliance, his face filled with shock. Having experienced countless battles in his lifetime and encountered numerous formidable warriors across thousands of miles, he instantly recognized the bizarre phenomenon unfolding before him. Divine Blessing. Shao Cheng actually unleashed a divine blessing. He was actually a divine blessing warrior. Moreover, his divine blessing was incredibly advanced, and it felt somewhat familiar to him. Without even looking, just by sensing it, he could easily determine that Shao Chen's divine blessing was definitely above the 5th rank. Because the wild energy and aura within Shao Chen's body surged madly, 3rd rank divine blessings could elevate a martial artist by 1 minor realm, 4th rank by 2, and 5th rank by an entire major realm. Since Shao Chen's strength clearly rose by more than a major realm, his divine blessing was naturally above the 5th rank. Roar! Shao Cheng threw his head back with a furious roar, his muscles bulging violently as his bloodshot eyes transformed him into a demonic deity. This heaven-shaking roar was utterly soul-shaking, making the surrounding warriors feel as though they were facing not a man, but a vengeful ghost risen from the depths of hell. Die! The shock on the Blood Bear Realm Elder's face had yet to fade, yet his speed increased sharply. No matter what, Shao Cheng had to die, otherwise, if allowed to rampage unchecked, the Yu family would be utterly destroyed tonight. Whoosh! Shao Chen's divine gift activated, as if he had become a different person, yet his combat instincts remained intact. Sensing the killing intent emanating from ahead, he suddenly swung the wooden sword in his hand, making it tremble mid-air. Chirp! A terrifying sound reverberated through the entire Yu family courtyard, several times louder and more powerful than before. All the low-level martial artists had their eardrums ruptured, collapsing in agony. Even Yu Fusheng trembled violently, a mouthful of blood spurting from his lips. Ah! The blood-bearer realm elder's body trembled violently. His reaction speed was undeniably fast. He wanted to kill Shao Cheng, but he had forgotten one crucial detail. Shao Cheng had unleashed a divine blessing, forcibly elevating his cultivation to the blood-bearer realm, albeit temporarily. Divine Sound-type desolate techniques were terrifyingly powerful. Back at Great East Mountain, Shao Cheng had used such a technique to instantly slay 3 White Tiger Realm Field Layer martial artists, proving himself invincible among peers. Now, with his strength temporarily boosted to the blood-bearer realm, the power of his Divine Sound-type desolate technique had multiplied several times over. How could this elder possibly withstand it? Thud! The wooden sword sliced through the air, descending with a fierce slash toward the elder's head. Just as the elder regained consciousness, an excruciating pain erupted in his mind. In an instant, his skull split apart, brains splattering everywhere as he met his final demise. Die! Everyone must die! Shao Cheng roared, his body bursting forward as he swung his sword wildly. Terrifying sounds echoed in all directions, and with each sweep of the wooden blade, bodies turned into pulp. The front courtyard of the Yu family became a living hell. Shao Chen's eyes were bloodshot, transforming him into a frenzied killing machine, as if he had descended into madness. Whoosh! Violence erupted throughout the Yu family's estate. Countless people rushed toward the front courtyard. All nearby scouts and powerful figures from various clans were alarmed. The overwhelming aura emanating from Shao Cheng, the savage killing intent, and those terrifying, eerie sounds startled everyone. Many experts abandoned their attempts to conceal themselves, rushing out from their hiding spots to see what was happening inside the Yu family. Not good. On the street not far from the Yu family's gate, Su Digua, leading the Su family's elite, sprinted forward. Sensing the disturbance from afar and hearing those strange roars, his speed suddenly surged as he leaped toward the Yu family. Thud! Before he could get close, his body suddenly froze as he saw the Yu family's courtyard wall explode. A blood-soaked figure emerged from the hole in the wall, dragging a wooden sword with one hand and holding a severed head in the other, his eyes faintly glowing red. He strode toward the carriage, gently placed the head on it, then knelt heavily on both knees and roared, "Grandma, I've brought you Fusheng's head. You may rest in peace now." Inside the carriage, Granny Lu clung to her last breath. When she weakly opened her eyes and recognized the face of the head, a faint smile appeared at the corners of her lips before she peacefully closed her eyes. "You she? Fusheng? My child. No matter who killed you, I will tear them to pieces." A roar erupted from within the Yu family's courtyard, filled with endless misery, boundless killing intent, and fury. The deafening cry shook the heavens, echoing across half of Blood Sun City, lingering without end. Outside the Yu family's main gate lay 3 broad streets, forming a crossroads, with numerous alleys branching off. At this moment, faint figures could be glimpsed in many of these alleys on the walls of courtyards, atop nearby rooftops, and even perched on ancient trees. All eyes were fixed on the blood-soaked youth kneeling before the carriage. The furious roar of the Yu family patriarch still reverberated in everyone's ears, yet no one paid it any mind. Their faces were frozen in shock and disbelief. A mere youth of 16 or 17, charging alone into the Yu family in everyone's eyes, he was already a dead man. But he is alive at this moment, having walked out of the Yu family with Yu Fusheng's head. From the roars of the Yu family patriarch, it seems that the Yu family elder, Yu Shi, is also dead. Moreover, through the hole in the courtyard wall that Shao Cheng had slashed open, one could clearly see countless mutilated corpses inside. Yu Fusheng, at the 3rd level of the White Tiger Realm, 20 Yu family warriors skilled in assassination techniques who had even deployed a deadly formation, and Elder Yu Shi, at the 2nd level of the Blood Bear Realm. The violent and overwhelming aura just now, along with those eerie and terrifying howls, everything felt so surreal. Even the young man kneeling before the carriage now seemed less like a youth barely past his coming of age and more like a demonic figure wielding some sinister power. Otherwise, How else could one explain the bizarre events that had just unfolded? Whoosh! Whoosh! On the northern main road, the Su family's martial artists swiftly approached. When they saw Su Digo standing firmly in the middle of the street, they all halted in astonishment, lifting their gazes only to be completely stunned. Xiao Cheng. Su Qi peered through the crowd and, under the moonlight, caught sight of Xiao Cheng kneeling before the carriage, drenched in blood. Her delicate frame trembled, a flush rising to her cheeks, and her beautiful eyes instantly sparkled like stars. She had also heard the terrifying sounds from within the Yu family earlier. The Yu clan leader's roars had echoed through half of Blood Sun City, and she naturally heard them too. As she looked at the severed head dripping blood on the carriage shaft, she quickly pieced everything together. Xiao Cheng forcibly broke into the Yu family, killing elder Yu Shi and Yu Fushen. The more she understood, the more her delicate body trembled violently. Gazing at the figure kneeling on the ground, she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. This was a young man capable of creating miracles. Whoosh! Countless figures from the Yu family burst forth, shattering the eerie silence of the street. One after another, warriors clad in black robes and wielding long swords rushed out in succession, forming a fan-shaped formation outside the Yu family's main gate. A chilling killing intent once again spread across the land. Die! Die! A burly, towering middle-aged man burst forth with overwhelming momentum, his aura soaring to the heavens and his killing intent like a rainbow. Behind him followed two equally imposing elderly men. The trio's gaze immediately locked onto Yu Fushen's head atop the carriage. The tall middle-aged man's face twisted completely as he let out another heart-wrenching roar. Fushen. Xiao Cheng seemed not to hear, his head deeply bowed, his face filled with remorse. His eyes could only gaze at Granny Lu, who had passed away peacefully, his heart utterly desolate. If not for his recklessness, if not for his offense against Yu Fushen, Granny Lu would not have died. Granny, I'll take you home. May you be reborn into a good family in your next life. Xiao Cheng muttered to himself as he stood up. At this moment, it seemed he remembered the countless martial artists of the Yu family behind him. He tilted his head slightly and said coldly, Yu Fushen killed Granny Lu, so I took his life. Now, I don't want to kill anymore. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Would. A faint murmur rippled through the crowd. The onlookers from various families almost laughed, as if hearing a joke, but upon closer thought, perhaps it wasn't funny at all. Xiao Cheng had proven with the lives of Yu Fushen and Yu Snake that he was at least a formidable warrior, one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the leaders of many minor families present. Xiao Cheng? Good, very good. If I don't tear you to pieces tonight, how can I console my son's spirit in the afterlife? The Moon family patriarch laughed in extreme anger, his wild energy swirling around him as he slowly drew his long sword, ready to strike. However, the elder beside him gave a light cough, his gaze sweeping toward Su Digua in the distance. The Su family's experts had all mobilized, and the heads of the minor families in the city had nearly all arrived. The situation tonight was chaotic beyond measure. One misstep, and even the Moon family might face utter ruin. Xiao Cheng, come here quickly. Su Digua remained motionless, and the Su family's experts did not move either. Yet, Su Qi suddenly called out. At that very sound, the Moon clan leader moved. His figure surged toward Xiao Cheng like a tiger descending a mountain, his speed slightly faster than Moon Snake's, his momentum even more overwhelming. His cultivation realm was clearly far superior to Moon Snake's. Peak Blood Bear realm. Xiao Chen's pupils contracted as he struck out with a single palm, pushing aside the unhitched carriage. A surge of immense energy erupted from him once more, his body shimmering with black light, his muscles and bones crackling loudly, and his eyes turning blood red again. Divine blessing unleashed. His wooden sword trembled in mid-air, slicing through the sky as it fearlessly clashed with the Moon family patriarch's longsword. Divine gift warrior, divine sound-type desolate technique. The moment Xiao Cheng moved, everyone instantly understood Yu Shi and Yu Fushen had not died unjustly. This young man was actually this formidable. Thud! Su Digua and the others were relatively far from Xiao Cheng. Though their eardrums ached and their chests felt suffocated, as if they might vomit blood, they all snapped back to their senses in an instant. The Moon family patriarch, however, was the most affected. Combined with Shao Chen's terrifying killing intent, for a brief moment, it even overpowered his own aura. Nevertheless, the pit blood bear realm's strength was no illusion. As their swords collided, a metallic clang rang out, and both were sent flying backward. Roar! Shao Chen unleashed his divine gift, seemingly entering a frenzied state. His eyes turned blood red, and the moment his feet touched the ground, he sprang forward, charging toward the Yu family warriors. Mid-air, he unleashed that terrifying divine sound-type desolate technique once again. Kill! The two elders of the Yu family exchanged a glance, realizing that today's situation was utterly hopeless. If they didn't kill Shao Chen, it would be the Yu family's people who would die. Attack! Su Digor shot a look at the Su family elder beside him and roared. If they didn't seize such a perfect opportunity now, he might as well be a pig. Even though Shao Chen was extremely dangerous at this moment and might not distinguish friend from foe, there was no time to worry about that anymore. Whoosh! Just as Su Digor made a move, 11 figures abruptly appeared on the left side of the street. Their chilling killing intent locked onto the Su family warriors, making their stance unmistakably clear. If the Su family warriors dared to act, they would not stand idly by. Members of the Shui family. With a wave of Su Digor's hand, all the Su family warriors halted. His gaze fixed on the 5 figures at the forefront of the 11, his eyes filled with wariness. 5 blood bear realm experts, enough to slaughter everyone in the Su family. Behind the Shui family's experts stood a handsome young master with rosy lips and pearly white teeth. His gaze ignored Su Digor entirely, instead locking onto Su Qingyi at the rear of the Su family. His handsome face twisted with venomous resentment as he muttered under his breath, "Shao Chen, hurry over." Filth! Trash, indeed. Su Qingyi, I knew you were just stringing me along. Ning Yu said you liked this country bumpkin. I didn't believe it at first, but now I see it's true. Filth! Tonight, I'll make you watch him die with your own eyes. The battle ahead has reached a fever pitch. Shao Chen is surrounded by 60 to 70 martial artists from the Yu family. The Yu family's patriarch and 2 elders have joined forces to attack, putting Shao Chen in grave danger. In just an instant, he has already been struck by over a dozen sword blows, seemingly on the verge of death at any moment. Screech! Eerie and terrifying sounds echoed all around as one Yu family martial artist after another was sliced into mincemeat. Yet, Shao Chen himself was repeatedly wounded by the patriarch and the 2 elders. His black warrior robe was now tattered and torn, his body covered in deep, bloody gashes. In many places, even the white of his bones was visible. Endure! But he seemed to have gone berserk, completely oblivious to pain, unleashing wild techniques time and again, his wooden sword dancing madly as it claimed lives one after another. What shocked countless people was Shao Chen's freakish reaction speed. Even in his frenzied state, he could still react with astonishing swiftness, evading fatal blows every time. Coupled with the eerie sounds emitted by his wooden sword, which affected the Moon family's patriarch and elders, he would have been dead by now otherwise. Over a dozen members of the Moon family had already been slain by his blade, yet no one held any hope for him. With the Blood family stepping in to suppress the Su family, his fate tonight was sealed death. Many family patriarchs had already begun preparing to make their moves in secret. The Blood family's clear stance signaled that the power dynamics of Blood Sun City were about to change tonight. Something's off. How is this madman's defense so formidable? Why does his divine blessing look so familiar? Standing on a nearby rooftop, the Rong family patriarch frowned suddenly and whispered to the elder beside him. The elder blinked, exchanged a glance with the patriarch, and the 2 of them paled simultaneously. Many powerful figures changed their expressions simultaneously, including Su Digor. Tonight's situation was too bizarre. The battle happened too quickly, and the eerie screams from Shao Chen's wooden sword left everyone's minds dazed and confused. It wasn't until this moment that everyone suddenly realized the truth. Divine blessing. Shao Chen's divine blessing. At the 2nd level of the White Tiger realm, his strength surged by more than a full realm after unleashing the divine blessing. He clashed with the Moon family patriarch, both sent flying backward. Although Shao Chen's 300-pound wooden sword gave him an advantage, it also demonstrated that his current strength was nearly on par with the Moon family patriarch, who was at the peak of the Blood Bear realm. Even if one hasn't tasted pork, they've surely seen a pig run. Blood Sun City also had 2 warriors who awakened their divine blessings, and Blood Wu Chang had unleashed his divine blessing multiple times over the years. The elite members of the various families had traveled widely in their youth, so they had some understanding of divine blessings. Shao Chen's divine blessing was of a very high tier, at least 5th grade or above. In the entire God Layer tribe, only 3 known divine blessings were 5th grade or higher. With his strength skyrocketing, Shao Chen's speed and reflexes became incredibly monstrous, allowing him to repeatedly evade the Moon family patriarch and elders' lethal strikes. Despite suffering over a dozen sword wounds, he still refused to die, and his speed showed no sign of slowing. His physical defense was nothing short of astonishing. This was an all-around high-tier divine blessing. Most importantly, Shao Chen's eyes had turned blood red, plunging him into a frenzied state of bloodlust and savagery. Everything reminded everyone of a powerful divine blessing renowned throughout the Slayer tribe. The Berserk Divine Blessing. A divine blessing unique to the Slayer clan, the overlords of the Slayer tribe. Though the Berserk Divine Blessing had long been famous, none present had ever witnessed it firsthand, which was why no one recognized it at first glance. Reaching this conclusion, countless small family leaders trembled and silently retreated into their hiding places. Whether Shao Cheng had truly unleashed the Berserk Divine Blessing or not, they dared not take the risk. This! Su Digua and the Su family elder exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with intensity. Su Digua's gaze suddenly locked onto Shui Chuihua in the distance as he shouted sternly, "Young City Lord, why haven't you stopped the battle? If Shao Cheng dies tonight, everyone present here will perish. Can't you recognize the divine blessing he has unleashed?" The Shui family had sent 5 elders, who now also came to their senses. Their eyes fixed solemnly on Shui Chuihua, awaiting his decision. Before leaving, Shui Wu Chang had made it clear tonight, all orders were to be followed as commanded by Shui Chuihua. Shui Chuihua withdrew his gaze from Su Qi and glanced at the solemn-faced Shui family elders before turning his attention to Shao Cheng in the distance. At the sight, his narrow eyes narrowed further, and he muttered in shock, "Berserk Divine Blessing. How is that possible?" Blood Wu Chang served the Shao family for 10 years in the past, and Blood Chuihua, having grown up following him, had visited the Shao Emperor city many times. He had witnessed the release of the Berserk Divine Gift on several occasions, and the way Shao Chen's Divine Gift manifested bore an uncanny resemblance to the Berserk Divine Gift. Young City Lord, regardless of whether Shao Chen's release is truly the Berserk Divine Gift or not, he cannot die. If it turns out to be real and Shao Cheng perishes, not even the clan leader could protect you and me. A clan elder whispered in a low voice, his face filled with grave concern. The divine gift is a divine ability bestowed only upon the most favored children of the wild god. Warriors with the divine gift are exceedingly rare. In the vast Blood Sun City, only Blood Wu Chang and Yu Meier have awakened their divine gifts. Even across the entire Shao God tribe, there are no more than 100 warriors who have awakened their divine gifts. The Shao family alone has tens of thousands of members, and in Shao Buhui's generation, there are at least 1,000 descendants, yet only 4 have awakened their divine gifts. Therefore, every descendant capable of awakening the Berserk Divine Blessing is a treasure of the Shao family. Although Shao Cheng bears the surname Shao rather than Shao, it is a well-known fact that for 1,000 years, only those from the Shao family have been able to awaken the Berserk Divine Blessing. Thus, Shao Cheng must not die. Berserk Divine Blessing. Hearing Su Digua's low roar from afar, the Moon family's clan leader and elders, who were engaged in battle with Shao Cheng, also trembled. Their killing intent momentarily subsided, replaced by overwhelming panic. If Shao Cheng truly is a descendant of the Shao family, who was lost outside, and they dare to kill him, the Yu family will be doomed beyond redemption. In the Godslayer tribe, not to mention a small family like the Yu, even the Shui family could be effortlessly crushed by the Shao family. Chirp! A piercing sound rang out again as Shao Cheng charged forward wildly once more, his wooden sword swinging violently. 2 more Yu family disciples were sent flying, reduced to pulp and meeting their demise. Clan leader. The 2 Yu family elders were completely panicked, at a loss for what to do, their gazes turning toward the Yu family clan leader. Kill! The Moon family patriarch gritted his teeth and let out a low growl, making up his mind. If Shaocheng died, the Moon family might face extermination in the future. But if Shaocheng lived, there was a chance the Moon family could be wiped out tonight. Berserk Divine Blessing Shaocheng is actually a descendant of the Slaughter family. At the same time, a startled cry rang out from behind the Su family warriors. Shaocheng had given her one earth-shattering surprise after another. Tonight, the Su family had been on the brink of a deadly predicament, but it seemed Shaocheng alone was about to turn the tide. The descendants of the Shao family, yet a genius who awakened the divine gift of Berserk Fury. With this identity alone, Shaocheng could intimidate the entire Blood Sun City. Even Blood Wu Chang would have to obediently address him as young master, wouldn't he? By forming an agreement with Shaocheng, the Su family, which had established a good relationship with him, would also rise in status, making them untouchable. Shock, astonishment, and the overwhelming joy of a miraculous reversal. This made the flush on Su Qingyi's face even more pronounced. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, her eyes shimmering with emotion, radiating a beauty beyond compare. She was extraordinarily intelligent, but after all, she was still a 16-year-old girl, lacking the cunning of Su Digua. With so many sudden changes tonight and the situation constantly reversing, how could she remain composed? Beach! Su Qingyi's instinctive cry interrupted Shui Chiiwa's contemplation in the distance. Seeing Su Qingyi in such a state, the flames of jealousy in his heart burned wildly. Blinded by jealousy, he lost his rationality and made a very foolish decision. He barked at one of the elders, Elder Shuiyu, return to the family immediately and request the special envoy to come here. I still feel that Shao Chen's divine gift doesn't quite resemble the Berserk divine gift, but it's better to be cautious. The sound of Shui Chiiwa's voice had barely faded when the expressions of the Shui family elders and Su Digua and the others instantly changed. Go back and invite the Shao family envoy to make a judgment. By the time the Shao family envoy arrives, Shao Chen's corpse would have already turned cold. Shui Chiihua clearly wants Shaocheng dead. What are you standing there for? The Shui family elders remained motionless, but Shui Chiihua's eyes turned cold as he snorted angrily. Will you take responsibility if something goes wrong? The elder from the Shui family shuddered violently, his gloomy face turning a mix of pale and ashen. This young city lord had been ruthless and cunning since childhood, and it was now clear that he was being set up to take the blame. But what could he do? He could only frantically sprint back toward the Shui family, clinging to the desperate hope that Shaocheng would still be alive by the time he brought the special envoy of the Shao family. Thud! Shaocheng's shoulder was struck fiercely by the Yu family patriarch's long sword. However, his formidable physical defense prevented the blade from cleaving him in two, though the impact sent him flying backward with tremendous force. Roar! The bones in his left shoulder were shattered, the flesh mangled and bloody, yet he erupted into motion once more, charging at the Yu family patriarch again. His speed had slowed noticeably clearly, the excessive blood loss was beginning to weaken him. Father! Clan leader! Su Qingyi and the Su family elders shouted simultaneously. A trace of madness flashed in Su Digua's eyes as his aura erupted violently, and he roared, kill. Thief! Before Su Digua could move, Shui Chiihua, not far away, sneered coldly and shouted, Shaocheng has blatantly violated the laws of Blood Sun City by breaking into the Yu family to kill. As the young lord of Blood Sun City, I have the authority to execute him on the spot. Anyone who dares to intervene will be seen as challenging Blood Sun City and will be executed without mercy. Su Digua turned a deaf ear to Shui Chiihua's nonsense. In the barren God continent, the law was as worthless as scrap paper. It only ever bound the lowest rungs of society. Since Shui Chiihua was determined to have Shaocheng killed, he naturally wouldn't allow Su Digua to intervene. He immediately roared, stop them. Anyone who dares resist will be executed on the spot. I, the young city lord, will take full responsibility for all consequences. Whoosh! Shui Chiihua had already made up his mind, and before Shui Wuchang left, he had given his orders. The Shui family elders had no choice but to act. In Blood Sun City, Shui Wuchen's word was law, and they dared not disobey. The Shui family had sent 10 experts. One ran back to deliver a message, one stayed to protect Shui Chuihua, and the remaining 8 faced off against the 50 or 60 Su family members. But it was clear that these 8 could easily overpower the Su family's forces. Among the 8, 4 were at the Blood Bear realm, while the rest were at the peak of the White Tiger realm. 2 of the Su family elders had ascended the Great East Mountain, leaving only Su Digua and the remaining elder at the Blood Bear realm. In this world, the hierarchy was strict, and the difference of a single realm meant a vast disparity in strength. When Shao Cheng hadn't unleashed his divine blessing, he was effortlessly overpowered by Moon Serpent, a clear testament to this. The 8 Blood family experts charged forward like ferocious beasts. 2 of them engaged Su Digua and the Su family elder, while the remaining 6 plunged straight into the Su family ranks. In just one clash, countless figures were sent flying. Fortunately, the Blood family members didn't strike with lethal force, and those who were thrown back only suffered severe injuries. The situation grew increasingly tense, and Su Digua and the others were frantic with anxiety. Shao Cheng was repeatedly sent flying, struck by swords again and again. His movements grew slower, his body weaker, teetering on the brink of death. Su Digua tried multiple times to break through the Blood family elder's defense, but each time he was forced back. Tonight, they had already clashed with the Blood family. If their only trump card, Shao Cheng, died, the Su family would surely be annihilated within 3 days. But if Shao Cheng survived, not only would the Su family's crisis be easily resolved, but they could also rise to prominence with his help. Perhaps they could even become the next Blood family. It was impossible. A genius who had awakened the Berserk divine blessing, once sent to the Slayer Emperor city, would undoubtedly become a top-tier young master of the Slayer family. It was just Shui Chuihua's foolish decision that was about to shatter the Su family's hopes. This torment was fatal for Su Digua and the discerning members of the Su family, who saw the situation clearly. Su Qing watched as Shao Chen's condition grew increasingly dire, her heart burning with anxiety. She charged forward but was struck back by the blade of a Blood family warrior, her shoulder searing with pain. Turning her head, she locked eyes with the distant Shui Chuihua and shouted angrily, "Shui Chuihua, your foolish actions tonight won't just kill you, they'll doom the entire Blood family. Call your people off now." The angrier Su Qing became, the more exhilarated Shui Chuihua grew. He sneered coldly, "What actions? Someone committed murder in the city, shouldn't I, as the young city lord, assist in capturing the culprit? Is the Su family aiding a murderer? Seems like you're all in this together. Drop your weapons and surrender now, and I, the young city lord, might spare your lives. Otherwise, the Su family will face unforgivable punishment." Whoosh! Su Qing knew words were useless now. Channeling her wild energy, her body transformed into a graceful butterfly as she attempted to dart around the side, desperate to save Shao Cheng. Whoosh! But a figure moved faster than her. A leg, hard as an iron whip, came crashing down. With a sharp crack, her delicate shoulder gave way, and her body was sent flying like a broken kite, slamming heavily into a corner of the street. "It's over." Su Qing opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of stagnant blood, then closed her eyes in despair and took a deep breath. The Blood family had begun to strike with deadly force. It seemed Shao Cheng and the Su family would not escape their doom tonight. Suddenly, she sensed a faint presence nearby. Startled, she widened her eyes and looked around, only to spot a scruffy yellow dog standing in a corner not far away. This left her even more astonished. This was Shao Chen's yellow dog. With Shao Cheng on the verge of death, why was it still standing there motionless? Instead, it was leisurely watching the battle unfolding around Shao Cheng. She recalled the intelligence reports from the scouts. This yellow dog could leap across the river beneath the Great Eastern Mountain in a single step. As she observed the dog's calm and composed demeanor, a glimmer of desperate hope surged within her. Could it be that this yellow dog truly possessed formidable strength? Would it only intervene at the very last moment? Dogs are highly intelligent animals and humanity's best companions. If this were an ordinary dog, How could it remain indifferent while watching Shao Cheng on the brink of death? Su Qing trembled all over, struggling to stand up as she gazed pleadingly at the big yellow dog. Big yellow dog, go save your master quickly. Your master is about to die. She begged. The big yellow dog turned its head and gave Su Qing an indifferent glance. The coldness in its eyes sent a shiver deep into her soul, yet this only made her more agitated, utterly convinced that this was no ordinary dog. The big yellow dog looked at Su Qing once more but still did not move. It calmly watched Shao Cheng from afar until he was struck and sent flying again, collapsing heavily when he tried to rise. Only then did it act. Its eyes gleamed with an eerie light, and under Su Qing's astonished gaze, its body slowly transformed, continuously growing larger. Its rain-soaked fur stood on end, resembling a lion king baring its fangs. This big yellow dog is incredibly powerful. Shao Cheng is saved, the Xu family is saved. Su Qing trembled even more violently. From the bizarre transformation of the big yellow dog and the faint aura emanating from its body, she sensed the presence of a mighty ancient beast. Though it was just a trace of that aura, Su Qing inexplicably believed that this big yellow dog possessed terrifying strength, so terrifying that it could sweep away all the warriors present, even the entire Blood Sun City. At this moment, she suddenly had an epiphany why Shao Cheng was so unruly and quick to resort to brute force at the slightest provocation. He was a fool rather. He possessed absolute strength, the very foundation that gave him the confidence to act recklessly. When a lion king storms into a sheepfold and faces a flock of provoking lambs, its instinct is to bare its sharp fangs. To Shao Cheng, Blood Sun City was merely a small sheepfold. The big yellow dog continued to grow, now as large as a blood wolf. Though its aura had fully erupted, the faint yet increasingly overwhelming power it exuded left Su Qing beside it nearly breathless. Fortunately, this was a secluded corner under the eaves. Outside the Yu family's gate, Shao Cheng had risen once more to fight like a madman, while the battle between the Su and Blood families raged on. Both sides were blinded by bloodlust, and for the moment, no one noticed this place. Su Qing's eyes grew brighter and brighter, eagerly anticipating the moment when the big yellow dog would charge out and tear all the enemies into pieces. Stop everything! At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, and an overwhelmingly violent aura surged from the north, pressing down on everyone present, causing their movements to slow slightly. Purple Elephant Realm. All martial artists present changed their expressions. Blood Sun City originally had two Purple Elephant Realm experts. One was the city lord, Blood Wu Chen, and the other was the deceased ancestor of the Su family. This person was clearly not Blood Wu Chen, which meant it could only be the special envoy from the Killer family, who was still stationed in the city. What's going on? Blood Blossom cursed under her breath. Unless the Blood family elder, who went back to report, could fly, the special envoy of the Kill family couldn't possibly arrive so quickly. Shao Cheng wasn't dead yet, and with the envoy's arrival, no one could predict how the situation would unfold. The aura around the big yellow dog rapidly weakened, and its body shrank like a deflating balloon, transforming back into a scruffy mud that retreated into the corner. Yet, its gaze turned northward, a hint of solemnity flashing in its eyes. Whoosh! A black shadow darted forward like lightning, its speed akin to a fleeting flash. One moment it was a kilometer away, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived at the scene. Roar! Shao Cheng remained oblivious, or perhaps was entirely unaware of his surroundings. His blood-soaked right hand swung the wooden sword once more, slashing toward the members of the Yu family. Die! The Moon Clan leader's eyes revealed a trace of desperate madness. Just moments ago, he had glanced at the rapidly approaching envoy from the Kill clan and saw the man staring fixedly at Shao Cheng with eyes filled with shocked ecstasy. He knew the Moon Clan was finished. Since the Moon Clan was doomed, why wouldn't he drag Shao Cheng down with them? Whoosh! With a furious roar, the two elders also snapped out of their daze. The three of them acted with perfect synchronization, their wild energy surging violently. Three silver swords transformed into countless cold points of light, enveloping Shao Cheng. Even though Shao Chen's wooden sword might strike one of them, all three were already resolved to die. Why would they care? Phew! You fools seek death. The Purple Elephant Realm expert who had already charged into the arena wore a magnificent black robe trimmed with purple. In his 40s, his face was as dark as charcoal, his eyes vaguely triangular in shape, giving him a ferocious and menacing appearance. Seeing the three strongest members of the Moon family attack simultaneously, he let out a cold snort. A long blade suddenly unsheathed in his hand, and a flash of white light erupted, filling the entire area with a suffocating, icy aura. The snow-white blade light traced a semicircle before abruptly shooting forward, manifesting primal energy. One step into the Violet Elephant Realm, slaying enemies from 100 paces away. This is indeed a genuine Purple Elephant Realm expert, and judging by the speed of his released blade aura, he is clearly not someone who has just entered the Purple Elephant Realm. Whoosh! The crescent-shaped blade aura swept past like a biting cold wind, reaching the Moon Clan leader's face in an instant. If the Moon Clan leader dared to continue his thrust, his body would be split in two by the blade aura. The survival instinct of humans facing dire circumstances forced the Moon Clan leader and one elder to instinctively retreat. However, another elder behind them reacted too slowly. The blade aura sliced through his body and exploded, splitting half of his body apart and sending it flying, blood mist scattering across the sky. Whoosh! The Purple Elephant Realm expert's expression remained completely unchanged as his body drifted like a ghost. A blue longsword flashed out like a specter in his hand, and with each sweep, another body was cleaved in two. Killing was as effortless as chopping cabbage, sending chills down the spine. Stop killing. We surrender. The Moon Clan leader and the forced to retreat elder showed a hint of despair in their eyes as they raised their longswords high and knelt heavy. Out of the 60 to 70 Moon Clan members who had charged out, fewer than 20 remained alive, and at least 20 had been slain by this Purple Elephant Realm expert in just a few blinks of an eye. Surrender? The Purple Elephant Realm expert sneered coldly. With a lightning-fast slap of his left hand, he repelled Shao Cheng, who had been wildly slashing at him, and then darted forward like a ghost. His voice, cold as a winter gale, echoed across the battlefield. Apologies, but under the Slaughter Clan's blade, there are no surrendered foes. TCH, TCH. Blades flashed, blood sprayed wildly, and severed limbs littered the ground outside the gates of the Yu family. It had become a living hell. Apart from Shao Chen's low growls and the agonized screams of the Yu family warriors, the entire scene was deathly silent. The warriors of the Su and Shui families had long ceased fighting, staring in terror at the Violet Elephant Realm expert who resembled a god of slaughter. The warriors of the Shao family were already infamous for their bloodlust, but none had expected such brutality. Crack! 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 Su Qingyi's teeth chattered uncontrollably. She had seen dead bodies from a young age, and in previous years, Su Digua had even made her execute a death row prisoner to toughen her up. Yet, faced with such a scene now, she still felt an overwhelming terror and a strong urge to vomit. Crack! 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 Shui Chuihua was also trembling. The special envoy of the Shao family gave Shao Cheng a light pat, making it clear that Shao Cheng would not die tonight. The envoy's decisive act of killing confirmed that what Shao Cheng had unleashed was indeed the berserk divine blessing. Shao Cheng wouldn't die, but because of his decision tonight, the days to come were likely to be very difficult for him. The eyes of Su Digua and the Su family elders were frighteningly bright. Both of them felt as if they had been struck by the goddess of fortune, yet they were also filled with deep regret. Shao Cheng had stayed with the Su family for so long, yet they had failed to seize the opportunity to forge an extraordinary bond with him. Whoosh! With the last spray of blood mist, the figure of the Purple Elephant Realm expert solidified on the battlefield. Slowly, he sheathed his long blade, and behind him, the corpse of the Yu family patriarch collapsed heavily. Every member of the Yu family who had joined the battle had perished. Roar! Shao Cheng continued to growl lowly, but after the death of the Yu family patriarch, a trace of confusion flickered in his eyes. His blood-red gaze swept left and right before finally closing weakly, the violent aura around him gradually fading. When he weakly opened his eyes again, the red glow in his pupils had mostly faded, clearly indicating the divine blessing had been lifted. His gaze wandered aimlessly before finally settling on the back of the Qiu clan's special envoy standing before him. Confusion flickered in his eyes, but he didn't voice any questions. The pain radiating through his body made his lips twitch and his frame tremble. Dazedly, he turned around and stared at the distant carriage holding Granny Will's corpse. He tried to take a step forward, but the movement tugged at his wounds, contorting his face in agony. The Kill Clan's envoy slowly turned his head, his expression one of utmost reverence as he knelt on one knee and solemnly declared, "Shao Pejun pays his respects to the young master." Shao Pejun? A member of the Kill Clan. Shao Cheng took a deep breath, easing the pain in his body slightly. He seemed to understand something but shook his head calmly and said, "My name is Shao Cheng. I am no young master. Nor am I a member of the Shao family." The Shao family's special envoy, Shao Pejun, glanced up at him before lowering his head again and affirmed, "Only those with Shao family blood can awaken the berserk divine blessing. No matter what surname you bear, it cannot change the fact that Shao family blood flows within you." After speaking, Shao Pejun's gaze suddenly turned icy, sweeping around like a blade as he barked, "What are you all standing around for? Why haven't you greeted the young master?" "Phew! It's fortunate I heard the commotion and arrived early. Otherwise, if the young master had died, every single one of you present would have perished." Shui Chuihua, Su Digua, the Shui family elders, and everyone else felt as if they had been drenched in ice water under that gaze. They quickly dropped to one knee in unison and roared, "We pay our respects to the young master." Shao Chen's expression still showed no change as he stubbornly shook his head and said, "My name is Shao Cheng. I am not young master, nor am I from your Shao family." Boom! Before he could finish speaking, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed his mind. Excessive blood loss had left his body extremely weak, and now that the divine blessing had been lifted, it was only natural for him to immediately lose consciousness. Shui Chuihua, send men to seal off the entire city. No one is allowed to act recklessly. If even a single person escapes or goes missing from Blood Sun City before the young master awakens, I will hold you personally accountable." Shao Pejun flashed forward, picked up Shao Cheng, and roared fiercely. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he charged toward the northern city with Shao Cheng in his arms. He didn't know the specifics of the night's battle, but since Shao Cheng had engaged in combat, there must be someone who bore a grudge against him. In the Godslayer tribe, having enmity with the young master of the Slayer family means only death awaits. However, he didn't plan to act rashly. He intended to wait for Shao Cheng to wake up and let him personally execute the kill. This would be an excellent opportunity to curry favor. The Slayer family is vast in influence and teeming with powerful figures, but only the God-given warriors can truly enter the core of power. Shao Cheng, at such a young age, has already reached the second level of the White Tiger realm and awakened the Berserker God-given ability. Once he returns to the Slayer family, he will undoubtedly become one of the top young masters. If he survives the next 10 or 20 years without perishing, he will surely become one of the Slayer family's high-ranking members. Shao Pejun may seem arrogant and domineering, commanding respect even from Blood Wu Chen in the Blood Sun City, but within the Slayer family, he is merely a mid-level figure who hasn't fared well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lingered in the Blood Sun City for so long. Tonight was an unexpected delight for the Slayer family's special envoy. In the Slayer family, he didn't even have the privilege to enter the mansions of those top young masters and ladies. The Shao family dominates the Shao God tribe, with numerous descendants, many of whom were known for their romantic escapades in their youth, leaving traces of affection everywhere. Therefore, it was no surprise to him that there might be Shao family descendants scattered outside. Over the years, many illegitimate children had returned to the family to acknowledge their roots. However, these illegitimate children generally lacked exceptional talent, so the family paid little attention to them, merely recording their existence and providing them with a meager monthly allowance to keep them at bay. Shao Cheng was different. As a high-tier divine warrior, even without the status of a Shao family descendant, he would still be treated as a young master upon arriving at the Shao family. He was the first to discover Shao Cheng, and tonight, he had even stepped in to see him. As long as he served Shao Cheng well and secured this connection, his future in the Shao family would undoubtedly flourish, allowing him to thrive like a fish in water. As for whether Shao Cheng was truly a descendant of the Shao family, he didn't dwell on it at all. Over the centuries, only Shao family descendants had ever awakened the berserk divine blessing. Shao Pujun left, but the atmosphere outside the Yu family's gate became somewhat eerie. Su Digua stood up with an inexplicable smile on his face, while the hidden clan leaders and experts from various small families quickly retreated, their expressions complex, their eyes filled with unease and anxiety. The elders of the Shui family looked somewhat awkward and solemn, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. Occasionally, their pupils would contract slightly, revealing a trace of fear. "Greetings, young master. Young master." Shui Chuihua lowered his head and narrowed his eyes, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. Not long ago, he had looked down on Shao Cheng, dismissing him as a country bumpkin, and then, because of Su Qingyi's attitude, had wanted him dead. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, he found himself kneeling before him. He inexplicably felt a surge of humiliation, his face burning with pain. His heart was filled with rage and resentment, but at this moment, he could only suppress it forcefully and quickly ponder his next move. One wrong step leads to another. His foolish decision tonight had placed the Shui family in a highly unfavorable position. Once Shao Cheng regained consciousness, he would surely seek retribution. If Shao Cheng truly unleashed his wrath, not only Shui Chuihua but even the entire Shui family might face disaster. Shui Wuchang had served the Shao family for 10 years, and over the years, his relationship with them had grown quite close. But when it came down to it, he was still a servant, while the Shao family remained the masters. Circumstances are stronger than individuals. He quickly figured it out and spoke in a deep voice. "Blood reverse. Seal of the Yu family, don't let a single person escape." Blood Crimson immediately mobilized the city guards to lock down the entire city. Until the young master regains consciousness, not a single person in Blood Sun City is to leave or go missing. With that, Blood Blossom swiftly led his men toward the northern part of the city. After running more than 10 meters, he suddenly turned back to glance at Su Qingyi, who was being held up. Seeing her blood-stained, tragically beautiful face, he closed his eyes in anguish. He knew all too well that after tonight, he would lose this woman forever, never again having the chance to hear her sing Jade Mist. "King Ai, are you alright?" Su Digua watched Shui Chuihua's retreating figure with a cold smile, then turned to Su Qingyi with concern. The latter seemed somewhat dazed, only snapping out of it upon hearing the voice, and forced a smile, saying, "Just some minor injuries. A half-month of rest and I'll be fine." An elder of the Su family approached, glanced northward, and whispered gravely, "Clan leader, the envoy must have taken Shao Cheng to the Shui family. Could it be dangerous? And if Shao Cheng recovers and is sent directly to the city of the Slayer Emperor, all our efforts will have been in vain." Su Digua remained silent in thought, but Su Qingyi suddenly spoke up. "There's no need to worry about Shao Cheng's safety. No one in the entire Blood Sun City can kill him, not even the city lord of Shui could do it." Su Digua and the Su family elder exchanged surprised glances but refrained from further questions. Su Qingyi also said no more, though the image of the large yellow dog slowly growing in size and transforming into a lion king flashed through his mind. Shao Cheng was taken away by Shepherdjan, and the big yellow dog didn't seem to oppose it, only sneaking away quietly. It left without a sound. No one noticed, except for her, not even the Blood family elders. "Let's head back first. No matter what, with Shao Chen's outburst, the Moon family is completely finished, and the Blood family will think twice before moving against us. The Su family's crisis has been resolved." Su Digua pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and spoke. Suddenly, his aura surged, and with renewed vigor, he declared in a low voice, "As for, if Shao Cheng wakes up and heads straight to the Shadi city, we'll slowly reconnect with him. As long as we can tie Shao Cheng down, the Su family's revival is just around the corner." After speaking, Su Digua cast a deep glance at Su Qingyi. Shao Chen's status was no longer what it used to be, and the Su family had little left to offer. Su Qingyi was one of the few assets they had, but whether this daughter of his could win Shao Cheng over remained to be seen. Sensing the peculiar gaze from Su Digua, Su Qingyi easily saw through his thoughts, and 2 blushes immediately appeared on her pale face as she lowered her head in shyness. A trace of blood still lingered at the corner of her lips, giving her an inexplicably enchanting beauty, like a red rose blooming in the night. The Blood Mansion stood at the very center of Blood Sun City, occupying the most prosperous area. The entire estate spanned over 1,000 meters, with hundreds of pavilions and towers, exuding an air of grandeur and magnificence. At this moment, the entire Blood Mansion was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Shui Chuihua had sent Elder Shuiyu to invite the special envoy from the Qiu clan, but instead of encountering the envoy, he ended up alarming the city lord, Shui Wuchang. After listening to Shuiyu's report, Shui Wuchang immediately flew into a rage and stormed out of the Shui family with his men, cursing Shui Chuihua vehemently in his heart and even wishing he could kill him. Fortunately, he encountered Shao Pujun carrying Shao Cheng back halfway. Upon confirming that Shao Cheng was only injured and unconscious with no life-threatening danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. Secretly instructing Shuiyu to lock down the entire city, he followed Shao Pujun back to the Shui family. The best physicians and the most expensive spiritual medicines in the Blood Sun City were all within the Shui residence, making treating a wounded person relatively simple. The entire Shui residence was bustling until midnight, extravagantly consuming numerous spiritual medicines, and Shao Chen's condition quickly stabilized. However, a full recovery would clearly be impossible without at least 10 days to half a month, given the multitude of injuries on Shao Chen's body. My lord, that fool is already kneeling outside. Whether you want to kill or flay him is up to you. Once he confirmed Shao Cheng was stable, Shui Wuchang dismissed the servants and approached Shepijun with a face full of indignation. However, his hand discreetly retrieved a gold note from his sleeve and handed it over. This was a universally accepted gold note in the Desolate God continent, usable as purple gold. Contrary to his usual habit of quietly accepting the gold note, Shepijun sighed instead, patted Shui Wuchang on the shoulder, and said indifferently, Shui Wuchang, it's not that I won't help you, but this time there's really nothing to be done. Forget about Chuihua. Whether your Shui family survives or perishes will depend entirely on the young master's mood. Shui Wuchang's burly frame trembled, his hands shook, and over a dozen gold notes slipped out, scattering across the floor. Last night heavy rain washed away the dust from Blood Sun City and transformed its sky overnight. The city was filled with garrison troops, its 4 gates sealed allowing entry but no exit. Many of the Yu family's shops and businesses were confiscated, and their mansion was heavily guarded, with hundreds of family members and servants placed under house arrest. Though the blood outside the Yu family's gates had long been cleaned, the thick scent of blood still lingered in the air. The previous night's explosive shouts, eerie sounds, and terrifying screams had been clearly heard by nearby residents. For the common folk, it mattered little who ruled Blood Sun City or which family rose to power. Their only concern was whether they would be caught in the crossfire and if the city could return to its former peace. The gates of the Blood family remained tightly shut, refusing all visitors, while the Su family and countless smaller clans also huddled within their own courtyards, merely dispatching more scouts to gather intelligence throughout the city. A country bumpkin from the great wilderness, yet blessed with the divine gift of berserker rage, he was the long-lost young master of the Slaughter family. The Moon family had sought to kill him, but now their entire clan's elite had been slaughtered, and they faced the imminent threat of annihilation. A piece of news quickly spread, circulating rapidly among the common folk and merchants, sweeping through Blood Sun City. The countless lowly civilians felt a mix of excitement, envy, jealousy, and fear. The Moon family specialized in producing assassins, and its members were naturally cold-blooded, carrying an aura of killing intent. Thus, in the eyes of Blood Sun City's commoners, the Moon family was far from amiable. Instead, people instinctively feared and loathed them. Now, the once unreachable Moon family faced extermination, an event that was thrilling to the ordinary populace. A person as lowly as them had suddenly leaped over the Dragon's Gate overnight, becoming the young master of the Shao family. Naturally, this filled the commoners with envy, jealousy, and resentment. In the eyes of many commoners, the Shao family was as noble as royalty, and Shao Cheng had soared to the heavens in a single step. And when the young master of the Shao family was nearly killed in Blood Sun City, the commoners instinctively panicked. If the Shao family were to fly into a rage and slaughter the entire city, that would be a disaster of immense proportions. Third, in a secret chamber of the Blood family's rear courtyard, a handsome young man with rosy lips and pearly white teeth was struck heavily by a large palm. His handsome face instantly twisted in pain. He raised his eyes with a hint of grievance but then lowered his head in silence. Do you want to die? Or do you want to drag the Blood family down with you? Blood Wuchang glared at his usually most beloved son, filled with the frustration of seeing one's child fail to meet expectations. Last night, this fool had already committed a foolish act, and now he dared to play petty tricks. Only after Blood Wuchang finished speaking did Blood Chuehua grit his teeth and say, "What happened last night was indeed my fault, but I truly didn't release you, Emil. There's a secret passage in the Yu family's rear courtyard that leads straight outside the city. By the time Blood Hong went to capture her, Yu Emil had already escaped." Secret passage. Blood Wuchang was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood. The Yu family was one of the 5 major assassin organizations, the Moon Shinobi Hall, so it made sense for their family to have secret passages. He had received news early on that Yu Mayor had escaped. He initially thought Blood Chuehua had secretly orchestrated it, which was why he was so furious. Last night, Blood Chuehua discovered that Shao Cheng possessed the Berserk Divine Blessing, yet instead of protecting him immediately, he schemed to kill him. If the higher-ups of the assassin family found out about this, the Blood family could be wiped out with just a word. Shepijin made his stance clear last night. He wouldn't get involved in this matter. Whether Blood Chuehua lived or died, and whether the Blood family survived or perished, all depended on Shao Cheng's decision. If Shao Cheng woke up and found out Yu Mei had escaped, naturally, he'd instinctively suspect Blood Chuehua was behind it. With old grudges and new grievances, given his unruly temperament, he surely would hold back. Father! Blood Blossom also understood the gravity of the situation. A trace of venom flashed in his eyes as he suddenly leaned in and whispered, "Why not go all the way? Let us take care of Shao Cheng and the envoy, eliminate them all." Thud! Another loud slap rang out. Though Blood Wuchang was indecisive, he was no fool. He glared coldly at Blood Blossom, who had been knocked to the ground by the blow, and roared in suppressed fury, "How the hell did I end up with such an idiot for a son? Why didn't I just shoot you into your mother's mouth back then? Do you realize how big of a scene last night's incident caused? How many people witnessed it? Do you think you can just slaughter everyone in Blood Sun City? And as for killing the envoy, you overestimate your father. Every inspector from the Slaughter family has their own special means. Are you trying to doom the Blood family?" Blood Blossom slumped to the ground, clutching his burning cheek, his heart filled with despair. The severity of the situation far exceeded his imagination. Whether the Blood family would survive this, he didn't know, but he was certain he would. Xiao Cheng. He gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath, never imagining that someone who had been as insignificant as an ant just a day ago, easily crushed with a flick of his fingers, now held his life and death in their hands. "Someone, take the young master away. He is not to leave even half a step without my orders." Blood Wuchang closed his eyes weakly as he issued the command. After a pause, he walked toward the door but stopped again, his face twisted in pain as he added, "I will do everything I can to find a way. But if all else fails, you must make this sacrifice for the Blood family." Blood Impermanence quickly walked toward another courtyard, which was specially prepared for Shatter the Army. Shao Cheng was currently inside that courtyard, and ever since Shatter the Army brought him back, he had been guarding him without leaving his side. The courtyard was heavily guarded, with over a dozen maids waiting at the entrance of the pavilion inside. In the main hall, Shatter the Army sat leisurely, resting with his eyes closed. Blood Impermanence exchanged a few pleasantries with Shatter the Army, subtly flattering him, before the two entered the innermost room together to check on Shao Chen's condition. Seeing that the wounds were slowly healing and the situation was favorable, the two then withdrew. "My lord, let me report to you about the young master's condition and the feud with the Yu family." Stepping into the outer room, Blood Wuchang slightly bowed and spoke to Shatter the Army in a somewhat ingratiating tone. As the ruling family of Blood Sun City, the Blood clan could be immediately informed even if an extra stray dog appeared in the city. They had also planted spies in the Su family, so basic information could be easily obtained with just a few inquiries. However, Shattered the Army suddenly raised his hand and said sternly, "I have no interest in what you're saying. You may leave now. We'll discuss everything after the young master wakes up." Blood Wu Chang was taken aback. How could Shepijun, who cared so much about Shao Cheng, not want to know his background and information? However, seeing Shepijun's resolute expression, he didn't press further and awkwardly chuckled before retreating. Humph, a smart servant never pries into their master's affairs. If the master wants you to know, they'll tell you themselves. Blood Wu Chang, you've served the Shao family for 10 years, yet you still haven't grasped this principle. Shepijun watched Blood Wu Chang's retreating figure with a cold smile, then took a sip of tea before settling back into his seat in the hall, as still as a meditating monk. Whoosh! Unbeknownst to anyone, at that very moment, beneath Shao Chen's bed, a large yellow dog lazily poked its head out. Its cold gaze swept toward the direction of the hole before it retreated under the bed and resumed its deep slumber. Shepijun and Blood Wu Chang had come and gone without the slightest awareness. They hadn't even noticed when the yellow dog had slipped into Shao Chen's room. "Ha ha ha, little Cheng, today Grandpa killed a mean snake. The meat tastes wonderful. Wait here, Grandpa will make you some soup right away." In a daze, Shao Cheng dreamed of returning to that valley in the great wilderness. The valley was picturesque, with clear waters and lush mountains, and a small pond about 10 meters in diameter. He was catching fish in the pond when a burly figure strolled in from outside the valley, holding a brilliantly colored python in his hand, gazing at him with deep affection. "Little Cheng, let Grandpa tell you, the women down the mountain are all poisonous, and the beautiful ones are especially deadly. Back in the day, Grandpa was nearly poisoned to death by a very beautiful woman, and she almost killed me too. So, little Cheng, if you ever go down the mountain and meet a beautiful woman, you must be very careful. Don't let yourself fall in too easily. Little Cheng, the path of martial arts lies in perseverance. It's like rowing against the current. You can't slack off for even a moment. In the desolate God continent, geniuses with dazzling talent are as common as carp in a river, and there are countless who are more gifted than you. But very few truly become strong enough to stand above the rest. Do you know why? It's because they lack perseverance, or they become complacent in their pride as geniuses and the flattery of the world, losing their humble heart and the spirit of martial arts." The scene in his mind shifted, and Shao Cheng found himself sitting by the lakeside, listening to his grandfather's earnest teachings. Vaguely, the image of a tall, elderly man surfaced in his mind. White hair, white beard, with an immortal's grace, his face always wearing a gentle smile, as if he would never grow angry or lose his temper. "Shao Cheng, your grandfather has been poisoned. You must leave the mountain quickly and go to the large cities outside to find a way to obtain the dragonheart grass to detoxify me. I can only use my inner strength to resist the poison for 3 years. If you haven't found it within 3 years, return and bury me. Remember, think thrice before you act. Never be reckless. If you truly cannot obtain the dragonheart grass, do not force it. In life and action, all one seeks is a clear conscience. If you lose your true nature, even if you bring back the dragonheart grass, I will not take it." The scene shifted again, and Shao Cheng saw his grandfather walking back into the valley, covered in blood, his entire body purple, his pupils turning blue, his limbs trembling uncontrollably, in unbearable agony. That sight had terrified him and jolted him awake from his sleep. He cried out, "Grandfather, grandfather! You'll be all right. Shao Cheng will definitely find the dragonheart grass for you, I swear it." Ag! At this moment, he lay on the bed. His attempt to shout and struggle to sit up had aggravated his wounds, causing him to let out a muffled groan. The pain made him grimace, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Whoosh! The door suddenly swung open, and a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe with purple trim rushed in nervously, standing before Shao Cheng with a concerned expression. "Young master, you're awake? Are you all right?" he asked. Shao Cheng narrowed his eyes but remained silent. He quickly glanced warily at Shepijun, then swiftly scanned his surroundings. His mind raced, and soon, the events of that night came flooding back. Someone from the Shao family. A trace of instinctive disgust flashed across his face. This feeling was inexplicable ever since he learned that the Berserk divine blessing was unique to the Shaw family. He had instinctively felt resistance and aversion toward them. This was actually quite understandable. A child who had grown up in the wilderness, relying only on his grandfather, had never known his true origins. Then, suddenly, he steps out of the wilderness only to discover that he might very well be the descendant of a super poor family. His grandfather had often said that such families were often hideously corrupt, filled with schemes, betrayals, and intrigue. After arriving in Blood Sun City, he had witnessed firsthand the hypocrisy and venom hidden behind the smiles of this family science. His straightforward nature made him instinctively despise such things. Since childhood, his grandfather told him that his surname was Xiao, and his name was Xiaocheng. Therefore, he naturally did not believe he was a descendant of the Shaw family, nor did he wish to become one, which subconsciously made him resistant to the Shaw family. So when Granny Lu once suggested he join the Shaw family in exchange for the Dragonheart grass, he flatly refused. He took a deep breath and calmly looked at Shao Pujun, saying, "My name is Xiaocheng, not your young master. Of course, I am grateful for your help that night, and this kindness is something I, Xiaocheng, will never forget." Shao Pujun smiled and bowed respectfully, saying, "Young master, there's no need to say so much. You are still very weak, so focus on recovering. There's no need to thank me, this is my duty. Rest assured, this place is absolutely safe." Xiaocheng took another deep breath and stubbornly insisted, "My name is Xiaocheng." "Xiaocheng." Shao Pujun gave a helpless, bitter smile and said, "All right, young master Xiaocheng." Only then did Xiaocheng close his eyes in satisfaction to rest for a moment. He could also feel the extreme weakness in his body. He had lost too much blood that night. Shao Pujun said no more. With a cupped hand salute, he withdrew and even closed the door behind him. He didn't mind Shao Chen's stubbornness to him. It was just a child being willful. After all, which young man in the Shaosheng tribe wouldn't want to become a top young master of the Shao family? Xiaocheng closed his eyes to rest for a while, regaining a bit of energy. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, then suddenly spoke, "Big Yellow, come out. I know you're there." A large yellow dog silently emerged from under the bed. It gazed indifferently at Xiaocheng, its body devoid of any breath or movement, as if it were a ghost. Xiaocheng turned his head to glance at the dog, feeling a sense of comfort in his heart. He forced a weak smile and murmured through pale lips, "Big Yellow, you've had a tough few days, going without meat. I'll make it up to you once I'm better." A glint flashed in the dog's eyes, and it licked its legs as if tempted, but without a sound, it retreated under the bed and resumed its deep slumber. Killing family. Xiao Chen's gaze once again fixed on the ceiling. Frowning in confusion, he muttered to himself, "Why is my berserk state the unique divine gift of the killing family? Could I really be a descendant of the killing family? No. My surname is Xiao. My grandfather never lied to me. I don't bear the surname Killing. I'm not a descendant of the killing family, no." Xiaocheng repeated these words over and over until, weakened and exhausted, his eyelids grew too heavy to keep open, and he fell into a deep slumber. In the following days, Xiao Chen's condition improved day by day. Shao Pujun visited him several times daily. The Blood family's divine physicians continuously came to examine him, and the maids attended to him with the utmost care. Blood Wuchang came several times, trying to curry favor with Xiaocheng, but Xiaocheng wouldn't have any of it, refusing to even give Blood Wuchang a chance to speak. Later, he simply stopped seeing him to avoid the annoyance. This scared Blood Wuchang half to death, nearly driving him to present Blood to a Hua's head as an apology. On the 10th day of Xiaocheng's stay at the Blood family, his recovery progressed quickly, and he was barely able to get out of bed and walk. After taking a few steps and confirming his body was fine, he had a maid summon Shepijun and said bluntly, "Thank you for your care these past days. I will repay you in the future. Please arrange for someone to escort me back to the Su family." Shepijun was taken aback, then smiled wryly. "Young Master Xiaocheng, if you wish to leave, I dare not stop you. But would you hear me out first? If you still insist on returning to the Su family afterward, I'll arrange for your escort immediately. Go ahead. Shao Cheng was slightly taken aback and replied somewhat politely. Shao Pejun, seeing Shao Cheng being so courteous to him, suddenly felt flattered and said with a smile, Young Master Shao Cheng, I heard you are in need of Dragonheart grass. Who told you that? The Xu family. Shao Chen's gaze turned cold as he questioned sharply upon hearing that Shao Pejun knew about his search for Dragonheart grass. He despised nothing more than being betrayed. Young Master, you misunderstand. A senior from the Xu family just came to see me, hoping I could help you obtain the Dragonheart grass that the Shao family recently acquired. I assure you, I have no ill intentions. Seeing Shao Chen's sudden cold demeanor, Shao Pejun grew nervous and immediately spoke respectfully, not wanting to leave a bad impression on Shao Cheng. Shao Chen's expression softened upon hearing that it was to help him obtain the Dragonheart grass. But hadn't the Xu family already promised to get it for him? Why were they now asking Shao Pejun for help? Had something changed? Though slightly anxious inside, Shao Cheng maintained a calm demeanor and said, I'll handle the Dragonheart grass matter myself. There's no need to trouble you, sir. Young Master, just call me Pejun. Assisting you in obtaining the Dragonheart grass is an honor for me. It's no trouble at all. Once you consume the Dragonheart grass, breaking through to the Blood Bear realm will be within reach. The Dragonheart grass is worth a fortune and is extremely rare. Originally, the clan leader had acquired one, but an unexpected incident occurred on the way. The herb was destroyed by another 6th-tier savage beast. Currently, there is no Dragonheart grass openly available in the Slayer God tribe. Shao Pejun noticed Shao Chen's unchanged expression upon hearing about the Dragonheart grass and silently praised his composure. However, what he said next nearly sent Shao Cheng into a rage. What? The Dragonheart grass was destroyed. Are you certain? Shao Chen's face turned icy cold the moment he heard that the Dragonheart grass the Xu family had intended to purchase for him had been ruined. He rushed up to Shao Pejun in disbelief and roared furiously. Shao Pejun was somewhat astonished. Why was Shao Chen's reaction so intense over the destruction of the Dragonheart grass? This only made him even more delighted. As long as Shao Cheng desperately needed the Dragonheart grass, he was confident he could persuade Shao Cheng to go to the Shao family. Shao Pejun replied respectfully, Young Master, please calm down. Although this Dragonheart herb is destroyed, with the Shao family's wealth and influence, finding another one is only a matter of time. If you come with me to the Shao family, I can guarantee you will obtain the Dragonheart herb. Hearing Shao Pejun's firm reply, Shao Cheng felt extremely disheartened and somewhat powerless. Seeing the Dragonheart herb, which was almost within his grasp, now lost, he felt an urge to kill someone from the Shao family. But even if he wiped out the entire Shao family, it would be useless, as the Dragonheart herb was already destroyed. Upon hearing Shao Pejun say that the Shao family had the means to find another Dragonheart herb, Shao Cheng felt slightly better. He fell into deep thought. Searching for the Dragonheart herb alone would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Relying on the Shao family's manpower and resources would significantly increase his chances of obtaining it. His grandfather's illness couldn't wait. He needed the Dragonheart herb as soon as possible. The Xu family had not disclosed his grandfather's condition to Shao Pejun, which somewhat satisfied Shao Cheng. Otherwise, he would have been furious. His grandfather was currently suffering from a severe poison, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. He didn't want anyone to use the Dragonheart herb as leverage against him or his grandfather. Young Master, Xiao Chen, as long as you go to the Shao family and showcase your talent and divine gifts, I believe the clan leader will surely value you and help you find the Dragonheart grass. How about it? Seeing the complex and somewhat tempted expression on Xiao Chen's face, Pejun pressed on with an air of sincerity. Upon hearing Shao Pejun's words, Xiao Chen lifted his distinct black and white eyes, casting a faint glance at the earnest-looking Shao Pejun before withdrawing his gaze. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, Very well, I'll go with you to the Shao family. Xiao Chen understood that Shao Pejun's attentiveness and flattery were likely aimed at currying favor with him, a potential young master of the Shao family. Though he felt somewhat indifferent to such motives, he was nonetheless grateful. After all, Shao Pejun had saved his life and promised to assist him in obtaining the Dragon Heart Grass. That's wonderful. Young Master Shao Cheng, please rest well for a day. Once your injuries are fully healed, we'll set off for the Shao family tomorrow. Upon hearing Shao Cheng agree to go to the Shao family, Shao Pejun's tense, dark face broke into a smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. As for Shao Chen's return to his ancestral roots, he wasn't the least bit worried, because anyone who visited the Shao family would be awed and drawn in by its power and wealth. As long as Shao Cheng was willing to go to the Shao family, Shao Pejun would have rendered a great service to the family. The Shao family patriarch would surely be overjoyed and reward him handsomely. After all, Shao Chen's talent was undeniable. No need to wait until tomorrow. Let's set off now. Shao Cheng shook his head and said calmly. Without the Dragon Heart Grass in hand for even a single day, he couldn't feel at ease. Asking him to wait another day was worse than killing him. Although his grandfather's illness wouldn't manifest for over 2 more years, delays could lead to complications. The sooner they obtained the Dragon Heart Grass, the better. Shao Chen's grandfather was his only family, and he absolutely couldn't allow anything to happen to him. But young master, your health. Very well, Pejun will prepare the carriage immediately. Shao Pejun was somewhat concerned that Shao Chen's body hadn't fully recovered yet. However, when he saw the determination in Shao Chen's eyes, he immediately nodded in agreement and excitedly turned to head outside. But after just 2 steps, he paused, remembering an important matter: how to deal with the Yu family and the Shui family. Shao Pejun turned back and looked at Shao Cheng, who wore a trace of confusion, with an inquiring gaze. He said solemnly, Young Master Shao Cheng, regarding the remaining members of your enemy, the Yu family, and the Shui family's young master and elders who offended you, please instruct Pejun on how to proceed. Should we eliminate them all? Shao Pejun didn't finish his sentence, but he made a throat-slitting gesture, exuding a chilling murderous intent. He didn't mention the Shui family outright, only referring to the Shui family's young master and elders. Though he had some financial ties with Shui Wuchen, if Shao Cheng ordered him to kill Shui Wuchen, he would hesitate for a second. After all, compared to the top young master of the Shao family, Shui Wuchen's life was utterly worthless. Shao Cheng sensed Shao Pejun's ferocity, killing intent, but showed no discomfort. After a brief pause, he said solemnly, Thank you for your kindness, senior. Those from the Yu family who deserved to die are already dead. I've avenged Granny Lu's death, and I don't wish to kill any more. As for the Shui family, I hope they won't provoke me again, otherwise, I'll make them wish they were dead. Shao Cheng felt mentally exhausted due to Granny Lu's death. In his heart, he had regarded her as his second closest family member, with his grandfather being the first. Now that Granny Lu was gone, he couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to his grandfather. The top priority now was obtaining the Dragon Heart Grass. Everything else paled in comparison to curing his grandfather's illness, and he didn't want any unnecessary complications. However, if anyone dared to cause trouble again, he would show no mercy in eliminating them. Very well, young master. I'll act as you command. I'll go arrange the carriage and inform you when it's ready. Shao Pejun's expression remained unchanged upon hearing Shao Cheng's words, but inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although wiping out the Moon and Blood families would be an easy task, Blood Sun City is a lucrative prize, and Blood Wuchen is quite adept at handling people. Every time Shao Pejun visited Blood Sun City, he received generous gold notes. Destroying the Blood family was something he felt somewhat reluctant to do. Now, hearing that Shao Cheng wouldn't hold the Blood family accountable, he felt a surge of joy inwardly, though he maintained a stern expression as he walked out. Though we may escort you 1,000 miles, parting must come eventually. Young Master Shao Cheng, Envoy Shao Pejun, we shall see you off here. May your journey be smooth, and do visit the Blood family again when you have the chance. Blood Wuchen, leading all the elders of the Blood family, respectfully escorted a luxurious carriage and a rider out of the gates of Blood Sun City. Inside the carriage sat Shao Cheng, while atop the steed was the Shaojiao envoy, Shao Pejun. At this moment, Blood Wuchen and the Blood family elders were bidding farewell to the 2 esteemed figures with beaming smiles. Shao Cheng did not blame the Blood family nor demand the death of his son, Blood Blossom. Blood Wuchen was overjoyed, and the worry and fear in his heart finally dissipated. Although he had lost 1/10 of his wealth, he didn't care in the slightest after all. No amount of money is worth anything if one doesn't have the life to spend it, right? Blood City Lord, keep your useless son in check. If it weren't for the young master's magnanimity this time, even 1,000 heads wouldn't be enough to atone for your Blood family's crimes. Let's go. Shao Pujun sat upright on his horse, a long knife sheathed behind his back, his spine straight and imposing. He coldly swept his gaze over Blood Wuchen and the others below, who wore fawning and ingratiating smiles, and feigned a stern reprimand. Finally, his eyes subtly glanced at his bulging pocket, a hint of amusement flashing deep within, for inside that pocket were 5 10,000 tail purple gold notes given to him by Blood Wuchen. This time, he had struck it rich. Shao Cheng sat motionless in the comfortable carriage, his expression blank and silent. He didn't even deign to glance at Blood Wuchen and his men, finding their smiles unbearably fake. The sight of them made him deeply uncomfortable, so he simply crossed his legs inside the carriage and began cultivating his desolate force. Gone. Upon hearing the report from a family guard, Su Qingyi's face was filled with bitterness. That mysterious and powerful young man had left without even saying goodbye. Did she, Su Qingyi, hold no weight in his heart at all? With a somber expression, Su Qingyi lowered her head and pondered for a long while before finally raising her gaze to the north, murmuring, Shao Cheng, one day, we will meet again. The Slaughter God tribe is located in the southern part of the Barren God continent, bordering the Great Barren to the far south, and is subordinate to the Kirin Kingdom. The Kirin Kingdom was originally part of the Barren God dynasty, but over a decade ago, the dynasty collapsed and split into 3 kingdoms, Kirin, Tianxian, and Baiming. The Kirin Kingdom has been in constant conflict with the Tianxian Kingdom to the east, while the Baiming Kingdom remains neutral. The Slaughter God tribe consists of dozens of cities, large and small, with the largest being its central city, Slaughter Emperor City. Located at the very heart of the tribe, Slaughter Emperor City spans dozens of miles and boasts a population of millions, making it a major city even within the former Barren God dynasty. Shao Cheng and Shao Pechuan's destination is the Shao family in Slaughter Emperor City. The journey went smoothly with a special envoy from the Shao family present. What could possibly go wrong? After half a month of travel, the two arrived at the gates of Slaughter Emperor City. Shao Cheng ceased his cultivation and lifted the carriage curtain to gaze at the colossal Slaughter Emperor City ahead. He felt a sense of awe compared to this behemoth. Blood Sun City was like a dwarf standing before a giant, utterly incomparable. Young master, this is the Slaughter Emperor City ruled by the Slaughter family. Impressive, isn't it? Ha ha! If you inherit the position of the Slaughter family's patriarch in the future, you will become the master of this city and the entire Slaughter God tribe, enjoying unparalleled honor and power. Slaughter Pechuan noticed the sparkle in Shao Chen's eyes and spoke with great enthusiasm, taking the opportunity to flatter him. Shao Chen still wasn't accustomed to being called young master. He never considered himself as such, but since others could say what they pleased, he could only reply helplessly, Senior, just call me Shao Cheng. Let's enter the city. Yes. Let's enter the city. Slaughter Pechuan waved his hand grandly at the coachman and took the lead, charging toward the massive city gate on horseback. He cleared the way ahead, and the carriage started moving, closely following behind Slaughter Pechuan. Greetings, my lord. The 4 city guards standing at the main gate naturally recognized the Shao family's special envoy, Shao Pechuan, and immediately knelt on one knee, bowing their heads as they respectfully called out. Humph! Why haven't you greeted the young master yet? Shao Pechuan's face darkened as he coldly barked. The 4 guards were momentarily stunned, but upon catching a glimpse of the luxurious carriage in motion, they quickly realized their oversight. Bowing their heads as low as possible, beads of cold sweat forming, they immediately spoke in an even more respectful tone tinged with a hint of fear. Greetings, young master. The carriage curtains had long been drawn shut, and Shao Cheng sat upright inside, remaining silent and refusing to respond to the guard's words. Shao Pechuan noticed that Shao Cheng disliked such formalities, so he led the carriage into the Shao Emperor City. Second brother, it's still early in the morning, and we haven't seen the young master of the Shao City Lord's family leave the city. Which young master of the Shao family was sitting in that carriage just now? Third brother, the Shao family is vast and powerful. Not only does it rule over Shao Emperor City, but the entire Shao God tribe is under their control. The Shao City Lord has 6 sons, and who knows how many grandsons he has, not to mention the collateral branches. The Shao family members are known for their wandering affections. I bet this young master was discovered and brought back by the Shao envoy. Hehe. Second brother, third brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Be careful with your words, trouble comes from the mouth. It's best not to discuss the Shao family's affairs. If the Shao family hears about this, our entire family will suffer. Do you understand? The 4 city guards finally breathed a sigh of relief as the carriage passed through the city gate. 2 of them began speculating about which young master might be inside, but they were sternly silenced by the oldest guard among them. Wiping the cold sweat from their brows, the 4 resumed their vigilant watch. The colossal Shao family was not something small figures like them could afford to provoke. Shao Emperor City was vast, yet it was divided into 9 major districts by 2 horizontal and 2 vertical main roads. The Shao family, the city lord's family, occupied the very center, dominating an entire district on its own. The remaining 8 districts were shared by the city's other 8 mid-sized families and countless smaller clans. Shao Emperor City had only one superfamily, with no second, the Shao family. The Shao family stood unrivaled, while all other families followed its lead. Any clan that dared to grow too powerful would inevitably face ruthless suppression from the Shao family. In Shao Emperor City and indeed throughout the entire Shao God tribe, the Shao family was the heavens. The city lord's decrees were sacred edicts. To defy them was to rebel against divine will, a crime punishable by death. Shao Cheng sat inside the carriage, occasionally lifting the curtain to admire the bustling prosperity of the Emperor's lair city. However, since the guide was none other than Shao Pejun, the carriage behind naturally drew the awe-filled yet curious gazes of passers-by. Feeling somewhat awkward, Shao Cheng stopped lifting the curtain and sat quietly instead. They were about to arrive at the Shao family's residence, and Shao Cheng felt a bit nervous. It wasn't the formidable Shao family that he feared, but rather the possibility that the Dragonheart grass might have already been consumed by the young master of the Shao family. If that were the case, his trip to the Shao family would have been in vain. Of course, Shao Cheng knew that even if he made it to the Shao family, obtaining the Dragonheart grass wouldn't be easy. There would undoubtedly be numerous obstacles, and he might even have to engage in a fierce battle. But he had no choice. He was determined to secure the Dragonheart grass, even if the Shao family's residence was a dragon's den or a tiger's lair. He wouldn't hesitate to charge in. Just as Shao Cheng was worrying about the Dragonheart grass, the carriage came to a halt. From outside, Shao Pejun's voice, respectful yet tinged with excitement, rang out, "Young master, we've arrived at the Shao family. Please step out of the carriage." The Shao family has arrived? Shao Cheng snapped back to reality, his expression unchanged as he lifted the carriage curtain and stepped out. His massive wooden sword was naturally strapped to his back, and clad in black warrior attire with an icy demeanor, he exuded the aura of a noble young master. Shao Cheng raised his eyes to survey the sprawling complex ahead. Towering walls, massive bronze gates, flanked by 2 enormous black jade-carved stone lions, ferocious and terrifying in their demeanor. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel at the Shao family's formidable power and wealth, truly extraordinary. "Young master, please follow me." Shao Pejun noticed the subtle shift in Shao Chen's expression and felt a flicker of delight, speaking respectfully as he led the way. Shao Cheng cast a fleeting glance at the flamboyant, blood-red characters Shao family carved above the gate, exuding a faint aura of slaughter, then strode forward to keep pace with Shao Pejun. "Greetings, my lord." "Salutations, young master." 2 fierce sword-bearing guards stood at the entrance of the Shao family. Seeing Shao Pejun approaching with an unfamiliar young man and noticing Shao Pejun's respectful demeanor toward the stranger, they were startled. Being highly perceptive, they immediately dropped to one knee and greeted with reverence. Shao Pejun didn't even glance at the kneeling guards, giving a light hum as he respectfully guided Shao Cheng through the gates of the Shao family. After Shao Cheng entered the Shao family's gates, a yellow figure swiftly darted out from a corner of the main road. Under the courtyard wall far from the entrance, it leaped up, astonishingly scaling the 6-meter-high wall, then jumped into the Shaw family's compound and vanished without a trace. The Shaw family truly lived up to its reputation as a super clan. Inside, countless structures stood in magnificent splendor. Rock gardens, rain pavilions, flower beds, and ponds were too numerous to count. Following Shaopujuan's winding path, Shaocheng grew slightly dizzy. After more than half an hour, they finally arrived at the heart of the Shaw family's front courtyard, a massive building known as the Shaw Family Reception Hall. The Shaw family compound is divided into 4 sections: the front courtyard, the back courtyard, the left courtyard, and the right courtyard. The front courtyard is used for receiving guests and housing the Shaw family's guards and servants. The back courtyard is where the family head, elders, and their female relatives reside. The left courtyard is for the young masters and ladies of the Shaw family, while the right courtyard is for the collateral branches of the family. Young master, please wait inside. The servants will attend to you there. I, Shaopujuan, will immediately report to the family head and elders. Shaopujuan respectfully invited Shaocheng into the reception hall. He had no intention of entering himself, as he was eager to inform the Shaw family head and elders about the discovery of Shaocheng. Noticing Shaopujuan's eagerness, Shaocheng shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to step into the reception hall, he suddenly felt a pair of cold eyes watching him from not far to his left. Frowning, he expressionlessly turned his gaze to the left, locking eyes with that icy stare. The one staring at Shaocheng was a young man around 20 years old, dressed in fine silks and adorned with jade. His features were decent, though his face was somewhat pale, and his haughty demeanor suggested he looked down on everyone. At that moment, he was coldly observing Shaocheng, his gaze filled with unmistakable disdain. The young man was undoubtedly the young master of the Shaw family. Behind him stood 2 young men with ingratiating smiles, also appearing to be young masters, though their attire was of a lower grade, clearly indicating their status was not as noble as the former. Shaopujuan, who was about to leave, naturally noticed the arrival of the young man and his 2 companions. His expression tensed, and he immediately turned around, took 2 quick steps forward, then knelt on one knee, bowing his head respectfully as he said, Shaopujuan pays his respects to the 7th young master. The pale-faced man did not immediately instruct Shaopujuan to rise. Instead, he slowly approached with the 2 behind him, stopping a run away from the kneeling Shaopujuan. His thin, bloodless lips parted slightly as he uttered a somewhat sarcastic remark, Rise. Thank you, 7th young master. Shaopujuan remained kneeling respectfully until the pale-faced man spoke before daring to stand up. The pale-faced man was named Shaobuhan, a young master from the direct lineage of the Shaw family. In his early 20s, his strength had already reached the 1st level of the White Tiger realm, and he possessed the divine gift of Berserk, making his status highly esteemed. Shaopujuan's strength had reached the Purple Elephant realm, placing him in the middle echelons of the Shaw family's power structure, but he was still considered a subordinate of the family. Only by ascending to the upper echelons of the Shaw family's power would he no longer need to kneel before the family's young masters. Seeing that Shaocheng did not kneel before him like Shaopujuan had, Shaobuhan's expression darkened. Combined with his already pale complexion, his face now resembled that of a corpse. His icy gaze swept over Shaocheng, whose expression remained unchanged, and he angrily demanded, Boy, why don't you kneel before this young master? Hearing such a childish question, Shaocheng's eyes flashed with disdain. He withdrew his gaze, glanced briefly at Shaopujuan, who looked somewhat awkward, and without a word, strode coldly toward the reception hall, completely ignoring Shaobuhan and his 2 companions. How dare you? To disregard the 7th young master like this, are you seeking death? Young Master 7, let me teach this ignorant brat a lesson for you. Seeing that Shaocheng completely ignored him, Shaobuhan's expression grew even uglier, his gaze turning vicious and fierce. Just as he was about to lash out, unexpectedly, the 2 bootlicking branch family young masters behind him beat him to it, angrily scolding. One of them even charged at Shaocheng, throwing a ruthless punch at the back of his head, a vicious and merciless strike. Stop! Shaopujuan's face changed instantly when he saw the branch family young master suddenly attack Shaocheng, and he cried out in alarm. However, he didn't move physically. If he intervened, it would be considered insubordination, punishable by clan rules. His verbal warning was out of fear that Xiaocheng might harm the branch family young master or leave in anger. If Xiaocheng were to leave immediately, all his efforts would have been in vain. Die! The collateral young master clearly treated Xiao Pujun's words as empty air. With a venomous gaze and a cruel smile on his face, he had initially intended to teach Xiaocheng a lesson, but once he struck, he went all out, delivering a heavy blow. The howling fist wind aimed to cripple Xiaocheng outright, treating him as less than human. Xiaocheng maintained his stride inward, seemingly oblivious to the attack from behind. In the blink of an eye, the collateral young master closed the distance to within a meter of Xiaocheng's back. His face twisted into a savage expression, his eyes turning bloodthirsty as his iron fist shot straight toward the back of Xiaocheng's head. Crack! Ouch! At this very moment, Xiaocheng moved. With a slight tilt of his head, he narrowly dodged the incoming fist, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. The situation was extremely perilous. Then, like lightning, Xiaocheng extended his right hand, seizing the wrist of the collateral descendant of the Xiao family in a vice-like grip. With a fierce twist, the sound of snapping bones echoed, accompanied by the agonized scream of the collateral descendant. Thud! Xiaocheng didn't let go. Gripping the enemy as already broken arm, he abruptly turned around, his emotionless eyes coldly locking onto the terrified gaze of the collateral young master. Without uttering a word, he delivered a brutal kick to the opponent's abdomen. The next moment, the collateral descendant was sent flying like a cannonball, landing heavily 8 meters away before collapsing unconscious on the ground. Tisk! Xiao Pujun, Xiao Buhen, and another collateral young master couldn't help but gasp in shock as they witnessed Xiaocheng's swift and ruthless counterattack. Xiao Pujun, a man accustomed to killing, quickly regained his composure, only to let out a bitter laugh. He genuinely didn't want Xiaocheng to take a life so soon after arriving at the Xiao family. If blood had to be shed, it should at least wait until his position was firmly established, shouldn't it? Second brother. The young master from the collateral branch who had not taken action exclaimed in shock, rushing to the side of the other young master from the collateral branch who had collapsed unconscious. He lifted the latter and called out to him. Seeing that the other did not wake up but instead had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he immediately panicked. Then, he abruptly turned his head and glared at Xiaocheng, whose expression remained unchanged, with venomous eyes, saying fiercely, "Seventh young master, you must avenge my second brother and kill this villain." Xiao Buhen was the 7th-ranked grandson of the Xiao family's direct line, holding a noble and esteemed status. Both the Xiao family's servants and the young masters from the collateral branches respectfully addressed him as 7th young master. Now, a stranger had dared to strike one of his men right in front of him, which was tantamount to slapping him in the face indirectly. How could he not be furious? Xiao Buhen's face turned livid, his gaze as venomous and cold as a snake's, fixed unwaveringly on Xiaocheng. With a murderous aura, he said, "Brat, you dare to attack and injure a member of the Xiao family within the Xiao family's grounds. You have guts, but I'm afraid you won't leave here alive." "Just you?" Xiaocheng finally spoke, sneering with disdain, his gaze icy. He had just arrived at the Xiao family, and already someone was trying to kill him. How could he not be furious? His disgust for the Xiao family grew even stronger, and he felt the urge to leave immediately. But for the sake of the Dragonheart grass, he ultimately held back. Xiao Buhen noticed the contempt in Xiaocheng's eyes, and his own gaze grew even more vicious and malicious. He didn't know Xiaocheng's strength and dared not act recklessly, but he was extremely confident in his own abilities. After all, he was at the first level of the White Tiger realm and possessed the divine gift of berserk transformation. He couldn't be bothered to dirty his hands, so he coldly said, "Killing a country bumpkin like you is child's play. How about this? Kill yourself, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse. That way, I won't have to stain my hands." "Idiot!" Xiaocheng spat out the 2 words coldly, then turned his gaze to the awkward and tense Xiao Pujun beside him, once again ignoring Xiao Buhen entirely. "Looking for death? Kill Pujun. What are you standing there for? Kill this brat right now." Qiu Buhan had never been called an idiot before. Seeing Shao Cheng dressed in coarse cloth, he was certain Shao Cheng was a lowly martial artist. Furious, he was about to draw his sword to kill when his gaze swept over the flustered Qiu Pujun beside him. A thought crossed his mind, and he coldly commanded. Qiu Pujun was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood, his face changing drastically as he anxiously argued, "Seventh young master, Shao Cheng cannot be killed because he is. I told you to kill, so kill. Why so much nonsense? Do you dare disobey my orders? Aren't you afraid of the clan's punishment?" Qiu Buhan impatiently cut off Qiu Pujun's words, displeased as he questioned. Now Qiu Pujun was caught between a rock and a hard place. As a purple elephant realm expert, beads of sweat began forming on his forehead. Seeing Shao Chen's expression grow increasingly cold, he gritted his teeth and continued, "This seventh young master, please let Pujun finish speaking. How dare you? Shao Pujun, as the special envoy of the Shao family, you dare defy me? Have you lost your mind? Just you wait." Shao Buhan finally erupted in rage, once again cutting off Shao Pujun's words. With a clang, he drew his own sword, ready to personally eliminate the irritating young man before him. Clang! Shao Cheng also swiftly drew the massive wooden sword from his back, his expression icy to the extreme. His eyes filled with deep disgust and impatience as he coldly pointed the wooden sword at the self-righteous seventh young master opposite him and said, "You really want to kill me? You're not qualified enough." Boom! A powerful aura, like a dragon or tiger, erupted from Shao Chen's body. A chilling killing intent surged toward Shao Buhan 3 zhang away, instantly enveloping him. Shao Cheng then began to stride slowly toward Shao Buhan. "Kid, how dare you strike at me? Die!" Shao Buhan sensed Shao Chen's murderous intent, feeling as if plunged into an icy cellar. His heart skipped a beat, but he quickly erupted with his own aura, resisting Shao Chen's killing intent as he charged swiftly toward him. A flash of sword light aimed to pierce Shao Cheng through in one strike. "Hold it!" At this critical moment, a commanding voice of a middle-aged man rang out from one side, forcibly halting the impending battle between the two. Shao Cheng and Shao Buhan simultaneously ceased their attacks, their puzzled gazes turning toward the source of the voice. They immediately saw a middle-aged man with a square-jawed face, sharp eyebrows, and star-like eyes, exuding an air of authority, dressed in blue robes, slowly approaching. Shao Pujun paid his respects to the third elder. Shao Pujun was at a loss, watching the two young masters about to fight, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. But when he saw who had arrived, his heart swelled with joy, for the newcomer held a prestigious position in the Shao family. With him present, the fight between the two young masters would surely be prevented. Of course, he didn't forget to kneel on one knee and greet the middle-aged man. Shao Buhan sheathed his long sword and gave a slight bow to the middle-aged man, respectfully saying, "Buhan greets third uncle." "Third elder?" Shao Cheng also put away his wooden sword, narrowing his eyes slightly as he gazed solemnly at the middle-aged man. The man gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, even more intimidating than facing Shao Pujun. However, it was just a bit more pressure. Shao Cheng didn't care much, and his face soon resumed its cold expression. The middle-aged man was none other than the third elder of the Shao family, Shao Puang, the elder of the war hall, with a cultivation level reaching the second tier of the purple elephant realm. More importantly, he possessed the berserk divine blessing, making him incredibly powerful. Shao Puang commanded the Shao family's elite guards and held immense authority among the family's higher-ups. As Shao Buhan's own third uncle, it was only natural for Shao Buhan to treat him with utmost respect. Shao Puang stood with his hands behind his back, nodding faintly. His sharp gaze swept over the unconscious young master from the collateral branch in the distance, his brow furrowing slightly. Then, he turned his attention to the unfamiliar young man, Shao Cheng, who was coldly staring at him. His eyebrows rose in surprise, a flicker of astonishment flashing through his eyes before he regained his composure. Finally, he looked down at Shao Pujun, who was still kneeling respectfully on the ground, and spoke with a touch of authority. "Pujun, rise. Explain what happened." "Yes, third elder. This young man is named Shao Cheng. I discovered him during my patrol in Blood Sun City. He possesses the Berserk Divine Blessing. Shao Pejun stood up, glancing briefly at Shao Buheng and Shao Cheng. He avoided mentioning the earlier conflict and instead introduced Shao Cheng directly, revealing his possession of the Berserk Divine Blessing, seemingly unconcerned about shocking Shao Puang and Shao Buheng to death. Just as expected. What? He has the Berserk Divine Blessing. Shao Pejun, are you certain you're not mistaken? This is no joking matter. The originally composed expression of Shao Puang was instantly shattered upon hearing about the Berserk Divine Blessing, replaced by shock and excitement. His gaze toward Shao Cheng became fervent. If this were true, the Shao family's younger generation would gain another formidable talent and immense cause for celebration. Shao Pejun, what nonsense are you spouting? How could this country bumpkin possess the Berserk Divine Blessing? Shao Buheng was also astonished, casting a cold glance at the indifferent-looking Shao Cheng before scoffing disdainfully. This? Shao Pejun hesitated slightly at the third elder's strong reaction but ultimately trusted his own eyes and affirmed, there shouldn't be any mistake. After Shao Cheng activated his divine blessing, his speed, defense, and cultivation level all significantly improved. That is indeed the Berserk Divine Blessing. Enough! Pejun, go immediately and summon the clan leader and the other elders to the reception hall. I'll wait here for your return quickly. Shao Puang cut off Shao Pejun mid-sentence. While he believed Shao Pejun hadn't misjudged, only after the Elder Council's assessment and the clan leader's confirmation could they be absolutely certain. Yes. Third Elder. Shao Pejun responded with reverence and excitement, bustling off toward the rear courtyard and the left courtyard. If nothing unexpected happened, his status within the Shao family would rise significantly due to Shao Chen's appearance. After Shao Pejun had left, Shao Puang began to formally assess the cold-faced, unruly young man before him. With just one glance, he discerned Shao Chen's cultivation level, and his eyes lit up with admiration for such a genius. His stern expression softened slightly as a faint smile appeared, and he spoke in a warm tone. Your name is Shao Cheng. Come, follow me inside. Shao Puang cast one last glance at Shao Cheng before stepping through the door of the reception hall. Shao Cheng followed indifferently, his expression unchanged. Shao Buheng gazed at Shao Chen's retreating figure, his eyes flickering with a complex expression. He knew Shao Pejun wouldn't dare to spout nonsense, yet he deeply hoped this country bumpkin Shao Cheng wouldn't become the Shao family's young master or gain their favor. After a moment of hesitation, he also stepped into the reception hall. Inside the vast reception hall, the three sat in silence, waiting for the arrival of the Shao family's patriarch and other elders. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door, followed by a deep, domineering voice of an old man. Polan, where is that young man? The previously seated Chaplain and Shibuhan abruptly stood up, their gazes respectfully turning toward the doorway. Moments later, a tall, gray-robed elder with graying hair and piercing eyes that commanded respect without anger strode in first, followed by two middle-aged men and Shepajin. Father! Chaplain immediately bowed slightly to the gray-robed elder and greeted him respectfully, then nodded to the two middle-aged men behind the elder and called out calmly, eldest brother, second brother. Grandfather! Uncle! Second uncle! Shibuhan promptly echoed Chaplain's words, addressing the three with reverence. The three before them were the most powerful figures in the Shao family, and with Chaplain present, nearly all the family's key figures had gathered. Although he was the seventh son of the Shao family, he held no real authority and naturally dared not show the slightest disrespect to the four before him. The gray-robed elder snorted, waving his large hand as his sharp gaze swept over Chaplain and Shibuhan. Finally, his eyes settled on the black-clad youth still seated in the chair. His eyes instantly brightened, and a flicker of emotion crossed his stern face. Glancing back at the visibly excited Shepajin, he asked with some urgency, Pejun, is this the youth you mentioned who possesses the Berserk Divine Gift? Reporting to the clan leader, yes, it is him. His name is Shao Cheng. Upon hearing the gray-robed elder's question, Shepajin immediately bent at the waist, cupped his hands, and bowed his head, replying with utmost reverence. His expression was filled with awe, and when his gaze met the elders, It involuntarily revealed admiration and deep respect. This elder was none other than the leader of the Shao clan, Shuposhen. His cultivation had likely already broken through the purple elephant realm and entered the heavenly elephant realm, making his strength incomparably formidable. If combined with the berserk divine gift, his true power would be nothing short of terrifying. Seeing Shao Cheng sitting silently alone on the chair, Shuposhen inwardly sighed and hurried over to pull him up. He quickly introduced the three prominent figures who had arrived. Shao Cheng, this is our esteemed Shao clan leader. The other two are the great elder and the second elder of the Shao clan. Hurry and pay your respects to them. Shao Cheng coldly glanced at the three newcomers. These three gave him a heavy sense of pressure, especially the old man, who exuded an extremely dangerous aura. However, having just arrived at the Shao family, he had already witnessed the arrogance and domineering attitude of its members. Disgusted by their behavior, Shao Cheng icily replied, "Bow. They are not my elders. I want to bow to them for no reason. A newborn calf fears no tiger." Silence. As soon as Shao Cheng spoke, the scene fell deathly quiet, the atmosphere turning awkward. Shao Pojuan's smile froze, while Shao Potian and Shao Puang were momentarily stunned before falling silent, their gazes fixed intently on the defiant young man before them. The great elder and second elder of the Shao family instantly grew furious, glaring fiercely at Shao Cheng. No one had ever dared to be so disrespectful in their presence unless that person had a death wish. In the Godslayer tribe, the Shao family was royalty, the supreme authority. Outrageous! How dare you show such insolence to my grandfather and uncles? Who do you think you are? Shao Pojuan, seize this insolent wretch. Seeing Shao Chen's audacity, Shao Buheng was momentarily stunned before a cold sneer crept into his heart, his eyes flashing with malice. Before anyone else could speak, he righteously shouted first. "This!" Shao Pojuan was once again at a loss, casting a questioning glance at the silent Shao family patriarch, Shao Potian. "What are you hesitating for? Seize him!" The fierce-looking grand elder coldly snapped. "How dare you disrespect my father? What good is his berserker's divine gift even if he has it?" "Yes, elder brother speaks most rightly. The Qiu family has no place for such unfilial descendants who understand neither respect nor propriety. Such descendants are better off discarded." The gloomy and slender second elder, Qiu Pohu, immediately chimed in. Shao Chen's heartfelt words instantly stirred the atmosphere into tension and discord. Now, it all depended on Qiu Poshen's thoughts. What would he decide? "Ha ha ha!" A bold and hearty laugh erupted in the grand hall, instantly diffusing the tense and hostile atmosphere. All the enraged faces turned in bewilderment toward the master of the house, Qiu Potian, who was laughing heartily, unable to comprehend why he was laughing. "Father?" The Qiu family's great elder, Qiu Puang, cast a puzzled glance at his father, Qiu Potian, and asked softly. Shao Potian waved his hand to stop Shao Puang from asking further, his sharp eyes fixed on the indifferent Shao Cheng with an appreciative gaze. He praised, "What character! You remind me of my younger self, like a true descendant of the Shao family. If you truly possess the berserk divine gift, then you shall be the young master of our Shao family, enjoying the reverence of thousands and endless wealth, along with the finest cultivation resources." The brothers Shao Puang and Shao Pohu were stunned once again. Clearly, it was this audacious young man who had been disrespectful, yet now he had earned the clan leader's admiration. Though they found it hard to accept, they ultimately dared not refute. As the leader of the Shao family, the city lord of Shadi City, and the uncrowned king of the Shaoshan tribe, Shao Poshen's words were beyond questioning, at least openly. Even his own sons would face punishment if they dared to oppose him. Such was the authority and dominance of Shao Potian, a testament to the unshakable position of the Shao family within the Shaoshan tribe. Unlike his two elder brothers, the third elder, Shao Puang, did not show the same astonishment. He shared a bit of Shao Poshen's temperament and similarly admired Shao Chen's courage and talent. Shao Potian paid no attention to the others and spoke to Shao Cheng, who was calmly meeting his gaze, in a somewhat amiable tone. "Shao Cheng, is it? Your talent is impressive. Reaching the second level of the White Tiger realm at your age is truly outstanding. Could you demonstrate your divine gift in front of me?" Second level of the White Tiger realm. Shao Buheng was shocked when Shao Paotian revealed the cultivation level of the young man who had nearly fought him. Judging by his age, Shao Chong was 3 or 4 years younger than him, yet his cultivation was a whole level higher. If he also possessed the berserk divine gift, then the country bumpkin he had looked down upon would have talent far surpassing his own. Instantly, Shao Buheng felt a surge of jealousy toward this country bumpkin. Hearing Shao Potion's hearty laughter and friendly tone, Shao Chong felt a slight increase in goodwill toward him. If Shao Paotian had been as arrogant and domineering as his 2 sons and grandson, Shao Chong would have turned and left immediately, figuring out the Dragonheart grass issue on his own without relying on the Shao family. Shao Chong and Shao Paotian locked eyes for a moment before he suddenly spoke indifferently. Senior Shao, I've come to the Shao family not to acknowledge my roots, for my surname is Shao, not Shao. I'm here only to serve the Shao family for a period of time in exchange for something I need. Once I obtain that, I will leave the Shao family immediately. Outrageous! Do you think the Shao family is someplace you can come and go as you please? Phew! Elder Shao Puang, hearing Shao Chen's audacious words, instantly flared up with anger again. Puang, silence! Shao Paotian, seeing Shao Puang once again speaking out of turn, immediately lost his smile, his expression turning cold in an instant. He shot a frosty glance at Shao Puang and said with authority, Did I give you permission to speak? Father, I was wrong. Shao Puang, reprimanded by Shao Paotian, was momentarily stunned. When he saw the icy look on Shao Potion's face, he quickly came to his senses, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Not daring to argue, he hastily admitted his mistake. Perhaps outsiders are unaware of Shao Tian, but as his son, I know his temperament best: cold-blooded, ruthless, and unpredictable. No one dares to defy him, yet today, Shao Cheng is an exception. Perhaps it's because Shao Cheng might be a descendant of the Shao family. Shao Tian withdrew his slightly angry gaze and turned his attention back to Shao Cheng, whose expression remained unchanged. His demeanor instantly softened, and he asked with interest, What do you need? Speak up, and let us see if this old man can help you achieve it. Dragonheart grass. After a brief pause, Shao Cheng directly stated his purpose for coming to the Shao family. He then added indifferently, If you help me obtain Dragonheart grass, I will serve the Shao family for 3 years. I can kill for you, but I won't harm civilians or innocent people. How about it? Dragonheart grass. Upon hearing Shao Chen's words, everyone immediately understood his purpose for coming to the Shao family. The great elder, the second elder, and the 7th young master sneered repeatedly, silently cursing Shao Cheng for his audacious demands. Serve the Shao family. The Shao family is teeming with talent. They certainly don't lack someone like Shao Cheng. Moreover, they believed that if Shao Cheng were truly a descendant of the Shao family, who had been lost outside, he would be eager to join without hesitation. His current behavior was merely an act of pretentious reluctance. Little did they know that Shao Cheng genuinely had no desire to become a member of the Shao family. If not for his need to obtain the Dragonheart grass for his grandfather, given his temperament, he wouldn't have set foot in the Shao family at all. Even now, his plan was to earn the Dragonheart grass through service or merit. Shao Paotian was slightly surprised when he heard Shao Cheng's request for Dragonheart grass. The Dragonheart grass was indeed a rare treasure, highly beneficial for young martial artists, as it could solidify their foundation and nurture their vitality. His most accomplished eldest grandson, Shao Buhua, had consumed a stalk of Dragonheart grass, which allowed him to break through to the blood-bearer realm in the shortest time and become a formidable warrior. Shao Paotian didn't consider the possibility of Dragonheart grass being used to counteract the Pixiu poison, which is why he felt slightly surprised. He could see that Shao Chen's talent was exceptional, so much so that calling him a genius wouldn't be an exaggeration. Even without Dragonheart grass, Shao Cheng could undoubtedly rely on his innate talent and hard work to break through to the blood-bearer realm, or even higher realms. After all, let's not forget that Shao Cheng is a god-gifted warrior. Shao Cheng, first release your god gift. After I see it, I'll answer your question, alright? Shao Paotian didn't directly agree to Shao Chen's deal. Instead, he brought up the most critical matter, confirming whether Shao Chen's god gift was truly the Shao family's berserk god gift. If it really was the berserk god gift, then Shao Chen would undoubtedly be a descendant of the Shao family. And as long as he was a Shao family descendant, everything else could be discussed. Berserk! Under Shao Potion's somewhat urgent gaze, Shao Chen hesitated no longer. With a low shout in his heart, he directly unleashed his god gift. In the next moment, Shao Chen's aura surged continuously, and his cultivation level ultimately rose by 4 tiers, temporarily reaching the 3rd level of the Blood Bear realm. His eyes gradually turned blood red, and now, Shao Chen resembled a demon god from hell, terrifying beyond measure. It's truly the berserk divine blessing. Apart from Shao Pujun and Shao Paotian, the other 4 present exclaimed in astonishment. They all sensed that Shao Chen's cultivation had surged by 4 levels, his realm directly advancing by 1 stage, and his eyes had turned blood red exactly like the Shao family's berserk divine blessing. Shao Pujun had already witnessed Shao Chen unleashing the divine blessing before, so apart from feeling somewhat excited and thrilled, he wasn't surprised. As for Shao Paotian, he didn't exclaim because of his composure and status as a powerhouse. Shao Potion's gaze remained fixed on Shao Chen after his berserk transformation. Seeing that Shao Chen's current state was indeed that of berserk mode, he nodded approvingly. But just as he was nodding, his eyes suddenly widened, and a trace of confusion appeared on his face. He shook his head slightly and muttered, "Something's not right? Not right. Grandfather, what's not right?" Shao Buhan, already displeased at seeing Shao Chen truly possessing the berserk divine blessing, suddenly heard Shao Potion's doubtful remark and immediately seized the opportunity to chime in, his heart filled with glee. He was more than eager for Shao Chen's divine blessing not to be the berserk divine blessing. If that were the case, losing Shao Potion's favor, he could easily eliminate this country bumpkin Shao Chen with his status as the 7th young master of the Shao family. Shao Paotian glanced indifferently at Shao Buhan, who was full of anticipation, ignoring him. Instead, he slightly turned his head to the right and back, addressing the astonished Shao Puang. "Shao Long, do you notice anything amiss?" I'm too dull, I didn't notice anything." Elder Shao Puang, upon hearing Shao Potion's question, nervously stared intently at Shao Chen for a while but found nothing unusual. Shaking his head awkwardly, he replied, his usually fierce demeanor turning meek as a kitten in front of Shao Paotian. "Humph." Shao Paotian snorted coldly, a flicker of disappointment flashing in his eyes. His gaze swept over Shao Puer and Shao Pohu, who were also scratching their heads, before finally settling on Shao Puang, who seemed lost in thought. His expression softened slightly as he said, "Senor, tell me, what seems off about Shao Chen?" "Father, Shao Chen's demeanor is too calm, am I correct?" Shao Puang replied with a faint smile, appearing completely at ease. Unlike his 2 older brothers, who seemed uncomfortable under Shao Potion's scrutiny, he showed no signs of unease. Shao Puang is extremely intelligent, with a steady personality and formidable strength. It's no wonder he was entrusted with important responsibilities by Shao Paotian, appointed as the elder of the Shao family's war hall, leading the Shao family's warriors and overseeing both the family's security and external conquests. He belongs to the powerful faction within the Shao family. Good point. It's Zhu Sang who's thoughtful. Shao Chen's demeanor is too calm. He hasn't lost his rationality, nor has he gone on a mindless killing spree. That's precisely what's abnormal. Aside from this, his other states are identical to the berserk divine blessing. Why would such a situation occur? Shao Paotian nodded approvingly, making his point clearer. Shao Puang, having received Shao Potion's praise, showed no trace of self-satisfaction. With a serious expression, he pondered briefly and said, "Could it be that Shao Chen's self-control is too strong, allowing him to restrain himself from losing rationality? But if that's truly the case, this young man Shao Chen is simply too terrifying." That's one possibility. However, I don't think it's likely. I, your father, am confident that my self-control is no worse than this young man's, yet when I enter a berserk state, I still inevitably lose rationality. I suspect Shao Chen's berserk divine blessing may have mutated, perhaps due to his Shao family bloodline being too diluted. If this is the case, it's actually a good thing. If Shao Chen's descendants inherit the same divine blessing as his, it would be a great fortune for the Shao family. Shao Potian nodded, his eyes gleaming as he spoke. He ventured a bold speculation to explain Shao Chen's somewhat unique berserk divine blessing. Ha! The conversation between Shao Potian and the other two was naturally heard by Shao Poang, Shao Pohu, and the others. This time, they were even more astonished, and their gazes toward Shao Cheng became different, filled with complex and intense emotions. After the initial shock, Shao Buhan's eyes were brimming with deep jealousy and hatred for Shao Cheng. Shao Cheng, of course, also heard the discussion among Shao Potian and the others. He had long noticed the difference between his divine gift and the description of the berserk divine gift in the books, which was why he was uncertain whether it was the Shao family's berserk divine gift. However, deep down, he hoped he was not a descendant of the Shao family. After learning about the Shao family's berserk divine gift in the Su family, he had an impulse to return to the Great Wasteland and confront his grandfather, Shao Batian. But since he hadn't obtained the Dragon Heart Grass yet, he ultimately restrained himself. Shao Cheng cancelled the release of his divine gift and coldly scanned the vivid expressions on the faces of the Shao family members, finally settling on Shao Potian's face. He spoke calmly, "Elder Shao, what my divine gift is doesn't matter. What I need is your word and I'm qualified to make this deal with you. If you think I'm not, I'll leave immediately." As soon as Shao Chen's sharp and cold words were spoken, the somewhat lively scene fell into complete silence once again. The Shao family's Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Seventh Young Master were once again displeased with the arrogant Shao Cheng. If not for the presence of the clan leader, they would likely have erupted in violence. No one dared to make a sound, waiting for Shao Potian's decision. Shao Cheng, others would fight tooth and nail to become a member of the Shao family. With your divine gift and innate talent, you could easily become a top-tier young master of the Shao family. Though I don't understand why you don't wish to be a part of the Shao family, your divine gift determines that you are one of us. Since you insist on treating this as a transaction, I'll grant your wish. I will arrange for someone to find and purchase the Dragon Heart Grass for you. Whether you like it or not, I bestow upon you the status of a Shao family young master, with all its privileges. How does that sound? Hearing Shao Cheng's somewhat cold and arrogant words, Shao Potian surprisingly didn't get angry or lose his temper. Instead, he greatly admired Shao Cheng's courage and personality. He agreed to Shao Cheng's transaction and even granted him the coveted status of a Shao family young master, a position envied by both common warriors and scions of noble families in the Slayer God tribe. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Shao, but I'm only interested in the Dragon Heart Grass, Shao Cheng stubbornly replied. He truly had no interest in the identity of a Shao family young master. He had already decided that once he obtained the Dragon Heart Grass, he would immediately send it back to the Great Wasteland for his grandfather to use, and then return to the Shao family to fulfill his end of the bargain. The members of the Shao family were speechless at Shao Chen's stubbornness. Shao Potian no longer dwelled on Shao Chen's persistence. He believed that given enough time in the Shao family, Shao Cheng would naturally accept his identity as the young master of the family. This was not his concern. What he valued was Shao Chen's talent and unique berserk divine gift. Withdrawing his gaze, he suddenly commanded, "Shao Pejun, heed my order." "Why yes, my lord." Although Shao Pejun had anticipated this, he still couldn't contain his excitement. He hurriedly knelt on one knee before Shao Potian and responded with a voice trembling with reverence, awaiting the orders of his clan leader. He had a premonition that something good was about to come his way after all. It was he who had discovered Shao Cheng and brought him back to the Shao family. Just as expected, Shao Potian announced the reward. Shao Pejun has discovered and brought back an outstanding descendant of the Shao family, and his contribution is undeniable. I hereby appoint you as the captain of the Shao family's guard, commanding 500 elite warriors of the Shao family. You shall assist the third elder in both the defense of the Shao family and its external campaigns. Additionally, you are awarded 1,000 taels of purple gold. Rise now. Thank you for your great favor, clan leader. Your subordinate will spare no effort and will not disappoint your expectations. Upon hearing Shao Potian's appointment and reward, Shao Pejun felt as though the goddess of fortune had struck his heart. His emotions surged uncontrollably, and his face could hardly conceal his overwhelming joy. He cared little for the 1,000 taels of purple gold. What truly mattered was the position of guard captain, a role of real authority, far more substantial than his previous title as the Shaw family's special envoy. The special envoy might have seemed prestigious and lucrative, but in truth, it was merely a messenger's role, without a single soldier under his command. The guard captain commands 500 Shaw family warriors, holding a top-tier position among the Shaw family's subordinates. Even the elders of major clans in Shaw Emperor City and the heads of minor clans must respectfully address him as Lord Shaw when they meet him. With such a high status, flatterers naturally abound. How could there be any lack of benefits? Guard Captain Shao Pujun, escort young Master Shao Cheng to Tengfei Pavilion. From now on, young Master Shao Cheng will reside there. Proceed. Shao Patian issued the order to the newly appointed official, Shao Pujun. Yes, clan leader. Young master, this way. Shao Pujun was very clever. Instead of addressing Shao Cheng as young Master Shao Cheng in front of the Shao family's higher-ups, he simply called him young master, which naturally made the Shao family's leadership feel more at ease. Shao Cheng remained silent, coldly following Shao Pujun, who led the way ahead, and slowly walked out of the reception hall. Soon, he disappeared through the doorway, leaving the highest-ranking members of the Shao family standing quietly behind. Tenlong Pavilion, located behind the left courtyard of the Shao family, was a delicate three-story building with its own private courtyard. Seeing the private courtyard, Shao Cheng nodded slightly in satisfaction. He practiced his swordplay every morning and evening, rain or shine, and having this courtyard made it much more convenient. Young master, please feel at ease and stay here. Every day, maids and guards will attend to your daily needs. After I report to the third elder, I will arrange for some guards to protect you and be at your disposal. If there's anything else you need, just let me know, alright? Shao Pujun immediately spoke respectfully after bringing Shao Cheng to the Tenlong Pavilion, eager to go to the third elder to receive the appointment documents and token for the guard captain position. Only when those were in his hands would it feel real. However, his current status was obtained because of Shao Cheng, so he naturally treated Shao Cheng with utmost respect and courtesy, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Otherwise, the fat prize at his fingertips could slip away with just a word from Shao Cheng. Shao Cheng felt some goodwill toward Shao Pujun. After all, Shao Pujun had saved him at the Yu family, regardless of his motives. A rescue was a rescue. Shao Cheng only adhered to simple principles: repay kindness and return grievances tenfold. Shao Cheng cupped his hands toward Shao Pujun and said, Senior Shao, there's no need for guards or maids. I'm not used to it. Just arrange my meals and accommodation, and if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. Don't worry about me. Alright then, young master. I'll report to the third elder and return immediately. Shao Pujun, already well acquainted with Shao Chen's temperament, didn't press further and replied cheerfully. He respectfully withdrew from the courtyard and swiftly headed toward the rear of the Shao family estate. Shao Cheng watched Shao Pujun leave before shifting his gaze to a flower bed in the corner of the courtyard. He said calmly, Da Huang, stop hiding. Come out. Whoosh! A yellow figure suddenly darted out and landed steadily about a meter in front of Shao Cheng. The large yellow dog raised its head and gave Shao Cheng a cold glance before lazily walking toward the interior of the small building. Shao Cheng watched the large yellow dog, which was even more aloof than himself, and shook his head helplessly. There was nothing he could do about the dog, so he followed behind it into the small pavilion. The large yellow dog seemed to be a beast of the Lion King category, though Shao Cheng wasn't sure of its true strength. All he knew was that the dog had been defeated by his grandfather, Shao Batian. Shao Batian had made a pact with it. Whenever Shao Batian wasn't by Shao Chen's side, the large yellow dog would be responsible for protecting Shao Chen's safety. The agreement was set for 5 years. After that period, if the dog didn't wish to stay by Shao Chen's side any longer, it could leave freely, and Shao Batian wouldn't stop it. This was precisely during Shao Chen's fierce battle with the Yu family, when he was severely injured and on the brink of death, that the big yellow dog transformed, intending to rescue him. Normally, the big yellow dog was very indifferent toward Shao Cheng because there was no emotional bond between them. Their relationship was merely based on an agreement. Speaking of this, it's natural to mention the strength of Shao Cheng's grandfather, Shao Batian. Shao Cheng knew that Shao Batian's publicly acknowledged strength was at the Purple Elephant realm, but Shao Cheng's perception was exceptionally powerful and acute. The attic was neat and clean. Shao Cheng's requirements were modest, just having a place to stay was enough. He and the big yellow dog went straight up to the second floor. Shao Cheng had already decided in his heart to keep a low profile in both speech and actions. Unless summoned by the Shao family, he would stay in the attic to cultivate and not take a single step outside. Shao Cheng's plan was undoubtedly the wisest. Little did he know that his earlier actions injuring a young master from the Shao family's branch, offending the seventh young master of the Shao family, as well as the elder and second elder, and facing the Shao family patriarch with indifference though unintentional, had already made him stand out far too conspicuously, even excessively so. If it weren't for the fact that Shao Chen's personality suited Shi Potion's taste, coupled with his divinely gifted talent, would Shao Cheng still be living comfortably in the Tenlong Pavilion? He would have long been dead, carried out by the Shao family guards and thrown outside to feed the dogs. At this moment, in the Shao family's reception hall, several of the family's top figures had not yet left and were discussing something among themselves. Father, Shao Chen's character is so unruly and crude, lacking respect for hierarchy and ignorant of etiquette, not to mention his unknown origins. Do you truly intend to keep him in the Shao family? Grand Elder Shao Puang clearly disliked Shao Chen's personality and attitude, so he risked being scolded by Shi Potion to voice his opinion. Elder Shao Pohu, noticing his elder brother Shao Puang subtly signaling him, immediately understood and pretended to be very serious as he chimed in. Indeed, elder brother makes a valid point. Keeping a wild horse like him in the Shao family given his temperament, who knows what kind of mess he might stir up? I implore father to reconsider carefully. Shao Baotian listened to his two sons' words but, unlike when Shao Cheng was present, did not immediately scold them. Instead, he expressionlessly glanced at them before finally turning his questioning gaze toward the third elder, Shao Puang. It seemed he had a particular fondness for his third son, Shao Puang, which was no surprise given that he had appointed him as the battle hall elder. Shao Baotian had 6 sons, with the first 3 being the most gifted in cultivation or possessing other exceptional abilities. The eldest son, Shao Puang, had the highest cultivation level, a peak 3rd-tier Purple Elephant Realm expert and a berserk Divine Blessing warrior, though his impulsive nature led to his appointment as the Law Enforcement Hall elder. The second son, Shao Pohu, was a 2nd-tier Purple Elephant Realm expert, not a Divine Blessing warrior, with average strength but a cunning personality. However, he had a sharp business mind and served as the Internal Affairs elder, managing all of the Shao family's enterprises. The third son, Shao Puang, was also a 2nd-tier Purple Elephant Realm expert, possessing the Berserk Divine Blessing. Known for his steady temperament and exceptional problem-solving skills, he served as the Battle Hall elder, commanding all of the Shao family's retainers and shadow guards, reporting directly to Shao Baotian. The other 3 sons, with average strength, have not yet awakened divine gifts, and it's uncertain if they ever will. They have been assigned by Shi Potion to handle relatively unimportant or niche affairs. Chaplin noticed his father's gaze turning toward him again and felt helpless inside. He feared that performing too well might provoke jealousy from his eldest and second brothers. However, when he saw the encouraging look in Shi Potion's eyes, he had no choice but to brace himself and speak. Father, Shao Cheng is like an uncut gem rough around the edges now, but with proper polishing and nurturing, he will surely shine in the future. As a descendant of the Shao family, I believe Shao Cheng should stay within the family and be properly cultivated. Young people inevitably have some temperament, which can be understood. Ignoring the displeased expressions and murderous glares from his 2 elder brothers, Chaplin looked directly at Shi Potion and spoke calmly, his face adorned with a natural smile, exuding composure and grace. Even Chaplin himself found it somewhat admirable. Father, Shao Cheng injured a collateral descendant of the Shao family as soon as he entered. Shao Puang, hearing Shao Puang actually opposing them, brought up the fact that Shao Cheng had injured a young master from the Shao family's collateral line outside the gate, hoping to change his father's decision. Enough! From now on, Shao Cheng is a young master of the Shao family. With a wave of his hand, Shao Potian cut off Shao Plong's continued grumbling and declared with unmatched authority, "Third son, Shao Chong is entrusted to you for discipline and guidance. However, don't be too restrictive. It's not a bad thing for the young to be a bit wild. Members of the Shao family are no cowards. Each must strive to be a ruler. Duels between the young masters of the Shao family are permitted, as long as no lives are lost. Let them fight it out. Whoever wins shall be the top young master of the Shao family, the young king of the Shao clan." After delivering these domineering words, Shao Potian flicked his sleeve and turned away without looking back. "As you command. Farewell, father." Shablan immediately bowed respectfully and said. Shablan and Shapoho exchanged glances and reluctantly said, "Farewell, father." "Farewell, grandfather." Shabuhan had been listening to the elders' conversation without speaking, his thoughts unknown. Only when he saw Shaposhan leaving did he feign respect and speak. The third elder, Shablan, gave a slight bow to his two elder brothers, who were glaring at him angrily, then quickly followed Shaposhan out of the reception hall. Shablan and Shapoho exchanged another glance, each seeing the resentment in the other's eyes, and without a word, they both walked out of the reception hall together. "Shao Chong, you bastard who came from who knows where, do you really think of yourself as a young master of the Shao family? What a joke! The moment you arrived at the Shao family, you offended my uncle and my father. I'd like to see how you die without even knowing why. Do you think grandfather will really protect a fake young master like you with an unknown background? Soon, you'll realize you're nothing compared to us, the true young masters of the Shao family." Hee hee. At this moment, only the seventh young master of the Shao family, Shao Buhan, remained in the reception hall. His eyes flickered with malice, and a sinister smile crept across his pale face. His thin lips parted slightly as he uttered a series of icy, venomous words before quickly leaving as well. Shao Chong settled into life at the Shao family. Every day, aside from cultivating his desolate force and practicing swordsmanship, he would either sleep or daydream like Big Yellow. His days passed peacefully, with his only concerns being his grandfather's illness and whether the Shao family could find the Dragonheart grass for him. Shao Chong had already spent 3 days at the Shao family. Aside from Shao Pujun visiting the courtyard daily to greet him and a maid delivering 3 meals a day along with a portion of roasted meat, Shao Chong had seen any other members of the Shao family. It seemed as though the Shao family had already forgotten about him. At this moment, Shao Chong was lying on his back on the bed on the second floor, his hands tucked under his head, his eyes wide open as he stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. The big yellow dog was curled up on the floor beside him, sound asleep. It seemed that aside from its interest in roasted meat, all it cared about was sleeping, and it never seemed to get enough rest. "No, I can't just wait like this. I can't rely entirely on the Shao family to find the Dragonheart grass. Who knows if they're just stringing me along? Grandpa's condition can't afford to drag on. It's been almost 2 months since I left. I don't even know if he's doing alright. I should go to the Shao Emperor city myself and ask around for any leads on the Dragonheart grass. If I get any news, I'll leave this uncomfortable place immediately." Shao Chong suddenly muttered to himself, springing up from the bed. He got off, grabbed the wooden sword placed nearby, strapped it to his back, and headed straight downstairs. The sleeping yellow dog barely opened its eyes, giving Shao Chen's retreating figure a cold glance before closing them again and continuing to snore away, seemingly unconcerned about what Shao Chong was up to. Shao Chong descended to the first floor and stepped into the courtyard, heading toward the exit when he suddenly halted. His sharp gaze, cold yet tinged with a glimmer of hope, fixed on the arched entrance of the courtyard. He sensed someone approaching his small abode, a familiar presence at that. A flicker of confusion crossed his face as he murmured, "Shao Pujun. Didn't he come this morning? Young master! Young master!" Indeed, Shao Pujun's voice arrived before he did. Moments later, a burly, dark-faced man clad in military attire swiftly strode through the courtyard gate, appearing before the motionless Shao Chong. Noticing Shao Chong fully armed and seemingly ready to depart, Shao Pujun paused briefly before smiling and asking, "Young master, are you heading out?" "Senior Shao, what brings you here?" Shao Chong didn't answer Shao Pujun's question but instead calmly countered with one of his own. After a brief pause, He added, "Is there any news about the Dragonheart grass?" "Oh, young master, Dragonheart grass is no ordinary item, it's extremely rare. The clan leader has already issued orders that any member of the Shaw family who finds it must secure it at all costs. Moreover, the clan leader has spread the word throughout the entire Shaosheng tribe. Anyone who helps the Shaw family locate Dragonheart grass or provides information about its whereabouts will be handsomely rewarded by the Shaw family. So, young master, rest assured. I believe we'll have results soon." Shao Pujun was momentarily taken aback again, then inwardly found the situation both amusing and exasperating, though he maintained a patient smile on his face. "Oh." Shao Cheng let out a disappointed sigh and began walking toward the door, leaving Shao Pujun standing there. Shao Paotian, seeing Shao Chen's aloof demeanor, couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile, thinking to himself, "So it seems that aside from Dragonheart grass, nothing else interests you, my lord." A wry smile aside, orders still had to be delivered. Seeing that Shao Cheng was about to step out of the courtyard gate, Shao Pujun hurriedly called out, "Young master, wait. I'm here to relay a message. Elder Free requests your presence." "Elder Free?" Shao Cheng, who had been walking, paused at the slightly urgent voice behind him. He tilted his head slightly backward and asked with a hint of confusion, as if still trying to recall whether such a figure existed in his memory. Shao Pujun could clearly see that Shao Cheng's bewilderment was feigned, and for a moment, he felt speechless. But considering Shao Cheng's usual temperament, he was particularly surprised. With a forced smile, he explained, "Yes, the Shao family as Elder Free has business with you. He asked the one who spoke up for you last time. Lead the way." Shao Cheng vaguely recalled a stern, square-jawed middle-aged face, and his expression softened slightly. He agreed to meet. After all, since he did struck a deal with them, it was only right to follow through, wasn't it? Shao Pujun was somewhat unable to keep up with Shao Chen's train of thought. With a bitter smile, he ran ahead to obediently lead the way. He knew Shao Cheng had been staying in the courtyard these past few days and naturally wouldn't know where the third elder's residence was. The Shao family's estate was enormous. If Shao Cheng were to wander around alone, he might easily get lost, let alone find the third elder's residence. Even with someone guiding him, it still took the time it takes to burn an incense stick to leave the left courtyard. "Ha! Who's that guy dressed so shabbily, carrying a wooden sword as if it were a treasure? How come I've never seen him before?" "Young Master Shao Yu, that's the country bumpkin who injured my second brother. He's now a young master of the Shao family, holding quite a high status, even daring to offend the seventh young master." As Shao Cheng and the other were walking along one of the four main roads of the Shao family toward the backyard, two men's highly sarcastic voices came from behind them. Hearing the mocking words from behind, Shao Cheng paused slightly but did not turn around. After a moment, he continued walking forward. As the captain of the Shao family's guards, Shao Pujun naturally couldn't ignore the three young masters behind them. He turned around awkwardly and said, "Shao Pujun greets the young masters. The third elder has summoned young master Shao Cheng for a matter. Could you please accommodate this?" Shao Pujun's status was different now. As the captain of the Shao family's guards, he didn't want to witness Shao Cheng severely injuring one or several of the Shao family's collateral members in front of him again. So, while bowing, he subtly mentioned that Shao Cheng was being taken to meet the third elder. If these three young masters weren't fools, they naturally wouldn't provoke Shao Cheng further. "Shao Pujun, are we going or not? If not, I'm going back to sleep." Shao Cheng frowned slightly and said impatiently when he saw Shao Pujun, who was leading the way, stop to greet the collateral young masters behind them. "Ha!" Shao Pujun was stunned for a moment before realizing that Shao Cheng was actually the young master of the Shao family, far more esteemed in status than those three collateral young masters. He immediately replied sheepishly, "We're going right away, young master." "This way, heh heh." Shao Pujun no longer paid attention to the three collateral young masters. Although his current status was still inferior to theirs, now that he had young master Shao Chen's backing, he had no reason to be overly cautious around them. So, he turned around and continued leading the way. Shao Cheng followed expressionlessly. "Shao Mu, is he the fool you mentioned who offended the seventh young master?" I wouldn't have believed your words if I had seen him, but now I do. Haha. Yeah, he doesn't realize he's offended people he shouldn't have. A savage who crawled out from some mountain dares to impersonate a young master of the family. I heard he even offended the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. Do you think he might just vanish from this world one day? Hee hee. Oh. Just a bastard who isn't even a descendant of the Shao family disappearing would be perfectly normal. Haha. As Shao Cheng and the two were walking, the mocking laughter of those three collateral line young masters reached them from behind, even more grating and unpleasant than before. Shao Cheng and Shao Pujuan both halted in their tracks. Idiots! Morons! Clueless fools! This is Shao Pujuan's current inner monologue. If not for the concern about status and hierarchy, he would have cursed out loud. Black lines formed on his forehead as he silently mourned for the three idiots behind him. With Shao Chen's wolf-like and tiger-like temperament, he would definitely take action. As expected, Shao Cheng at the front moved. With a whoosh, he transformed into a black shadow, drawing a perfect arc as he charged toward the three foolish collateral young masters behind him. Bam! 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 Oh! With three spine-chilling, teeth-chattering sounds of flesh colliding, followed immediately by the pig slaughter-like screams of the three men. Even without turning around, Shao Pujuan could guess that the three young masters from the branch families had their foul mouths slapped. With a bitter smile, Shao Pujuan turned to look. Sure enough, the three collateral young masters lay sprawled on the ground, their faces and mouths swollen and distorted from the blows, blood and teeth scattered everywhere, a gruesome sight. You dare harm us! The three collateral young masters struggled to sit up with great difficulty. One of them, clutching his swollen face with one hand and tremblingly pointing at Shao Cheng with the other, spoke through gritted teeth, his gaze venomous. The unharmed side of his face was filled with disbelief. Clang! Shao Chen's face was expressionless, his gaze icy. With a backhand motion, he drew the wooden sword from his back, its tip dragging along the ground. Clad in black, he resembled a god of death, advancing with slow, deliberate steps toward the three men on the ground. A chilling aura of killing intent swept over them. After a few steps, he suddenly uttered a frigid sentence. Hurt you? Wrong. I'm going to kill you. Ah! How dare you? No! Help! Shapijan, why aren't you stepping in to kill this demon? The three collateral young masters felt Shao Chen's icy killing intent, as if they had been plunged into a frozen abyss. At this moment, they had no doubt that Shao Cheng would kill them. Now, they regretted their actions to the point of despair. Why had they provoked this god of death in the first place? They pinned their hopes of survival on Shapijan, who was nearby. Hearing their pleas for help, Shapijan cursed them inwardly for bringing this upon themselves. He knew Shao Cheng better than anyone, though his cultivation level wasn't high. He was a madman bold enough to challenge the Yu family of Blood Sun City alone. A lunatic! Forget three collateral young masters of the Shao family. Even if it were a legitimate young master of the Shao family who provoked Shao Cheng wouldn't hesitate to strike them down. Despite their contemptible nature, the three were still collateral young masters of the Shao family. As the captain of the Shao family's guards, Shao Pujuan had a duty to fulfill. He couldn't just stand by and watch as Shao Cheng actually killed the three. With another bitter smile, Shao Pujuan's figure blurred into an afterimage, and in the blink of an eye, he positioned himself between Shao Cheng and the three collateral young masters. With a loud thud, he dropped to one knee before Shao Cheng under the stunned gazes of the three young masters and said respectfully, "Young master, please spare these three." You dare interfere when I kill three pieces of trash? Seeing Shao Pujuan kneeling in front of him and pleading for the lives of those who deserved death, Shao Cheng didn't stop his advance. His eyes turned icy as he coldly shouted, "No one can stop me from killing those I wish to kill. Move aside, or I'll kill you along with them. Young master, even if you kill this subordinate, I cannot step aside. The Shao family's rules are strict. Kinsmen are forbidden from killing each other. Those who violate this will face severe punishment from the enforcement hall, possibly even paying with their lives. Young master, I am thinking of your well-being. So even if you kill me, I will not move aside. I beg you to reconsider." Xiaopujun did not stand up or move aside. Instead, he earnestly explained the stakes and pleaded with Xiaocheng in a well-meaning manner. If not for the clan's rules, he certainly would be foolish enough to stop Xiaocheng, the young master of the Xiao family, from killing a few collateral line young masters they could be disposed of without a second thought. Xiaocheng listened to Xiaopujun's well-intentioned persuasion, and his expression softened slightly. However, his gaze remained icy. He halted his steps and lowered his head in silence, leaving his thoughts unknown at that moment. Xiaopujun dared not speak further, maintaining his kneeling posture as he awaited Xiaocheng's decision. The three terrified collateral line young masters on the ground, seeing Xiaocheng fall silent after hearing Xiaopujun's words, assumed he was afraid. Instantly, their arrogance returned. The most vocal of them, young Master Xiao Yu, even had the audacity to hurl a vicious threat at the silent Xiaocheng. "You bastard mutt! How dare you impersonate a young master of the Xiao family? Just wait until the Grand Elder and Second Elder uncover your origins, then you're dead." "Ha ha! Damn it! Idiot! Not even a god can save you now." Xiaopujun's heart sank as he heard the threatening words from behind. He cursed under his breath in fury. He had seen fools before, but never one as stupid as this. Still playing the young master at this point? Xiaocheng's identity as the Xiao family's young master was personally confirmed by the Xiao family's patriarch. Could there be any mistake? Is the clan rule really that effective? If the Xiao family's young master kills one or two collateral young masters, would the Xiao family's enforcement whole really execute the offending young master? What a joke! The status and worth of the Xiao family's young master are countless times higher than those of collateral young masters. If collateral young masters die, they die in vain. The strong reign supreme. Status is paramount. This rule applies to the Desolate God Continent, to the Qilin Kingdom, to the Xiao God tribe, and most of all to the Xiao family. Whoosh! Ha! Xiaocheng, who had been lowering his head in contemplation, suddenly raised it, revealing an icy cold face to the crowd. His gaze was as frigid as a glacier that had endured millennia. No one could clearly see how he moved. Only a black shadow flashed past, bypassing the kneeling Xiaopujun. The heavy wooden sword swung with a piercing whistle through the air, aimed straight at the utterly terrified and pale-faced fool, young Master Xiao Yu. The wind surged like thunder. Clang! The expected sound of a weapon-crushing flash and shattering bones did not come. Instead, the grating clash of two metal objects rang out. Xiaopujun, who had initially given up on stopping Xiaocheng from harming anyone further, couldn't help but stand up and turn around in confusion at the strange noise. He discovered two additional figures had appeared in the scene, a pale-faced young man with sinister eyes and a dark-skinned young man with thick eyebrows and large eyes. At this moment, the pale-faced young man smirked coldly at Xiaocheng, who stood silently gripping his sword. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned young man clutched a bizarrely large blade, glaring furiously at Xiaocheng with an air of arrogance and murderous intent. Xiaopujun paid his respects to the second young master and the seventh young master. Xiaopujun exclaimed in shock upon seeing the two newly arrived young men, immediately dropping to one knee again in reverence. A bitter laugh echoed in his heart as he thought, today's situation is likely beyond peaceful resolution. Why must misfortune strike just as I've been promoted? Even delivering a message and guiding the way could lead to such a troublesome predicament. If only I had brought a guard along. All regrets. Exactly. The pale-faced man was naturally the seventh young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Buheng, while the dark-faced young man was the second young master, Xiao Bufang, who had just returned from training in the Death Mountains. Xiao Bufang was the only son of the second elder, Xiao Pohu. At 23 years old, his strength had reached the second level of the White Tiger realm, and he was also a berserk divine gifted warrior. He had always considered himself extraordinary, looking down on others as beneath him. As soon as Xiao Bufang returned, the cunning Xiao Buheng told him that a boastful country bumpkin had arrived at the Xiao family and even slandered Xiaocheng, claiming that Xiaocheng looked down on all the young masters of the Xiao family. The simple-minded and brawny Xiao Bufang, fresh from his training and brimming with confidence, flew into a rage upon hearing that someone dared to trample over them. He immediately grabbed his broadsword and stormed toward the Telong Pavilion where Xiaocheng was staying. And so, he encountered Xiaocheng here. Seeing Xiaocheng attack and injure someone, Shao Bufang blocked Shao Chen's wooden sword, which had only exerted 30% of its force, with his broadsword, saving the terrified young master Shao Yu, who had wet his pants. Second young master, seventh young master. You must stand up for us. This vile man, this BS, actually tried to kill us. Shao Yu, who had just narrowly escaped death, was still trembling with fear. When he recognized the two who had just arrived, he immediately broke down in tears, snot streaming as he recounted Shao Chen's atrocities. He had been about to call Shao Chen a bastard again, but the cold glare from Shao Chen made him choke back the words. His gaze toward Shao Chen was now a mix of venom and terror. At this moment, he finally believed that Shao Chen truly dared to kill them right in the Shao family's territory, silently cursing him as a complete madman. Shao Bufang ignored the kneeling Shao Pejun and paid no heed to Shao Yu's complaints. Instead, his blazing eyes locked onto Shao Chen's icy stare. After a long while, realizing he couldn't gain the upper hand in this silent battle, he finally spoke with a snarl. So you're that wild-bred Shao Chen who crawled out of some mountain. Heard you even became a young master of the Shao family. Heard you're quite the troublemaker, injuring people as soon as you arrived. Know you were trying to kill someone just now. Nearly succeeded too. You've got some nerve, I'll give you that. However, before killing someone, you should weigh whether you have the strength to escape the Shao family alive. I, Shao Bufang, just returned from a month of training outside, only to see a flea lording it over the young masters of the Shao family. Now that's impossible. Kid, I'll give you two choices. 1. Crawl out of the Shao family on your own. 2. I'll chop off your legs and have the Shao family guards throw you out. You have 10 breaths to decide. 10, 9. Shao Bufang paused, not waiting for Shao Chen to speak, his expression arrogant and his words domineering as he began the countdown. Shao Chen remained expressionless, his gaze cold and silent, standing motionless like a black pillar. It seemed as though he hadn't heard Shao Bufang's words at all, yet the invisible, icy killing intent emanating from his body caused the temperature around him to plummet. 5, 4, 3. The countdown continued, soon reaching 1. Shao Bufang's face grew impatient and savage as he slowly raised the large blade in his hand, ready to strike with thunderous force the moment the countdown ended. Shao Chen still didn't speak, nor did he move a muscle. If not for his open eyes, one might have thought he was standing asleep or frozen in fear. The 3 collateral young masters who had been slapped were already on their feet. Hearing Shao Bufang's countdown and seeing Shao Chen standing silently, they assumed Shao Chen had been intimidated by Shao Bufang. Smirks of vindictive satisfaction appeared on their faces, though the sight was rather ghastly given their swollen, blooded lips. 7th young master Shao Buhan stood quietly ajar behind Shao Bufang, his pale face betraying a gloating expression, his eyes gleaming with cold malice. 3 days ago, Shao Chen had beaten his man right in front of him, an indirect slap to his own face. How could the ever-adored 7th young master swallow the humiliation from a mere wild brat? This grudge must be avenged. Fearing he might not be Shao Chen's match, Shao Buhan dared not act rashly. Learning that his impulsive, dim-witted cousin had returned, a sinister plan instantly took shape in his mind and he promptly dragged Shao Bufang into the fray. Only Shao Pejun, who was still kneeling on one knee in the arena, was extremely nervous, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. He was afraid that Shao Bufang would harm Shao Chen, but rather that Shao Chen might lose his temper and strike Shao Bufang dead with a single sword blow. As a powerhouse at the first level of the Purple Elephant realm, his vision was razor sharp. He was certain that a reckless young master like Shao Bufang was no match for Shao Chen, a man who had slaughtered countless foes. Shao Pejun didn't want either Shao Chen or Shao Bufang to suffer any mishap. If anything happened to either of them, as the captain of the Shao family guards, he would bear immense responsibility, perhaps even lose his head. Therefore, he had to find a way to stop the duel between the 2 young masters. After some thought, Shao Pejun decided to use the 3rd elder's name as an excuse. 2nd young master, the 3rd elder has ordered me to bring Shao Chen to him immediately, saying there as an urgent matter. Enough! How could 3rd uncle possibly want to see some wild brat? Shao Bufang impatiently cut off Shao Pejun's words, his eyes fixed on Shao Chen's cold, expressionless face. A look of disdain flashed in his eyes as he coldly spat out the final two numbers. 2, 1. Boom! Shao Cheng and Shao Bufang simultaneously unleashed their auras, fierce and imposing like dragons and tigers. Their wild, icy killing intent fiercely clashed against each other, colliding in an instant. Thunder rumbled, winds howled, and shockwaves rolled as their robes flapped violently and their disheveled hair danced wildly. Ah! Shao Bufang was struck by Shao Chen's overwhelming killing intent, involuntarily retreating several steps with a startled cry. His tiger-like eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with shock. He hadn't expected the wild boy wielding a wooden sword to possess such an imposing aura. He could see that Shao Chen's cultivation was at the White Tiger Realm's second level, though his talent was astonishing. Shao Bufang himself was also at the second level of the White Tiger Realm, and he was a berserk divine gift warrior. There was no reason for the gap to be so vast, was there? Though Shao Bufang was simple-minded and impulsive, he wasn't a fool. Sensing that Shao Cheng was more than he appeared, he immediately discarded his earlier contempt, his expression turning grave. To fight or not to fight? Shao Bufang hesitated, not daring to act rashly. Shao Cheng and Shao Bufang clashed in a battle of auras, yet Shao Cheng remained unmoved, as if nailed to the ground. His expression was as cold as ever, but his gaze grew increasingly icy. The veins on his right hand, gripping the sword hilt, bulged, and his fingertips turned white from the sheer force. Shao Chen's aura steadily intensified, pressing down on Shao Bufang like a massive mountain. Shao Bufang's expression twisted unnaturally, nearly unable to resist the urge to unleash his berserk divine blessing to boost his own power and counter Shao Chen's escalating pressure. Tap! 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 The heavy footsteps abruptly sounded as Shao Cheng began to move forward, the wooden sword still dragging along the ground. The weighty wooden sword left a shell mark on the hard surface, which was already quite astonishing. One could imagine just how heavy this seemingly wooden giant of a sword truly was. Country bumpkin! Do you think I, young Master Shao, fear you? Shao Bufang, tightly locked by Shao Chen's aura, shouted with a threatening tone that betrayed his inner weakness. An inexplicable tension rose within him, even a hint of fear. This feeling was utterly unpleasant. At this moment, he felt as though he wasn't facing a person, but a powerful beast of the wild, one that was at least a pit fourth-tier beast. Shao Cheng remained silent, as if disdaining to waste words, and simply advanced toward Shao Bufang in quiet determination. Granny Lu's death had left Shao Cheng with an intense dislike, even outright disgust for so-called noble young masters, feeling an impulse to kill every single one he encountered. If not for the dragonheart grass, he wouldn't have stayed a moment longer in this scheming, hypocritical, unreasonable, and domineering world of powerful families. 20 feet, 18 feet, 16 feet. The distance between Shao Cheng and Shao Bufang was gradually closing. A fierce battle was imminent. Young Master Shao Cheng, please listen to your subordinate's advice. For the sake of the dragonheart grass, don't escalate this matter. At this most tense moment, Shao Pejuan's anxious plea rang out at just the right time. He was clever. He had chosen to appeal to Shao Cheng, the god of slaughter. Dragonheart grass. Sure enough, upon hearing the words dragonheart grass, Shao Cheng immediately halted his steps. After a moment of contemplation, he abruptly withdrew his unleashed killing intent and aura. With a clang, he sheathed the wooden sword back behind him in one swift motion. Suddenly turning around, he demanded in a deep voice, "Senior Shao, take me to see your third elder." After speaking, Shao Cheng walked straight to the backyard without looking back, completely ignoring the few people behind him. Shao Bufang and the others were stunned at first, then flew into a rage. Shao Chen's actions were nothing short of blatant contempt and humiliation toward them. "Young Master Shao Cheng, allow me to show you the way." Shao Pejuan saw Shao Cheng compromise and finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he hadn't anticipated that Shao Chen's unintentional act would deeply wound the pride of the two young masters of the Shao family. When he noticed the murderous glares and twitching legs of the two young masters, he inwardly cursed his luck, quickly stood up, and shouted an excuse before making a swift exit. "Stop right there." Furious Shao Bufang and Shao Buheng watched Shao Chen's carefully retreating figure with gnashing teeth, simultaneously roaring with murderous intent. Do you truly wish to fight? Or to die? Hearing the roars behind him, Shao Cheng shrugged helplessly without turning around, yet his icy voice clearly reached everyone present. After a pause, he added a remark that sent the two top young masters of the Shao family into a frenzy. Well then, I don't have much time. If you want to fight, come at me together. Arrogant. This was what the two young masters and three young lords of the Shao family wanted to say. Domineering. This was what Shao Pujun wanted to say to Shao Cheng in his heart, while secretly giving him a thumbs up. He thought to himself, this master truly fears nothing under heaven. How could he possibly be afraid of two men? He is outrageously fierce. But then again, his strength is indeed far superior to that of the two young masters. Thoughts aside, it seemed this battle was unavoidable. So be it, as long as no lives were lost. He would keep a close watch from the sidelines. Besides, this was the Shao family's territory. Surely nothing too serious could happen. Shao Pujun sighed inwardly, feeling utterly helpless. Clang! With the crisp sound of a sword being drawn, Shao Buheng unsheathed his long sword, a slender, gleaming blade. Exchanging a glance with Shao Bufang, who gripped a broadsword, both saw the shame and fury burning in each other's eyes. With a simultaneous roar of kill, they charged toward Shao Cheng, who had yet to turn around. Clang! Clang! Shao Cheng did not turn. Relying solely on his perception and combat instincts, he gauged the attacks of the two assailants behind him. As they closed into within a lance distance, Shao Cheng moved. Drawing his wooden sword in a reverse grip, he took a diagonal step with his left foot, then spun gracefully. Without even a glance, his wooden sword, infused with wild energy, arced backward in a half-circle sweep, colliding heavily with the broadsword and longsword. The impact produced a piercing metallic clang. Phew! Phew! Two muffled groans of pain escaped from Shao Bufang and Shao Buhen's mouths as they were forced to retreat 5 or 6 steps by the tremendous force transmitted through their weapons, barely managing to steady themselves. Their weapons nearly slipped from their grasp, and the intense pain in their palms along with their slightly trembling arms left the two self-proclaimed prodigies utterly shocked. Neither of them had expected Shao Cheng, whose cultivation level was similar to theirs, to possess such overwhelming strength. He had not only fought against both of them at once but also emerged victorious. As they saw Shao Cheng standing his ground without retreating a single step, his expression cold and composed. This was something their pride simply couldn't accept, absolutely couldn't accept. The three collateral young masters of the Shao family, who had initially expected to witness Shao Cheng being brutally beaten and humiliated by the two Shao family prodigies, had already begun to sneer with ugly expressions. However, when they saw the two prodigies being forced back by Shao Cheng in a single move, their smiles froze. Moments later, the undamaged halves of their faces turned green, their expressions turning quite spectacular. Apart from Shao Cheng, the only one who remained relatively calm was Shao Pujun. Having witnessed Shao Chen's battles against the Moon family's elder and patriarch, Shao Pujun naturally understood Shao Chen's true strength. Even so, he couldn't help but nod slightly in silent approval of Shao Chen's combat prowess, awareness, and instincts. Phantom Beast Slash. Flowing Cloud Sword. Shao Bufang and Shao Buhen, seeing the changed expressions of the three collateral young masters and the strange look on Shao Pujun's face, felt as if they had swallowed a fly, utterly disgusted. Their faces flushed with embarrassment, alternating between red and black, and their hatred for the calm and indifferent Shao Cheng grew even stronger. Exchanging a glance, they simultaneously unleashed their most powerful attacks, desolate techniques. Do you truly wish to die? Shao Cheng, witnessing the two launch their fiercest assaults at him, was genuinely enraged. His disdain for the young masters of the Shao family reached its peak as he coldly questioned them, a chilling intent surfacing on his face. He resolved to strike with full force. Even if he didn't kill them, he would at least cripple them. Flies are the most annoying, but if you break their wings, they won't bother you anymore. Shao Chen's most conservative plan was to cripple the two troublesome young masters of the Shao family, who were as irritating as flies. Kill! With a cold shout, Shao Cheng leaped into the air, his long sword performing a bizarre maneuver mid-flight. The blade trembled erratically, as if carving a wavy arc through the air, yet its speed increased even further. Divine Sound Type Desolate Technique. Shao Cheng had no intention of continuing to play games with the two young masters. It was pointless. He decided to end the fight quickly. Since the enemies had resorted to desolate techniques, he saw no reason to hold back either. Not good. Shao Pejun noticed that all three young masters of the Shao family had unleashed their desolate techniques. Especially when he saw that Shao Chen's techniques seemed extraordinary, he knew he could no longer stand by idly. Without hesitation, he intervened. Shao Pejun appeared like lightning between the two sides, swiftly delivering 3 palm strikes. The 3 seemingly gentle palm strikes transformed into force imprints that gently pushed Shao Cheng and the other two back, forcibly interrupting their fierce assault. Externalizing force, a defining characteristic of a Purple Elephant Realm expert. Shao Pejun, true to his reputation as a Purple Elephant Realm expert who rose from humble origins, demonstrated exceptional mastery and precision in controlling force. With just 3 simple palm strikes, he not only separated the 3 but also ensured they remained unharmed. 3 young masters, please forgive this subordinate's rudeness. I meant no harm, only to prevent any discord or loss of life among you. If even the slightest mishap were to occur, this subordinate would be unable to account for it to the clan leader. I humbly ask for your understanding. After successfully separating the 3 combatants, Shao Pejun immediately leaped aside and knelt on one knee before them, speaking with utmost sincerity. Shao Pejun, you lowly servant, how dare you defy your superiors? Aren't you afraid the Shao family will exterminate your entire household? Seeking death. Shao Bufang, whose attack had been interrupted by Shao Pejun, was extremely displeased. Without bothering to reason, he shouted at Shao Pejun and raised his broadsword to strike down at the kneeling man's head. Clang! Beside them, Shao Buheng acted swiftly, blocking the descending blade with his long sword. He spoke placatingly to the visibly confused Shao Bufang, second brother. Why lower yourself to argue with a mere servant? Isn't that so? Phew! Shao Bufang snorted coldly, sheathing his broadsword but continuing to glare icily at Shao Cheng, his murderous intent undisguised in his eyes. Though simple-minded, Shao Bufang grasped the implication in Shao Buheng's words. It was straightforward. If they killed Shao Pejun in front of Shao Cheng, especially when the latter had acted out of goodwill, they would appear even more despicable than this country bumpkin Shao Cheng, tarnishing their own status. If you're not going to fight, I'm leaving. Knowing that with Shao Pejun present, it was impossible to leave any mementos on the 2 young masters of the Shao family today, Shao Cheng sheathed his wooden sword and uttered a cold remark before decisively turning to leave. Shao Pejun apologized to Shao Bufang and the others, then hurried after the gradually receding figure of Shao Cheng to continue leading the way to the 3rd elder's residence, leaving behind the visibly displeased group. Shao Bufang watched Shao Chen's retreating figure with a fierce glint in his eyes, his face dark with anger. Turning to Shao Buheng, who wore an equally grim expression, he spat out resentfully, 7th brother, are we really letting that country bumpkin off just like that? I can't swallow this insult. Let him off. Not a chance. Let the bastard strut around for a few more days. Once eldest brother returns from the Death Mountains, the 3 of us will join forces and toil with him to death, make him regret ever stepping foot in the Shao family. Hee hee. Shao Buheng shot a glance at Shao Bufang before fixing his venomous gaze once more on the distant, nearly vanished shadow, his sinister chuckle chilling to the bone, like the mocking laughter of a vengeful spirit. Hee hee. After hearing Shao Buheng's words, Shao Bufang pondered for a moment. Considering their eldest brother's strength and status within the Shao family, killing a bastard of the Shao family would be a piece of cake. He nodded in agreement and let out a malicious, sinister laugh. The earlier confrontation with the young masters of the Shao family was nothing more than a trivial matter to Shao Cheng, utterly insignificant and not worth dwelling on. By now, following behind Shao Pejun, he had arrived at the entrance of a relatively large courtyard. Young Master Shao Cheng, the 3rd elder is waiting for you inside. Please. Shao Pejun did not enter the courtyard directly but instead stepped aside by the door, smiling as he invited Shao Cheng to enter first. Shao Cheng gave a faint glance at Shao Pejun, who wore a smile on his face. Unlike his usual cold demeanor when encountering other members of the Shao family, he did not stand on ceremony with Shao Pejun and strode directly through the courtyard gate. Shao Pujun grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, and followed behind Shao Cheng into the courtyard. His somewhat simple and honest appearance bore no resemblance to the ruthless figure who had cut down people like cabbages at the Yu family. This clearly demonstrated the exalted status Shao Cheng now held. Shao Pujun didn't mind Shao Chen's indifferent attitude toward him at all. On the contrary, he secretly rejoiced, because Shao Cheng maintained a cold demeanor toward everyone else in the Shao family, while treating him slightly better, a rare occurrence indeed. As soon as Shao Cheng entered the courtyard, he immediately saw a middle-aged man standing in front of a flower bed, his profile facing him. The man had one hand pressed against his temple, lost in thought. Third elder. Shao Pujun gazed at the esteemed third elder of the Shao family with admiration, calling out softly in a tone filled with deep reverence, a respect that came from the heart. Upon hearing Shao Pujun's call, Shao Puang slowly turned his head and nodded at the kneeling Shao Pujun, signaling for him to rise. Then, he shifted his gaze to the silent Shao Cheng. With a smile that carried a hint of natural authority, he said, "Shao Cheng, you're here. Come, have a seat and let's talk." Shao Cheng didn't stand on ceremony either. He casually addressed him as Senior Shao and plopped down on a stone stool beside a stone table in the courtyard. Shao Puang didn't mind Shao Chen's form of address and sat down beside him with a smile. "Shao Cheng, are you settling in well at the Shao residence?" Shao Puang gave the casually seated Shao Cheng a deep look before speaking with a smile. The third elder of the Shao family, who commanded thousands of household troops, was being so kind and solicitous to a junior who had only arrived 3 days ago. If other members of the Shao family or outsiders saw this, their eyes would probably pop out in shock. Shao Cheng shot Shao Puang a slightly surprised glance but quickly regained his composure. He replied indifferently, "If Senior Shao has nothing else, this junior will take his leave. I have important matters to attend to. Farewell." After speaking, Shao Cheng suddenly stood up, appearing as if he was about to leave. He indeed had important matters to attend to, namely, gathering information about the Dragonheart Grass himself. He had already wasted enough time dealing with those fools earlier and had no intention of sitting here making small talk with a middle-aged man he barely knew. "Shao Cheng, wait a moment." Shao Puang was momentarily taken aback by Shao Chen's words and actions. Seeing that Shao Cheng had already started walking away, he quickly snapped out of it and hurriedly called out to stop him. With a smile reappearing on his face, he added, "I do have something to discuss with you. Why don't you sit back down? It won't take too much of your time." Heh. Shao Cheng stopped in his tracks but did not sit down again. He looked directly at Shao Puang and said seriously, "Elder Shao, if there's anything you need me to do, just give the order. If it's within my capabilities, I won't hesitate. That's the agreement between me and the Shao family, or, you could say, it's a transaction." "Shao Cheng, do you have reservations about the Shao family? You are a descendant of the Shao family after all. Can you talk to third uncle about it?" Shao Puang noticed Shao Cheng hadn't sat back down, frowned briefly, then relaxed his expression and asked kindly. But seeing Shao Chen's expression grow impatient, he quickly changed the subject. "If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Third uncle won't force you. Shao Cheng, now that you're part of the Shao family, you can go to the treasure pavilion to learn the Shao family's techniques, wilderness skills, and pick out a weapon you like. Is that all?" Shao Cheng suddenly interrupted Chaplain quite rudely, his impatience clearly written on his face. Chaplain seemed a bit caught off guard by Shao Chen's abrupt question. His smile stiffened, and he nodded instinctively, saying, "That's all." "Oh, in that case, no need. I'll take my leave, elder," Shao Cheng said indifferently, cupping his hands in a salute to a bewildered Chaplain before turning and striding away, disappearing through the door in moments. Shao Pulang stared blankly at the cold and aloof Shao Cheng disappearing before his eyes. It took him a good while to regain his composure, returning to his usual calm and collected demeanor. Yet inwardly, he was both amused and exasperated. Just moments ago, he had been defeated by a young man who lacked worldly experience, and in the face of that youth, he had even felt somewhat at a loss. Shao Pujun had been standing by the side all along, not leaving. Now serving as Shao Pulang's trusted confidant, He had witnessed everything that had just transpired. In his heart, he couldn't help but admire Shao Chen's boldness or perhaps recklessness. He neither spoke nor moved, waiting respectfully for Shao Polang's instructions. Shao Polang sat quietly, his expression unreadable. After a long silence, he issued a command with authority. "Pujun, follow Shao Cheng out and ensure his safety in secret." "Yes, third elder." Shao Pujun responded without the slightest hesitation, kneeling on one knee respectfully before promptly rising and swiftly departing. The wolf killer watched as the wolf lair disappeared, his eyes flickering with a meaningful gleam as he murmured to himself, "Shao Cheng, you're truly an interesting man, a stubborn wild horse. It seems even the Kill clan might not be able to keep you." In the Blood Sun City, within the Su family study, stood a middle-aged, portly man and a graceful, beautiful woman. "Father, any news of Shao Cheng? Is he doing well?" The young woman's clear, melodious voice echoed through the study, tinged with urgency and longing. "Is my precious girl from the Su family lovesick? Can't wait to hear news about that boy Shao Cheng." The voice of the middle-aged fat man followed the girl's words, his tone and words carrying a playful note. "Su Diguo?" "That's right." The middle-aged fat man was none other than Su Diguo, the head of the Su family, while the elegant young girl was Su Qing. The crisis of the Su family's annihilation, due to Shao Chen's appearance, became full of twists and turns, ups and downs, but in the end, it was resolved because of Shao Chen's illustrious identity as the young master of the Shao family. At this moment, everyone in the Su family felt completely at ease. However, amidst this relaxation, someone in the Su family was scheming on how to further latch onto Shao Chen's noble connections to gain greater benefits and higher status. That someone was Su Diguo. Su Diguo was a successful businessman and also a formidable strategist with profound cunning. Shao Cheng had once crossed paths with the Su family, and if Su Diguo didn't seize this opportunity to leverage that connection, he wouldn't be the man he was known to be. Upon hearing her father's teasing, Su Qing's exquisite oval face flushed with an alluring shade of pink. Normally composed and reserved, she unexpectedly began to act coquettishly. "Father, you're making fun of me. You're so improper. Humph." "Ha ha." "My apologies," Su Diguo said, though his hearty laughter betrayed his words. After laughing for a while and noticing Su Qing's face had turned completely red, he finally stopped and straightened his expression, speaking earnestly. "According to the scouts' reports, Shao Cheng has undergone verification by the Shao family's patriarch and elders and has been confirmed as their long-lost young master. His status is no longer what it once was. He's now a coveted prize everyone wants a piece of. The Su family wants him, the Shui family does too. I heard Shui Wuchang plans to introduce a distant niece to Shao Cheng, a girl whose beauty rivals yours. There's no guarantee Shao Cheng won't be swayed. So, Qingyi, for now, set aside the family's trivial matters. Write more love letters to Shao Cheng, and find time to visit Shaodi City, understood?" "Yes, father." Su Qing's fair face, which had just returned to normal, flushed slightly again upon hearing Su Diguo's words. Yet she did not oppose his suggestion, nodding shyly in agreement as the image of that aloof figure resurfaced in her mind. Beneath Shao Chen's cold, unyielding, and seemingly unapproachable exterior lay a heart of genuine kindness. His kindness toward Granny Lu, his ruthlessness toward enemies, his godlike yet demonic temperament, all of it had imprinted deeply on Su Qing's heart, leaving her utterly captivated. Now that is a real man. Such was the heartfelt sentiment of Su Qing, the cherished daughter of heaven. The Su family was eyeing Shao Cheng as a coveted prize, just as Su Diguo had said. Similarly, the Shui family was also scheming over Shao Cheng, though they had a bit more of a headache than the Su family. After all, the Shui family had offended Shao Cheng before, making it quite difficult to win his favor. However, Shui Wuchang wouldn't give up so easily. In a secret chamber of the Blood clan, Blood Wuchang was sternly reprimanding his only son, Blood Chuihua. It was because of this envious and foolish Blood Chuihua that the Blood clan nearly faced utter ruin. Had Shao Cheng not disdained to act against them, the dominant power of the vast Blood Sun City might have already changed hands. Fortunately, the crisis passed without further incident. However, The unpredictable Blood Wu Chang feared that Shao Chong might return for a sudden counterattack. To eliminate this possibility, he had to take action. If not to build a good relationship with Shao Chong, at the very least, he needed to find a way to dispel Shao Chang's anger and resentment toward the Blood Clan. As for the method, Blood Wu Chang and Su Diguo coincidentally thought of the same idea using a peerless beauty. I heard you sneaked out of the Blood Clan last night to visit the Fengwa Pavilion for fun. You worthless scum! The incident with the Yu family happened barely over 10 days ago, and you couldn't resist going out to fool around. Are you really not afraid of bringing doom upon the Blood Clan? Don't you know how many spies the Kill Clan has in Blood Sun City? If you want women, those the Blood Clan have made servants. Blood Wu Chang pointed at Blood Chuihua's nose and berated him harshly, his face and eyes filled with the frustration of seeing one's child fail to meet expectations. Blood Blossom, having been scolded by Blood Impermanence, wore a somewhat dismissive expression on his face and muttered under his breath, I'm tired of playing with the Blood family's maid servants. Thud! You unfilial son! Why didn't I just shoot you onto the wall back then? If your brain doesn't start working soon, the Blood family will be doomed because of you. I order you not to step even half a foot outside the Blood family for the next half month. If you disobey, I'll break your dog legs, no, your human legs. Do you hear me? Blood Impermanence, with his extraordinary martial prowess and keen hearing, naturally caught every word of Blood Blossom's muttering. Without a second thought, he raised his hand and slapped Blood Blossom's head. Then he began cursing again, but when he mentioned dog legs, he quickly corrected himself, realizing it would be inappropriate otherwise, he'd be insulting himself as well. Blood Wu Chang had been smacking Blood Blossom's head quite frequently lately, developing an almost addictive habit. He would do it at the slightest provocation, leaving Blood Blossom, the top young master of Blood Sun City, utterly deflated. Blood Blossom clutched his throbbing head, not daring to talk back anymore, knowing he'd only suffer further. He lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Father, I was wrong. That's more like it. Seeing his son admit his fault, Blood Wu Chang's anger subsided considerably. He nodded in satisfaction, his tone softening as he continued earnestly, Blossom, I know you're upset, and truth be told, so am I, but the situation has changed. Shao Chong is no longer some country bumpkin, he is now a top-tier young master of the Slaughter family, with an extraordinary status we can't afford to offend. Our Blood family may reign supreme in Blood Sun City, getting whatever we want, appearing glorious and untouchable. But in reality, we still rely on the Slaughter family as favor. The Slaughter God tribe governs dozens of cities, each teeming with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, countless experts lurking everywhere. On the surface, I may be the strongest in Blood Sun City, but I'm not invincible. For all we know, some seemingly ordinary person in a random corner could be a peerless master. So, we must be cautious. Carelessness could easily be exploited by those with ill intentions, leading us to capsize in a ditch. Chui Hua, you are my only son, Blood Impermanence, the future head of the Blood family, and the future lord of Blood Sun City. Whether you can preserve the foundation your father has built and carry it forward to greater heights depends on you. You must not disappoint your father again. Do you understand? Blood Impermanence, the overlord of Blood Sun City, rarely expressed such sentiments to his son. After witnessing the extermination of the Yu family, he began to doubt the reliability of the Slaughter family. Even after the Yu family's leader surrendered, he was mercilessly executed by the Slaughter family's envoy. Blood Impermanence was certain that if he ever offended the Slaughter family, they would not hesitate to kill him without a second thought, showing no regard for past ties. Such is the cruelty of this world where the strong reign supreme, status is revered, and the rules are set by the powerful. If the strong decree your death at midnight, you will not live to see the dawn. Blood Wu Chang decided it was time for the Blood family to lay low and rein in their activities, especially his son, Blood Chuihua, who loved to show off, compete for attention, and act cool but lacked any real intelligence. If Blood Chuihua offended someone he should have and caused a major disaster, the Blood family would truly be finished. Understood, father. Blood Chuihua listened to his father's nagging with a superficially respectful and humble demeanor, but inwardly, he dismissed it as unnecessary. His mind wandered, thinking that Shaocheng was just a fluke. There couldn't he possibly be another Shaocheng? Blood Chuihua still harbored deep resentment and jealousy toward Shaocheng, furious that Shaocheng had stolen his woman and envious that Shaocheng had stumbled into the luck of becoming the young master of the Slaughter family. He couldn't stop thinking about killing Shaocheng to reclaim his lost pride. Of course, Blood Wuchang had no idea what was going through his son's mind at that moment. If he had known, would he have been so furious that he'd vomit blood and drop dead on the spot? With a wave of his hand, he said indifferently, "Chuihua, you may leave. Your father wishes to be alone for a while." "Yes, father," Blood Blossom replied respectfully, bowing her head as she withdrew, leaving Blood Wuchang alone in the secret chamber. Blood Wuchang sat quietly in the grand chair, his expression dark and his eyes flickering with unreadable thoughts. After a long silence, he suddenly stood up and muttered, "I wonder how my wife is doing with her errand back at her family's home." Then, he swiftly exited the secret chamber. Shaocheng, of course, had no idea that the Su and Shui families of Bloodsong City were planning to use a honey trap to curry favor with him. At the moment, he was leisurely strolling along on the bustling streets of Slaughter Emperor City, his indifferent gaze scanning the surroundings for any place where he might inquire about the whereabouts of Dragonheart Grass. Although many in Slaughter Emperor City had heard rumors that the Slaughter family, the city's ruling clan, had recovered a long-lost young master, no one had actually seen Shaocheng in person. Naturally, they didn't recognize him as he walked down the street. Slaughter Emperor City had a permanent population of several million, with countless visiting martial artists, merchants, and commoners entering and leaving the city every day. Martial artists like Shaocheng were a dime a dozen. Apart from the occasional passerby casting an amused or curious glance at the enormous wooden sword strapped to his back, no one connected him to the newly acknowledged young master of the Slaughter family. Shaocheng was perfectly content with his freedom. He was a man who preferred solitude. If not for his search for Dragonheart Grass, he would have gladly stayed in his courtyard to cultivate or ventured into the mountains to hunt savage beasts, certainly not mingling among the noisy crowds of the city streets. Walking to a relatively deserted section of the road, Shaocheng, who had been moving, suddenly halted his steps. He slowly turned around and coldly addressed a building by the roadside behind him, saying, "Shaopujun, come out. Stop following me, or don't blame me for turning hostile." Ha ha! Young master's perception is incredibly sharp and powerful. You actually noticed your subordinate secretly protecting you. As soon as Shaocheng finished speaking, a middle-aged man dressed as a guard captain emerged from behind the building. Who else could it be but Shaopujun? Shaopujun did not kneel this time. If he knelt before Shaocheng on the street, Shaocheng's identity would be exposed. He knew Shaocheng's temperament well, disliking being watched or disturbed, so he opted for a fist salute instead of kneeling on one knee. "Protect me?" Shaocheng frowned and replied coldly, "No need. You may leave." Protecting Shaocheng was an order from the third elder, Shaopuang, so Shaopujun couldn't simply return like this. Noticing earlier that Shaocheng seemed to be searching for something, he offered an excuse. "Young master, you're not very familiar with Shao Emperor City. Allow this subordinate to show you around." "Take me to a place where I can gather information," Shaocheng said indifferently. Shaopujun had expected Shaocheng to refuse again, so he was taken aback when Shaocheng agreed outright. After a brief moment of surprise, he grinned and replied, "All right, young master. The most effective places for gathering information are taverns, brothels, and auction houses. Which one would you like to visit first?" "Auction house? What's that for?" Shaocheng clearly had never heard of such a place. Likely his grandfather hadn't mentioned it to him and immediately looked puzzled. "This? A warrior, who doesn't he know what an auction house is?" Shaopujun was stunned again, but then, considering Shaocheng's age and limited exposure, he quickly understood. Eagerly, he explained, "An auction house is a special establishment, usually backed by a powerful family or faction. Guests can use it to purchase certain items or gather information about them. The items are sold through bidding. Whoever offers the highest price gets them." "Enough, take me to the auction house." Shaocheng interrupted Shaopujun before he could continue, speaking indifferently. Yes, young master. Shao Pejun swiftly led the way. Young master, this is the largest auction house in the Shao Emperor City, the Lu family auction house. Shall we enter? Shao Pejun pointed to a massive three-story building ahead and respectfully inquired of young master Shao Chong beside him. Lu family. Shao Chong murmured these two words, his expression slightly dazed, a trace of pain flickering in his eyes as he recalled a kind and amiable old woman who had passed away not long ago. Shao Pejun noticed Shao Chong suddenly zoning out and was slightly taken aback. He called out softly, "Young master." "Oh." Shao Chong snapped back to reality immediately, his eyes regaining clarity as he replied indifferently, "Let's go in." Shao Pejun immediately led Shao Chong toward the entrance of the auction house. Standing at the entrance of the auction house were two burly men, each with a large saber at their waists. In their 30s, with thick beards and towering figures, they exuded an imposing presence. Moreover, both possessed decent cultivation levels, having reached the first tier of the White Tiger realm. "Greetings, Lord Shao." The two guards clearly recognized Shao Pejun. When they saw him leading a young man over, they immediately bent their waists and clasped their fists in a respectful salute. After a pause, they cleverly added respectfully to Shao Chong, "Greetings, young master." Shao Pejun responded with a faint then stepped aside to let Shao Chong enter first, saying respectfully, "Young master, please go ahead." Shao Chong cast an indifferent glance at the two smiling guards and walked through the auction house's entrance without a word. Upon entering, the first sight that greets you is a row of graceful young beauties dressed in red tan suits. These girls wear identical outfits and hairstyles, their faces adorned with sweet smiles, clearly well-trained receptionists. "Welcome to the Lu family auction house, young master, Lord Shao. Please follow this servant to the private booth on the second floor. In about half an hour, we will have an auction that is sure to leave you satisfied." The reception girl was startled to see a coldly dressed young man in black followed by the familiar figure of Shao Pejun. One of the receptionists stepped forward, greeting Shao Chong and his companion in the sweetest and gentlest voice. Shao Chong felt somewhat uncomfortable under the intense gaze of the scantily clad beauty before him and replied somewhat awkwardly, "Miss, please bring your manager here. I have some business to discuss." "Ah." The reception girl was taken aback by Shao Chen's attitude and words, her crimson lips slightly parted in a very alluring manner. The young attendant was stunned for a moment, her face darkening as she coldly snapped, "Didn't you hear what my young master said? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take my young master to the private room on the second floor. Then summon manager Lu to meet him." "Ah, young master. My lord, please follow this servant." The reception girl was startled but quickly regained her composure, respectfully leading the way. Due to her nervousness, her plump, round buttocks, wrapped in a thin robe, swayed enticingly with each step, a sight quite pleasing to the eye. Shao Chong cast a somewhat astonished glance at the imposing Shao Pejun before following the reception girl, whose legs were trembling slightly, up to the second floor private room number 4. Rooms 1 through 3 were already occupied. Feeling Shao Chen's slightly peculiar gaze, Shao Pejun grew a bit embarrassed and, grinning sheepishly, followed him into the private room. Noticing Shao Chong standing by the window, curiously observing the auction hall on the first floor, Shao Pejun quickly ingratiated himself by explaining, "Young master, your timing is impeccable. You've arrived just in time for the Lu family auction house's event. If you see anything you fancy, feel free to bid without hesitation. Don't you worry about the cost, I've got it covered." "Oh, do you have dragonheart grass?" Shao Chong raised an eyebrow and asked nonchalantly. "This?" Shao Pejun was a bit puzzled as to why Shao Chong was so keen on the dragonheart grass. The Su family had already blocked all news regarding Shao Chen's grandfather, so he naturally had no way of knowing. He always assumed Shao Chong wanted the dragonheart grass for personal use. Though confused, he still replied respectfully. The Lu family auction house sold a dragonheart grass a year ago, which the Shao family bought for a high price of 80,000 taels of purple gold. I'm not sure if there's any this time. We can ask the Lu family elders later. Even if there isn't, young master should lose heart. We can ask the Lu family to search for news of dragonheart grass across the entire Slayer tribe or even the Chilling Kingdom. I believe we'll get results soon. Shao Chong was quite satisfied with Shao Pujun's answer, though he felt a bit regretful about the dragon heart grass from a year ago. If only it had been kept until now, it was such a waste for Shao Buhui to have used it. Shao Chong saw that the first floor was a vast space with many rows of long chairs, half of which were already occupied. In front of the seats was a wooden framed square stage covered with a red carpet. At the center stood a redwood rectangular table, empty and bare. Shao Chong watched for a while but soon found it uninteresting, so he withdrew his gaze. Turning around, he walked to a fur-covered sofa in the private room, removed the wooden sword from his back and set it aside, then plopped down onto the comfortable couch, quietly waiting for the Lu family steward to arrive. Shao Pujun noticed Shao Chong had fallen silent and chose to remain quiet as well. Instead of sitting, he positioned himself slightly behind Shao Chong. Shao Chong made no move to invite Shao Pujun to sit, his cold gaze fixed on the private room's entrance. Knock, knock, knock. The wooden door of the private room echoed with the sound of knocking. Come in. Shao Pujun was the first to speak, issuing a light command. The door opened, and a fiery, graceful figure swayed in with deliberate elegance. The graceful figure was a woman around 25 or 26 years old, with an extremely voluptuous figure. Her neckline was low, revealing a tempting expanse of snowy white skin and a hint of a deep cleavage. The slit of her cheongsam was high, exposing plump, fair, and seductive thighs that invited the imagination. This scorchingly sexy female body was also adorned with an exquisitely enchanting face, large, sparkling eyes that seemed to speak volumes. This flawless woman exuded an aura of maturity and allure from every inch of her body, capable of making any normal man's heart race uncontrollably, utterly captivated. This woman was none other than Lu Rui'a, the chief auctioneer of the Lu family. A flawless beauty as graceful as a wheel and as radiant as the moon. Every item auctioned by the Lu family under her hand would sell for several times, or even dozens of times, its base price sum even fetching astronomical sums. This was entirely due to her charm and skill. Shao Pujun had initially appeared indifferent, but the moment he saw Lu Rui'a enter, his eyes instantly burned with desire. His mouth filled with saliva, his throat bobbing as he couldn't help but swallow repeatedly. Lu Rui'a, why is it you, and not Manager Lu? Shao Pujun took 2 steps forward, speaking in an unbearably saccharine and tender tone, like a seasoned seducer. Gone was any trace of the ruthless envoy of the Shao family, known for slaughtering without mercy. Lu Rui'a stood gracefully, her stunningly beautiful and enchanting face blossoming with a smile, instantly brightening the dimly lit private room. Her red lips parted slightly, and a voice as crisp and melodious as pearls falling onto a jade plate, yet irresistibly sweet and captivating, rang out, "Lord Shao, do you not wish to see Rui'a?" Then Rui'a has no choice but to leave. At this moment, Lu Rui'a resembled a bewitching fox spirit, casting a coquettish glance at Shao Pujun, her delicate face filled with feigned resentment as she pretended to turn and exit the room. "Rui'a, don't go! How could I not want to see you? I long to see you every day, to cling to you." Seeing Lu Rui'a feigning departure, Shao Pujun, though fully aware it was an act, still took 2 urgent steps forward and called out anxiously to stop her. Lu Rui'a had never intended to leave. Hearing Shao Pujun's plea, she turned back smoothly, her face radiant with a smile. "At least you have some conscience," she said playfully. "Excuse me, are you two done talking?" Just as Shao Pujun and Lu Rui'a were lost in each other's affectionate gaze, the atmosphere thick with romance, a cold voice abruptly interrupted, cutting short their moment. Thud! A loud thud of knees hitting the floor abruptly echoed in the private room, followed immediately by the panicked voice of Shao Pujun, "Young master, please calm your anger. This subordinate knows his offense. Punish me as you see fit." The cold, mocking remark earlier had come from Shao Chong, who had been silently observing the two with a frosty gaze. Shao Pujun, whose lust had clouded his judgment, was jolted awake by Shao Chen's words. Breaking into a cold sweat, he immediately dropped to his knees without a word, then fearfully begged for punishment. At this moment, Shao Pujun regretted it to death, wishing he could slap himself hard twice. He cursed himself inwardly for getting carried away and making a fool of himself in front of Xiaocheng. If he had to act like that, he should have at least picked the right time. It was all his fault and also that vixen Lu Ruo's fault for being so alluring, making him forget about his own master. This was an unforgivable offense. Xiao Pejun took the initiative to confess his guilt, hoping Xiaocheng would forgive him this time. At this moment, Xiao Pejun even began to suspect that Lu Ruo had deliberately set him up, making him embarrass himself in front of Xiaocheng and causing him to face punishment. But there was no reason for it, right? Unless it was because he had once tried to take liberties with her. Lu Ruo watched as the previously lecherous Xiao Pejun now trembled with fear. Deep within her watery, alluring eyes, a flicker of satisfaction flashed by. She was secretly pleased she had indeed intended to mess with Xiao Pejun this once, and judging by the current situation, her goal had clearly been achieved. Young master? Lu Ruo was meeting Xiaocheng for the first time and naturally didn't recognize him. However, the Lu family was one of the 8 great clans of the Slaughter Emperor city, well informed as they were, and had long since learned of the shocking bloodshed that occurred in the Blood Sun city, as well as the existence of a cold and domineering young man. Lu Ruo was acquainted with all the young masters of the Slaughter family, but the one before her was unfamiliar. Without a second thought, she knew this cold young man must be the Slaughter god, Xiaocheng. Slaughter Elder, there's no need for you to kneel. I'm no damn young master of the Slaughter family. Get up now, and don't kneel before me in the future. I can't bear it. I fear it might shorten my lifespan. Seeing Slaughter Pejun kneeling on the ground in terror, Xiaocheng frowned, his eyes revealing impatience. His icy words drifted from his lips, and the last shred of goodwill he held for Slaughter Pejun was nearly worn away. Ha! Xiao Pejun was stunned. He realized that Xiaocheng wasn't blaming him at all. Instead, he disliked being addressed as young master and was annoyed by the constant kneeling. With a bitter chuckle in his heart, he awkwardly stood up and remained silent on the side. Lu Ruo overheard the conversation between the two men in front of her and paused slightly before smiling faintly. A barely noticeable, peculiar smile appeared on her breathtakingly beautiful face. She had just received a pleasantly surprising piece of information. This young master Xiaocheng before her seemed utterly uninterested in the status of being the Xiao family's young master. As for why Xiaocheng is still staying with the Xiao family, Lu Ruo currently doesn't know, but there must be some reason. Next, she plans to fish for information. Given Xiaocheng's remarkable strength and courage at such a young age, Lu Ruo has developed a desire to recruit him. As long as Xiaocheng leaves the Xiao family, the Lu family wouldn't need to fear any repercussions from the Xiao family when trying to win him over. Unlike others who would feel nervous and restrained in the presence of the Xiao family's young master, Lu Ruo remained composed. With her fair, lotus-like knee slightly bending, she performed a graceful curtsy toward Xiaocheng, who was still seated on the sofa. Her flower-like smile bloomed once more as she spoke with enchanting charm. Greetings, young master Xiaocheng. This humble maiden is called Lu Ruo, the chief auctioneer of the Lu family. If I have offended in our first meeting, I beg your forgiveness. Many thanks, hee. Lu Ruo did not address Xiaocheng simply as young master, nor did she refer to him as the Xiao family's young master. Instead, she called him young master Xiaocheng, a subtle yet clever choice to avoid arousing any displeasure from him. Information obtained from the family about Xiaocheng described him as a wild horse untamed, clear in his likes and dislikes, bold and responsible, yet a man with a cold and impulsive nature. Lu Ruo, who moved effortlessly among men, naturally knew exactly how to handle different types of men. This woman is lethally toxic, even more so than Su Qingyi and Yue Mei. I'd better stay away from her. Once I get the information about the Dragonheart grass, I'll leave immediately. Xiaocheng's mind wavered as he caught sight of the mature, alluring female figure ahead, his breathing growing slightly heavier. He couldn't help but think to himself. He dared not look at Lu Ruo any longer and shifted his gaze elsewhere. With a cold tone, he spoke up, Sister Lu, I'd like to inquire about Dragonheart grass. Do you have any here? If not, could you help me find out? I'll make sure to repay you generously. Dragonheart grass? So that's what he is after. Could it be that he stayed with the Kill family for the sake of Dragonheart grass? It seems quite likely otherwise. Wouldn't he have come personally to ask about its whereabouts? Upon hearing Shao Cheng's words, the sharp-witted Lu Ruya immediately pieced it together. Lu Ruya had her own calculations in mind, but her expression remained unchanged. With a radiant smile, she said softly, "Elder Sister Lu, young Master Shao Cheng, do I look that old to you? How heartbreaking. You need Dragonheart grass? The Lu family auction house doesn't have it at the moment, but we can do our best to search for it. How does that sound?" None. Although Shao Cheng had mentally prepared himself, he still felt a pang of disappointment. After a brief pause, he spoke calmly, "Please do your utmost to inquire about and locate the Dragonheart grass for me. Notify me immediately once there's any news, and I will surely repay you generously. Farewell." Shao Cheng abruptly stood up, grabbed his wooden sword, and left without any warning or hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he was already nearing the door, leaving the other two in the room momentarily stunned. "Ah! Wait! Young Master Shao Cheng." Just as Shao Cheng was about to step out of the private room, Lu Ruo finally turned around and called out to him with a delicate cry, trying to stop him. Shao Cheng halted his steps without turning back, his cool silhouette facing the stunningly beautiful mature woman with a resentful gaze behind him. He spoke indifferently, "Is there anything else? Master Shao Cheng, our auction house is about to hold an auction soon. Many of the rare items up for bid are intended for martial artists, and moreover, I myself will be personally hosting this auction. I wonder if Master Shao Cheng would honor us with your presence." Lu Ruo felt doubt about her own appearance for the first time. Having encountered countless people, she could tell that the cold and aloof demeanor displayed by the young man before her was definitely not an act, it was completely natural, an unyielding arrogance emanating from his very bones. Shao Pejun desperately wanted to stay and admire Lu Ruo's peerless elegance and mature charm, but fearing he might say the wrong thing again, he remained silent. Yet in his heart, he fervently hoped Shao Cheng would agree to stay. His eyes, which had been fixed on Lu Ruo's alluring and voluptuous figure, burned with an intense greed and desire for possession. Lu Ruo, the youngest sister of the current Lu family head Lu Ruhu, is the most enchanting woman in Shadi City. With a fiery figure, boundless charm, and celestial allure, she is nicknamed the Lu Enchantress and is the dream lover of nearly every man in Shadi City. She captivates both young and old alike. Though she frequents male-dominated venues, no man has ever been rumored to truly possess her. This is precisely her brilliance. She bewitches all men, driving them wild with desire, keeping them sleepless, yet they willingly spend fortunes on her, unable to resist her spell. But at this moment, she, who had always been invincible in dealing with men, was now speaking softly and taking the initiative to persuade a cold and indifferent young man to stay. If word got out, probably no man in the entire Shadi City would believe it, right? "All right, I'll stay." Shao Cheng, upon hearing Lu Ruo's gentle persuasion, thought about how he had asked her to help find the Dragonheart grass. Now that she was making such a small request, refusing would seem rather ungracious. Moreover, he was also curious about what would be auctioned. So he turned around and walked back, sitting down again on the original sofa. "Thank you, young Master Shao Cheng, and thank you, Lord Shao. Ruo will now take her leave to prepare for the upcoming auction. Please forgive the interruption." Lu Ruo was delighted to see Shao Cheng stay. With a charming smile, she took her leave, gracefully turning around, swaying her slender waist and voluptuous, perky hips as she walked out of the private room with elegant, measured steps, gently closing the wooden door behind her. A temptress. This was Shepijin's inner thought. Too venomous. This is Shao Chen's heartfelt words. The two expressed it differently, but their meanings were identical, proving that Lu Ruo was a woman of lethal charm. The saying "beauty brings calamity" found its perfect embodiment once again in Lu Ruo. Lu Ruo left, leaving the two men in the private room, and the atmosphere grew silent. The Lu family auction begins. After waiting for about half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a loud voice of an old man echoed from the first floor auction hall. "Has it started?" Xiaocheng and Shepijun exchanged glances before moving to sit on two sofas by the window. The private booth window was set very low, allowing an unobstructed view of the first-floor auction hall even while seated on the sofa. Moreover, the window was draped with semi-transparent curtains. Xiaocheng and his companions could clearly see the people and objects on the first floor through the fabric, while those below could barely make out the details of the second-floor booths, everything appearing hazy and indistinct. At this moment, the long benches on the first floor were packed with people, mostly martial artists, along with a few small merchants and commoners who were there to watch the excitement and seek opportunities. These martial artists all came from humble backgrounds, with the highest cultivation level being the third tier of the White Tiger realm, and even then, they were older practitioners. If a young man had reached the White Tiger realm, he would undoubtedly be recruited by a prominent family. With such elevated status, he naturally would sit on the first floor but rather in one of the 12 comfortable private rooms on the second floor, where he could also enjoy the warm hospitality of beautiful maids. A short, stout, gray-clad old man in his 50s with a mustache stood on the auction platform. At this moment, he repeatedly cupped his hands in greeting to the crowd below, his round face glowing with a ruddy complexion and brimming with smiles. In a clear voice, he announced, "Most of you here are regulars, so I won't waste time on the auction rules. Now, let us welcome the chief auctioneer of the Lu family auction house, Miss Lu Rue. Give her a warm welcome." Boom! Clap, clap, clap. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the entire auction hall erupted. Overwhelmingly enthusiastic applause gathered together, soaring into the sky. All the men stood up in unison, their eyes burning with fervor as they gazed at a woman in a red dress emerging from backstage, walking gracefully toward the auction platform. Lu Ruyue. It really was her. Every man attending the auction was thrilled and excited. Not just those on the first floor, even from many private rooms on the second floor, the voices of men brimming with excitement could be heard. It was clear just how captivating Lu Ruyue's charm was. Many men who came were not there for the auction items, but specifically for Lu Ruyue. Even if they couldn't win her favor, they were content just to catch a few distant glimpses of her. Lu Ruyue had already taken her position at the very center of the auction stage. With a bewitching smile on her face, her expressive, glistening eyes swept across the sea of eager, fiery gazes below. Her enchanting glance, full of grace and natural allure, instantly triggered a chorus of audible gulps from the male audience. Lu Ruyue! Lu Ruyue! The auction hall erupted in commotion once more, as all the men unexpectedly shouted Lu Ruyue's name in unison, their voices filled with fervent excitement. If an uninformed passerby happened by the auction house's entrance, they might have mistaken it for the doorway of a pleasure house, where the top courtesan was exchanging flirtatious banter with her patrons. Lu Ruyue faced the enthusiastic man below with a natural expression and an even brighter smile. With a graceful and alluring demeanor, she bowed slightly to the man beneath her. Her red lips parted slightly, and her melodious voice effortlessly quieted the lively scene. "Kisaragi thanks everyone for your unwavering love and support. In truth, Kisaragi is just an ordinary, delicate woman who needs everyone's care and affection. Your kindness is deeply appreciated. Now, let's proceed with this auction. Thank you all." After Lu Ruyue finished speaking, she subtly glanced toward the window of private booth number 4 where Xiaocheng was seated. Her gaze was filled with profound meaning. Whether she was sending a flirtatious signal to Shepijun or conveying affection to Xiaocheng remained unclear. What a bewitching enchantress! Xiaocheng and Shepijun were both instantly captivated by Lu Ruyue's alluring glance. Xiaocheng managed to maintain his composure, with only slight fluctuations in his expression, but Shepijun couldn't hold it together. His dark face flushed crimson before turning green, leaving Xiaocheng utterly dumbfounded. With another graceful courtesy, Lu Ruyue elegantly walked to the auction table and stood facing the audience. She gently pressed her hands downward, signaling the men below to take their seats. The men obediently complied, though their eyes continued to dart hungrily toward the glimpses of the beauty's upper body and cats peeking out from behind the wooden table. Lu Ruyue seemed accustomed to the men's fervent, lingering gazes. Her expression remained unperturbed as she got straight to the point, Please bring out the first item for today's auction. A moment later, a young maiden walked up carrying a tray covered with red silk cloth, gently placed it on the rosewood auction table, and then retreated. Lu Rua extended her ivory-white jade-like hand, lifted the red silk cloth, and immediately revealed an exquisitely carved pair of purple jade mandarin duck pendants. Parting her seductive red lips, she began to introduce them in a soft voice. Ladies and gentlemen, the first auction item is a pair of mandarin duck pendants crafted from top-grade purple jade. Though not extremely valuable, they carry profound symbolism, making them perfect as tokens of affection for the women you admire. These are truly exceptional. Moreover, they are the work of Master Dongfang Shuo from Shaodi City. The starting bid is 100 purple gold, with a minimum increment of 10 purple gold per bid. Let the bidding begin. After introducing the auction item, Lu Rua stood silently, her sweet smile unwavering. Her captivating, watery eyes swept across the audience below, casting encouraging glances at the men in attendance. Most of the men below were martial artists, and seeing that the first auction item wasn't something for martial use, they immediately lost interest. However, after Lu Rua's vivid and persuasive explanation, the atmosphere changed instantly, and many began to stir with excitement. Miss Lu Rua, can I give this jade pendant to you? If so, I'll bid for it. Ha ha! Before anyone else could place a bid, a rough voice rang out from the crowd, and the content of the remark was rather whoosh. The entire crowd was floored, then burst into laughter. The speaker was a burly man in his 40s with a full beard and a fierce, rugged face. At this moment, he became another focal point for the crowd besides Lu Rua. Everyone admired his courage, while also eagerly anticipating how Lu Rua would respond to defuse this awkward situation. Lu Rua had expected someone to publicly declare their love for her like this, especially a rugged older man. For a moment, she was stunned and embarrassed. But who was Lu Rua? The peerlessly charming demoness Lu of the Emperor's Lane City. She quickly regained her composure and, with an unchanged yet playful smile, replied, "Brave warrior, it's not that this humble maiden refuses you, but I already have someone in my heart. My apologies, hee." Lu Rua's response was exceptionally clever. It neither offended anyone nor left room for others to tease or pester her further, as the burly man had done. Boom! As Lu Rua finished speaking, the crowd of dozens to hundreds below erupted into roaring laughter, reaching a small climax in the atmosphere. The confession uncle scratched his slightly balding head with his hands and chuckled sheepishly. He knew his limits and didn't press the topic further. Alright, this brave soul has played a little joke on us. The auction continues. The mandarin duck pendant, starting bid at 100 purple gold. Let the bidding begin. Lu Rua's melodious voice rang out once more. 150 purple gold. Someone placed a bid, raising the price by 50 purple gold at once, and the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Everyone turned their puzzled gazes toward the source of the voice, only to see a man with an exaggeratedly flirtatious grin and a thick, bushy beard. Damn it! The first to raise the bid was actually that bearded uncle from earlier. Everyone was floored once again, silently noting that this guy's shamelessness was truly extraordinary. Some even felt the urge to curse out loud, but upon seeing his fierce, menacing expression smiling without warmth, they figured he was someone to mess with and ultimately held back. Instead, they turned their heated gazes back to the alluring female figure on the stage. 200 purple gold. A bold man challenged the bearded bidder, a slender, small-framed man who also raised the bid by 50 purple gold. 250. 300. 350. The bearded man and the skinny fellow began a tug-of-war of jealous rivalry, seemingly forgetting that purple gold was a precious material. The others listened in stunned silence as the two men raised their bids without hesitation, thinking to themselves, was this worthless thing really worth it? 550. 600. Still raising the bid. 800. The bearded man gritted his teeth and shouted a high price, his face turning red with eyes wide open in determination. You win. Hee hee. The skinny man gave up on further bidding and smirked at the bearded man with a sly grin, winking mischievously. The bearded man suddenly snapped out of it, realizing he had been tricked by the skinny man in front of him. With a swift motion, he drew the large golden ringed broadsword at his waist and roared in fury, "You damn monkey! You set me up! I'll chop you to pieces! You think a fool like you can kill me? Heh, go eat shit! Or how about we settle this outside after the auction?" The skinny man showed no fear of the bearded man, meeting his challenge head-on. He had no intention of leaving immediately, as he still wanted to see what else would be auctioned, though his main interest was stealing a few more glances at the alluring Miss Lu. "Fine. Don't you dare sneak off later." Phew! The bearded man clearly wasn't eager to leave now either. Though he was seething from being tricked, a sultry woman's voice from the stage instantly dissolved his rage, making him feel it was all worth it after all. "Warrior, you truly are a man of genuine passion. This young lady admires you greatly. With this pair of Mandarin dark jade pendants, you are sure to find the woman of your dreams. Very well. One pair of purple jade Mandarin dark pendants, 800 purple gold ones. Any higher bids? Buy purple gold twice. Buy purple gold 3 times. Sold." Lu Ru's voice rang out at just the right moment, unreservedly praising the fuming bearded man while seamlessly concluding the auction of the first set of items. "Ah, ha ha ha." The bearded man was momentarily stunned by Lu Ru's praise, then immediately felt elated, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Simply put, it felt amazing. He scratched his slightly balding head out of habit and grinned foolishly. "This." Everyone else was dumbfounded, beginning to envy the bearded man. To receive such praise from Lu Ru, 800 purple gold was worth it. Even the slender man felt a twinge of jealousy toward the foolishly grinning bearded fellow, regretting why he hadn't bid for the Mandarin dark pendants himself. Shao Cheng in box no. 4 could see everything at the auction clearly. Shaking his head in astonishment, he couldn't help but sigh. Beautiful women are truly poisonous. Indeed, Lu Ru is certainly poisonous, but I'd rather be poisoned to death by her. The fiery gaze of Shepijun remained fixed on Lu Rue. Hearing Shao Chen's sigh beside him, he instinctively responded as if in a trance, or as if bewitched. If someone wanted to assassinate him at that moment, it would have been an effortless task. Shao Cheng turned his head in surprise to look at Shepijun, who was staring unblinkingly. Shaking his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation, he chose not to interrupt Shepijun's dazed state and instead calmly returned his clear, indifferent gaze to the auction stage. Shao Cheng waited somewhat boredly for the next auction item to appear. If the following items were all like this, he would leave immediately. He didn't have so much time to waste here. Lu Rue lifted the red silk cloth covering the second tray brought by the servant, revealing a pitch-black short sword less than a foot long, gleaming with a dark luster. She began her expert commentary. "Next, we proceed to the bidding for the second auction item. Everyone, take a look. This short sword is no ordinary blade, but a wasteland sword forged from black iron. Desolate sword? It's actually a desolate artifact." All the martial artists present exclaimed in shock and stood up. Their gazes instantly shifted from Lu Rue to the peculiarly shaped ancient black sword on the tray, their eyes burning with even more fervor than when they had looked at Lu Rue. Desolate artifacts are incomparable to ordinary weapons. Not only are they crafted from superior metal materials and forged with top-tier skill, but they also contain a desolate beast's inner core, embedded within by master craftsmen using special techniques. When a martial artist channels a strand of desolate force into the inner core of the desolate sword, the core activates, releasing energy into the weapon, thereby enhancing its hardness and sharpness. Even if the materials used to craft the weapon are ordinary, once it becomes a desolate artifact, its power multiplies, transforming into a divine weapon capable of easily cutting through ordinary arms, slicing iron as if it were mud, let alone flesh. Desolate artifacts offer another advantage. Once a warrior possesses one, they can conserve a significant amount of their own desolate power when wielding it. Instead of channeling large amounts of desolate power into the weapon to enhance its might, they need only input a minimal amount to activate the inner core of the desolate artifact, achieving the same or even greater effect. This is highly beneficial for warriors in prolonged combat. No matter how powerful a warrior is or how abundant their primal energy, they will eventually exhaust themselves in continuous battles. Therefore, it is essential to achieve the best combat results with the least amount of primal energy, and primal weapons effectively address this issue. Moreover, the higher the level of the primal beast's core, the higher the grade of the primal weapon, and consequently, the greater its power. Moreover, desolate artifacts cannot be crafted by just any blacksmith. Only those at the Grandmaster level or above are capable of producing them. Across the entire Desolate God continent, there are no more than 10 Grandmaster level blacksmiths. These Grandmasters rarely craft desolate artifacts for warriors, as the process is extremely taxing on their mental and physical energy. This rarity ensures that desolate artifacts are exceedingly scarce. In Slayer Emperor City, perhaps only the top young masters of major families, along with elders and clan leaders, might possess one. The numerous advantages and extreme rarity of desolate artifacts make them incredibly precious, so much so that they are practically priceless and impossible to find on the market. No wonder when Lu Ruo revealed that the short sword was a desolate artifact, nearly all the warriors in the room stood up, their eyes burning with undisguised greed and fervor, completely disregarding the beauty herself. The only question is, what rank does this desolate sword belong to? Presumably, it would be too low, given that dark iron is already a first-rate material. Some in the crowd have already turned their questioning gazes toward Lu Ruo, who stands there with a faint smile, waiting for her to provide the answer. Lu Ruo was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction, especially when she heard exclamations coming from several private rooms on the second floor, which made her smile even brighter. However, her next words would drive all the martial artists present into a frenzy. This desolate sword was accidentally picked up by a martial artist in the Death Mountains. His cultivation level was too low to dare use it, so he planned to exchange it for purple gold to purchase cultivation resources. Thus, he entrusted the Lu family auction house to sell this desolate sword. Everyone must be curious about the grade of this desolate sword, right? Lu Ruo had thoroughly whetted everyone's appetite, and now that the desired effect was achieved, she dropped the bombshell. This is a 5th grade desolate sword. What? A 5th grade desolate sword? Is it really true? Are you an idiot? Would Miss Lu Ruo lie to us? Oh my god! A 5th grade desolate sword is the weapon I've been dreaming of. Don't anyone dare compete with me. Whoever competes with me, I'll fight them. Do you even have the money? Stop shouting if you're broke. Who cares if I have money or not? I'm happy with it. After Lu Ruo revealed the grade of the desolate sword, the entire auction hall erupted in an instant, filled with exclamations and deafening noise. How many people present had seen a 5th grade desolate sword? How many had used one? Perhaps only the VIPs in the private boxes on the second floor could claim such an experience. 5th grade desolate sword. Shao Chong was also somewhat surprised, but unlike the excited and thrilled warriors on the first floor, he quickly regained his indifferent expression. Because he already possessed a desolate artifact, his wooden sword and its grade was even higher. Otherwise, during the battle against the Yu family, even if he could berserk to enhance his strength, it would have been difficult for him to fight alone against 100 and sustain the combat. Shao Pejun finally shifted his gaze from Lu Ruo to the desolate sword, his eyes lighting up. However, upon seeing that it was merely a short sword, his interest waned significantly. Accustomed to wielding large weapons like long blades, he recalled that Shao Cheng also used a sword and thus ingratiatingly said, "A 5th grade desolate sword, what a treasure. Young Master Shao Cheng, shall this subordinate bid for it on your behalf?" "No need, I already have one." Sensing Shao Pejun's goodwill, Shao Chen's expression softened slightly as he replied indifferently. Shao Chen's personality was extremely aloof, rarely smiling or speaking much. Since leaving the Great Desolate, perhaps the only ones he had ever smiled at or spoken more to were the late Granny Lu. "Got it." Shao Pejun was slightly taken aback, his gaze lingering on the massive wooden sword placed beside Shao Cheng. He nodded thoughtfully, not daring to inquire about the sword's grade for fear of causing a misunderstanding. Instead, he turned his attention back to Lu Ruo, his eyes instantly burning with intensity once more. Seeing the atmosphere was just right, Lu Ruo smiled and gestured for the excited crowd below to quiet down. Her melodious voice rang out again. As for the desolate sword, I'm sure all of you here understand it far better than I do, so I won't embarrass myself by over-explaining. The starting bid for this 5th grade desolate sword is 5,000 purple gold, with each increment of at least 100 purple gold. Give it your best, everyone. This is the perfect treasure for home, travel, or even, business dealings. Hee hee hee. After announcing the starting bid, Liu Rua added a touch of humor, perfectly capturing the allure of the desolate sword. What followed was bound to be a fierce bidding war. Just as expected. I bid 5,500 purple gold. An old man was the first to make a bid. 5,800 purple gold. A burly man immediately followed the old man's bid by adding 300 purple gold. 6,000 purple gold. A young man roared defiantly. 6,500. 7,000. 7,500. 8,000. The prices continued to rise, with each bid increasing by at least 500 purple gold. Currently, it was the warriors on the first floor who were bidding, while the distinguished guests in the private rooms on the second floor remained composed, waiting for the minor skirmishes below to settle before making their extravagant bids, turning the competition into a battle of the wealthy. 10,000. A deep shout came from private room 3 on the second floor, immediately raising the bid by 2,000. The voice sounded like that of an elder, though his identity remained unknown. He was likely either a senior member of a prominent family or a high-level bodyguard for some young master, someone like Shapijan. When the big shots on the second floor started bidding, they raised the price by 2,000 in one go, instantly intimidating the vast majority of warriors on the first floor. Many warriors shook their heads helplessly and decisively withdrew from the bidding. It's quite simple. They're mostly ordinary martial artists from humble backgrounds. How could they possibly compete with major families in bidding with so much purple gold? 10,000 purple gold is already an astronomical sum for them. Many martial artists couldn't save that much in their entire lives. 11,000. A soft-spoken young man's voice came from box No. 5. Which family's young master could it be? 12,000. A haughty male voice came from box No. 8. 14,000. A strange, hoarse voice of indeterminate age and gender came from box No. 1. Another 2,000 purple gold. 17,000. The effeminate man in box 5 refused to be outdone, raising the bid by another 2,000. 20,000. The arrogant man's voice sounded again from box 8. 25,000. The hoarse voice in box 1 directly raised the bid by 5,000, and this aggressive move was somewhat startling. 30,000.